Bonjour, bonjour. Bonjour à tous
Good
et à
morning.
toutes et bienvenue à
Hello,
notre
Hello,
everyone,
hello, hello,
and
everyone.
welcome
Hello, and
to
welcome
our
to this International Rare Disease Day for the Coalition
RQMO,
for Orphan
Regroupement québécois des
Diseases.
maladies orphelines.
I
I'll
will
invite
invite
you
you to
to
take a
help you
last
to
snack
a
and
last
come
dish
and have a
and to
seat
get
at the
back
front
to the
tables.
table.
We'll
We're going to
start
start
with
with some
some delay, but
delay, and
of
with the
course
snow and
with
everything this morning,
the
we are not
snow,
all
we have
that
quite a lot. We're used to
in
adversity
all
in
adversity
rare
because
diseases.
with rare
It's a
diseases, we're
funny
accustomed to
coincidence
it.
that today
And
we
so,
have to
yes, we have to
face the
brave the
storm in
storm,
order to be
and
here.
we want everybody to be
It's
there.
very
And
much
it's super
appreciated that
appreciated
you're
that you
here,
all be there,
both in person
whether
as
you
well as
be in
virtually.
attendance physically
And
or
I
online. And
will
I thank
thank in
ahead of
advance
time
those
all those
people
who
who
will
will
view the
view the
event as well,
event
and those
remotely,
who are
people who
not in
are not with us
attendance
today,
with us physically in the
and
room who could not be
who
here
are not
will
available in
be
person,
able
but
to
they will still be
view,
able
hear
to
the event
uh,
directly
view
on
this
our
event directly on
YouTube
our
chain
YouTube chain a little
and
bit after
slightly
the event. We'll
after
put the video on,
the
and actually there will be two videos. Essentially, we have the video for day, the day. So you have the program on your tables, and after that, after the closing remarks, we'll have a few. Uh, Normally, we should finish at 3:30, 3:40. And then after that, people who are on Zoom, that will be finished for the day. And the people who are still here, we'll invite you to continue with the cocktail, a networking cocktail. There will be little bites available. And the kiosks will be open in the back. So you'll have enough time to exchange. So really, thank you for being here. Thanks for those of you who responded to the call for the kiosks. It's nice to have member associations who take the time to come to our event. And before we start, I would like to thank uh, our sponsors that you see on the screen, of course. Without them, nothing of this would be possible. With the means we have, um, it would be impossible. We would have a purely virtual event otherwise, because generally it's cheaper. In-person event that is recorded and all that, that adds additional costs. And really, thank you, not just for the financial support, but for their presence and their constant support throughout the year. Yes, we have monies associated with events, but there's also the whole human side and the collaboration aspect. Sometimes we look for answers. We want to speak to people who are strategic, especially when we speak about the office of Minister Dubé, the Minister of Health of Quebec. These partners, so you see your on screen, our platinum partners, Amgen, Alexion, Takeda, our golden partners, Biogen, Sanofi, Novartis, and Pfizer. And I put the little Novartis logo directly in the whole of the International Day. It's a bit fancy, I find so. And we have our silver partners, Rhythm Pharmaceuticals and Ultragenics. So, without further delay, normally I should have put that slide for my welcome address, my welcoming remarks. Now I see here on my teleprompter, but I don't see it on the wall. Please move to slide 2 for the master, please. Do we have it? I'll give you some time. For those of you who are following us on Zoom, it shouldn't be too long. We'll put the slide that says welcome address or mot de bienvenue. It's censoring. It just says welcome address, mot de bienvenue with my big face.
On prend le temps de les remercier.
We'll take the time to thank them. I already said so. I will never say it enough. We sign contracts and agreements, so I have to mention that. You will see this slide several times today, so get used to that.
En attendant,
Well, in the meantime, I will speak to you about today's program. Oh, well, there you go. So, yeah, my big face. I told you. So for today's schedule, essentially, I will start by telling you a few pieces of information to explain to you the goal of this program, which is shorter than previous years. In the fall, we had an educational day for the passage to the adult age. We were talking about medical issues, legal issues, financial issues. It was a long day, 9 to 5, pretty filled. And the comments we received at the end of the day were that there's a lot too much stuff. And at the end of the day, everybody was totally tired. So when we get those comments, we're always sensitive to the members and people who are following us, especially people with rare diseases, parents, natural helpers, and so on. So we wondered, how can we do something in between to allow people still to have a place where they can dialogue and exchange while having a full day of presentations with information that might be necessary to convey. So that's why we came to the compromise when we said we'll do 10 to 3, not 9 to 5. 10 to 3, we'll get in a number of presentations with it. There'll be a happy hour. That's why you don't see any breaks to this planning. So this morning, there will not be any break. I'm telling you right away, we'll start and it will go until 12. I say 12, but it might be a slightly later because we started late. We'll try to catch up with that during the panel today. So there'll be little snacks that will come around 10:30 or 11. So if ever you still have, you're still somewhat hungry, I'll invite you to stand up during the presentation. You could get your snack and come back to your seat. No problem at all. Otherwise, I have to mention that something we received a bit after you arrived. But if you came by car here, of course, you took the parking ticket. Parking is free today. So if you don't have any specific ticket to go to the gate, I invite you to come and meet one team member. You can come to our booth or at the entrance at the reception desk at the welcoming tables. We can give you a ticket for parking. That way you'll be able to get out of the parking without any problem. One last thing I want to mention for everybody who is on Zoom and watching us, the day is really from 10 to 3. So we'll end the day at 3 o'clock tonight. But I invite you to stay online since there is a second recording that will start automatically for all the special announcements we have to make. Of course, we're here today for our 50th anniversary, so I'm not going to tell you more. That will be for a bit later today. Without further delay, let's move on to the introduction of the RQMO, the Quebec Coalition for Orphan Diseases. I'll need all the members of my team to get through the presentation. Let me introduce them to you. First of all, we have Christine Yergeau. Join me as I name your name. Christine Yergeau, in charge of research and partnerships for us. If she's been there for at least 3 years. We have Ms. Ingrid Younes, who is in charge of patient engagement. And she started about the same time as Christine, if my memory serves me well. We have Marie-Hélène Fleury, who is our worker at the Information Center. And we have Caroline Joseph, who is our administrative assistant, which I like to call my jack of all trades. So let me start briefly, and you will see. Thank you very much, Tommy.
Ça, c'est typique. Hein? C'est typique.
This is typical. I'm always surprised, but it's rare that people give us a hand even before the presentation starts, so it's a good sign. You'll hear me introducing the RQMO, then each team member will speak to you about what they're doing.
Ça change plus.
I can't change the slide. There it is. So what is the RQMO? Actually, it's a bit all of you. Essentially, it's all of you. We are governed by a board of directors, which includes several people who either are living with a rare disease or who are natural helpers of someone with a rare disease or someone who works in the field of rare diseases. And they know the environment and the general environment, members of the teams, the founder, Ms. Gail Ouellette, to receive, it's more than 300 collaborators that we have. Really, there's a lot of people. You'll see there's a slide at the end, and it's makes you feel dizzy. Our doors are wide open. The goal is for us to get the RQMO well known across the province. We now have 44 member associations. I'm not going to read them all. It's pretty small. I myself have difficulty reading all those names, but we have more and more associations that become members of the RQMO. We speak with one single voice when people speak. That's the message we are going to convey. We have 249 individual members. And essentially, we have people who have a rare disease or they're natural helpers or patients who have no association. The RQMO, that is a bit our specialty. When there is an existing association, either a Canadian one or a Quebec-based one, taking charge of a specific disease, for example, Muscular Dystrophy Canada, which is with us today, of course, we refer our patients to these associations so as not to duplicate the work. We take care mostly of people who are so-called with an orphan disease. They don't have an association for that disease. We listen to them, we understand them, and we refer them to the right place for any resource. Should I point somewhere?
Donc, mission, vision et valeur. En fait, la
So
mission
mission, vision, and value. And for the mission, it breaks down into specific points. And briefly, the first, to provide info and support to any person that has a rare disease in Quebec through our network. And we share the information on rare diseases and their issues. And so information as well as education for the public and the medical community, amongst others. And when I say medical community, not necessarily on also knowledge, but it comprises everything, all sorts of resources and information networks. And the third point is to promote awareness within the general population and medical systems on rare diseases. And we have to also support research and the contacts among patients and between patients and researchers. And we are not recognized, or we are not there to lobby for patients. That's why I mentioned it. And so I wrote a plus, of course, lobbying, if you will, and you can say this on our LinkedIn page. I was at the National Assembly this week, and I held a conference, a press conference on the essential, and I was in the media, two medias last week and this week as well. And in short, we are continuing for concern. So we hold advocacy, but this is not our main goal and our mission, but we do promote advocacy when it impacts those people with rare diseases. And obviously, our vision, it's not that we don't want to not have any resort to RQMO, but those with rare diseases, and we want them to have the means to manage their disease while participating in research. When I say that will no longer exist, it means that the person will be able to receive a diagnosis, and within the care and treatment journey, the person will have access to all sorts of resources, among other things, to take part in clinical research, and in short, everything that is available, and which sometimes could be a little vague, education, support, etc., that would be provided by the care and treatment area. We're far removed from there, but we're getting closer. There are fine initiatives being done. There you have it, and this is our vision and our values. Well, essentially, commitment, integrity, cooperation, or collaboration, and inclusion. Those are our four main values. Now, what's a rare disease? I think everybody knows in the room, but I will nonetheless afford myself the description. It impacts a person out of 2,000 or fewer, and more than 700,000 Quebecers are impacted by these 7,000 people, so 8% of the population, and most will also involve children due to genetics. And there are very few treatments available. When we have measures that come to assist, especially through exceptional measures, to us it's fairly dramatic. As we know, the development of treatments and meds in rare diseases is developing more and more. So there's a long way to go, but it's also about marketing them, about prescribing them for patients to finally have access to these medications. So it's the entire chain that must be improved over time. And so I've added a definition for, of course, orphan diseases. And of course, that's the name often. And people ask me often, what is the difference between a rare disease and orphan disease? A rare disease, I gave you the definition, but the orphan disease is one for which somebody who ends up an orphan, there's no support, any form of support, and society finally will provide support to that child very often. It's a disease for which there's very little research available, information available, no treatment necessarily, and very little attention is, of course, placed on this. And many of the rare diseases are orphan diseases, such as rare cancers. What patients report, and I will read this quickly, and when we launched RQMO in 2010, in fact, we held a brief study. 249 patients took part in this study, in which it was qualitative, and so people answered questions. Essentially, what we might find is a high percentage of people who mentioned these components. And so I have little or no info on my disease. I have found info and took it to my doctor on my disease. In the ER, they just don't know what to do. And I sought for a specialist for my disease myself. I feel alone. My doctor tells me, you know more than I do. So in short, we see nonetheless that there's a gap between what people have in terms of info. And this is somewhat what's still going on today, 15 years later. And why is it still current? Well, because there are still issues that keep coming back. And so a barely existent condition. And the training is not specialized in rare diseases and professionals, and I'm anxious to hear them on this. Now, healthcare professionals develop their skill based on what they observe. It's not just about studies and patients or somebody with a specialty or two people with the same specialty will perhaps develop skills that will be completely different based on the patients they see. Of course, this might be a tier that might be improved, and we're talking about rare diagnoses or wandering diagnoses. We'll see this later on. And it's fairly challenging for patients. And there are fine initiatives nonetheless in Quebec that are put forward. And I want to say this. We have a Quebec policy on rare diseases. We are the only province in Canada to have this policy and an action plan that stems from that. It was budgeted at $17.4 million a year in 2023. As a comparator, a lot of members in Canada asked to do its share. France just signed its fourth action plan for rare diseases this week. We're talking about 223.8 million euros annually. 223.8 euros annually for 5 years. It's a 2025-2030 plan. You can look it up if you wish. And so these are clear actions. And we're talking essentially about the same issues. And so if you can relay that message the last 15 seconds to the Canadian government, it would be greatly appreciated. Now I will pass it over to Marie-Ève, who will now address the rare diseases Center. Hello, I'm Maria Fleury, and I've been working with RQMO now for almost 2 years. I'm also the mommy of a big girl who is now 12 years old, and she has a super rare disease with, a handful of cases worldwide. And listen, the center, iRare, I'd like to think that it's the purpose of the RQMO. It's a center for information, support for all those impacted by a rare or orphan disease, whether it be patients, loved ones, healthcare professionals, and also social services, because we know that rare diseases, each one of them is rare. The information is equally rare in terms of available information. There isn't much, and it's not easily accessible by your every Tom, Dick, or Harry, or even healthcare professionals who are often, short in time, and because they have to meet so many patients in a day. So this is our purpose. That's why we're there. We are an information and support center. Now, the iRare Center, as you can see on the screen. And so it stands for Information, Resources, Assistance, References, and Education. We provide information based on the people's needs, those who contact us either via phone, email, or through a form available on our website. So we can provide information with articles that are watered down on a specific rare diseases, and also practical guides and manuals we can find pretty much everywhere worldwide, and we can locate experts on the disease, specialized clinics, information on drugs, and some could be in development or on the market or in clinical trials currently underway, available. We can put them in touch with the information that is available and basic genetic advice. And in Gail Ouellette's team, who's giving us a very good assistance on basic information for patients to help them understand their results, their involvement, and everything else, and the disease register or the registries that might exist worldwide. And often, this is not often conveyed to patients when either when they receive their diagnosis or even during their follow-up. Support is very, very important at the iRare Center. And of course, at times, this was not always offered to those contacting us, and it's very, very important. And I see this now. The coupling service is very important, very well appreciated, and we are in a position to put patients in contact with other patients and families who've contacted us before for the same diseases. Of course, it's always on a voluntary basis, and we always check if people agree and consent. But this can be so helpful, and for people with rare diseases to share with somebody living the same reality. And of course, the referral towards patients' associations and when relevant support groups that are available, and also available resources, whether they be government, public, community resources, always based on the needs of those contacting us. We do that research and we put them in touch with them. And I will now pass it over to Christine. Hello, everyone. My name is Christine. I'm in charge of research and partnership, and I will introduce part of our mission at the RQMO to support research in rare diseases. And the way we want to do this, we want to have knowledge and know-how move forward. And the means we'll undertake to achieve these goals, well, we'll provide accompaniment support for patients as the iRare Center that Maria just spoke to us about. When people contact contact us, they are interested in getting involved in research. So we'll take a look at all those research projects worldwide and clinical trials underway and relevant information. We'll send the patients the necessary information and information on the status of the research in general and the current status, scientific status. If they need it in French, we have it translated. We water it down and not in scientific language. We do that on their behalf. And another reason we do this, we also support researchers. There are many researchers that contact us and they say, I'd like to study such and such a disease or a condition, but I don't have any patients. I know no one. And so we'll recruit on their behalf. We'll either sort of release it in our newsletter on social media, or we'll do so in a more targeted fashion. We'll contact those people who gave their consent and who have the disease, and we put them in contact with those researchers. So we also raise awareness on the importance of rare disease research. And of course, we want patients to have access to adequate treatment, something to improve their QOL or quality of life, at the very least. Another thing we've done to facilitate this, now in connection with patients registry, we built one. We built a directory of rare disease registries, which did not exist to our knowledge within this directory. These are patients who get involved themselves. These are not led by clinicians or researchers, which is a very good thing, but these are patient-powered registry. And so these are put together by patient associations, and they can add information. And this holds a great deal of power. This is information we want to put forth. The way we do this, we simply came up with a PDF chart, and it's available to the public. We have a list of 339 diseases for which there's a registry. Most of them are American or international, but you can sign up nonetheless. And we also have a section for disease categories, so autoimmune diseases or delayed development diseases, all sorts of categories. Those are accessible, and you have the link straight and directly in the chart or the table, and you may sign up. And so finally, tied to the research, RQMO gets involved in this research, of course, those with rare diseases. On the slide, I gave you an example of what we've accomplished. We've held a collaboration with the bioethics group. I don't think I'm pronouncing it or saying it correctly, and I didn't take note of the exact name. At the Montreal Research Institute, we collaborated to come up with an action plan to improve the care of those with rare diseases. I'll pass it over to my colleague, Ingrid. Hello, everyone. My name is Ingrid Younes. I work with RQMO for 3 years now, and I also am involved with my colleagues Christine and Marie-Ève at iRare Center, and I work with patients within RQMO, mainly with rare communities. These are patients, caregivers, of course, who don't have any support in Quebec. And so we have the associations and the following. Arnold Chiari malformation and syringomyelia, stiff person syndrome, Smith-Magenta syndrome, and biliary atresia, adrenal diseases, patient partners, and other partners. The participants of these communities are with us today. I wish to thank them. I'm very pleased to get acquainted with you physically in person. Now, what we do mainly, this is a safe space through which we can meet also virtually. We chat, we share experiences, challenges, needs, and tips, resources, ideas. And many of these, through these ideas and tips, will create projects, awareness projects, and we'll invite specialists to present webinars or to be with us to answer the participants' questions. Also, our goal is to promote awareness among the public and share knowledge. So every project differs based on the issues and the needs of each community. So there you have it. If you wish to join one of these communities or to create one based on your disease, if you don't have an association, you may write us at info at rqmo.org, and I will be here all day if you wish to speak with me. Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Caroline Joseph. I'm admin assistant at the RQMO since 2022. My tasks involve administering, managing documents, anything having to do with accounting. I also greatly participate in events such as today's and the logistics and everything. I really support my team. I'm also responsible for designing visuals and publications on social networks, and the visuals you often see, I'm the one who puts them together and on various platforms. Of course, I'm responsible for the layout and mailing of the newsletter. And finally, my work within the RQMO is dear to me because personally I'm very involved in the world of rare diseases, and for a very long time now, my son and myself have gone through a diagnostic odyssey that lasted 14 years. That's a great deal of experience that I draw from this diagnosis. We've undergone many, many tests and exams. So RQMO is not a burden for me to say, oh, I'm going off to work. No, I really belong there, and I'm happy to be there, to see everyone, and to be within the community. Thank you. Thank you, Tommy.
Merci, Tommy. Voyez,
thank you, Tommy. So you see, this is what we love. And there you have it. And when I said Carolyn is, she does it all. And in the municipal area, and I worked in that area before coming to RQMO, and in all of the employee tasks, there's always a line that says, and all related tasks. Well, let me tell you, she often falls within this category. I will conclude, in fact, with our partners and collaborators. There are more than 300, and it would be impossible to add all 300 logos, but we collaborate with other patient associations, research groups, pharma companies, and other initiatives that are either Quebecer or Canadian and Canada-wide, and they work with groups in clinical trials, IC, CAPPP, and so with patient partners and the University of Montreal and other media as well. And you see them here, patients, and this is science-focused in every area. And of course, Montreal-Invivo, from whom we'll have a presentation today. In short, there are all types of collaborators within the RQMO, and this is our wealth, in fact. The goal is to be able to acquire and obtain all of this information, and all of our partners and collaborators play a very significant role. And we're very, very late in time, and so the agenda for the day, I won't go through it in detail. You have it on your table. And so for those on Zoom, I invite you to turn to our Facebook or LinkedIn page. We've printed it and published it, actually, repeatedly over the past few days. And of course, we're not going to comply and commit to the timeline, but at least you'll have the plan of the day and all of the content. And on this, I thank you. Thank you to my team. And if we can give them another warm hand of applause, thank you very much.
Tu vas prendre une photo? OK, parfait.
OK.
Vas-y.
Mais viens pas trop proche, sinon on ne verra pas bien. Une grosse présentation, parfait.
Vas-y, Tommy. Merci. Merci. Donc, merci.
Thank you, Tommy. So thank you.
On va peut-être pouvoir... là, je ne suis pas capable de la changer.
Now, I can't change this. The button works well, but okay, so we're going to move to the opening the conference opening. If ever there's anything even online, I invite you to write us, so info@rqmo.org. It'll be a pleasure to answer your questions. We're going to go ahead with the opening. And this is rather a testimonial that is of primary importance to also assess and alleviate the hostilities of the day. Her name is, of course, Casandra Poitras, and she's received a wandering diagnosis. She's also the VP of our BOD at the RQMO, and she will also, she's vice chair at the RQMO, and her time, of course, was shortened, and we'll have the opportunity to see her again today, otherwise during the cocktail this afternoon, and she'll talk to us about the difficulties and challenges that these people with wandering diagnosis experience with what she is experiencing herself on a day-to-day basis. And so I wish to introduce Casandra Poitras. So thank you, Jonathan, for this introduction. As you see, I have a third leg called Amaro. It's going around during the conference, and it's just detached from me, by the way, if it wanders around the conference. And so, firstly, hello, and thank you for being in attendance online and being among us today on this day that bears on the theme of rare diseases and also difficulties and challenges tied to wandering diagnosis, other than being vice chair of the RQMO and of the board of directors. And of course, I'd like to address who I am, but beforehand, I'd have an open question. And who here is a patient? Excellent. And who here is a caregiver? Okay, excellent. And who here is for a patient association or for rights advocacy? Excellent. And who here is here from other categories? Excellent. So I think we can agree that we are those who are close or far from rare diseases. We all have different realities, and this is something I'd like to address during the conference. And so, therefore, other than being vice chair of the BOD, I'm also a student in the Masters of Public Administration. My topic bears on the management of rare diseases within our Quebec healthcare system, and so I ponder somewhat on the first law on rare diseases and the action plan and everything, but I'm not here for that purpose today, but I wish to highlight it, and I also focus on the political aspect, how we can change things in the area of governance. And of course, this is an area that enables us to have or to give me a different take from those that I meet and the different actors in this area. Let's describe my experience. And so my struggle started in 2015. I was active in federal politics. I just completed a first electoral campaign, and I was involved in many, many causes, and not in rare diseases. I was very much involved in terms of music. I was into percussions. I was on tour and everything. I was a student. I had a regular life, regular job, and my father is here in attendance, and my partner, my caregiver. And so from one day to the next, I started having issues. I had an atypical anaphylactic shock. I was admitted, and that's when it started. And then I started seeing a first specialist who thought it was odd and gave me an antihistamine, and they did allergy tests. We'll find what you have. It's going to be an allergy. And then a year later, I had another episode. Still nothing. It was still negative. And it was more and more so recurrent, more and more symptoms showing up from one day to the next without an explanation. Finally, I saw another specialist and another specialist, and then from one thing to the next, it was worsening, deteriorating. And I started seeing somebody in a first institution, a second, a third institution. And then, I mean, instead of accumulating these travel passes, there were hospital cards and hospital passes. I was seen in different regions within Quebec. I saw different specialists, one and the other. It was recurrent. Nobody could give me a clear explanation. And there were a lot of issues. I had to quit high school. I had to also complete my degree in adult education. And the teachers said, "What can we do to help you? We don't understand." But there was no diagnosis. And often to get services, we need a diagnosis. We need to be diagnosed. To get drugs, medications need to be diagnosed. Otherwise, it's on the patient, on the professionals, or on the exception patient form, and we're not going to get into that category, but there's that issue there as well. And so at one point, it became an issue because, to the point of losing my job, social involvement, and then it fell back on me because I told myself it must be myself. It must be my fault. I'm not strong enough. What's going on? I don't have an explanation. Finally, a doctor, and I'm not going to give his name, of course, but this doctor literally saved my life. This man made the difference. That's why I'm here standing before you today. And this doctor said, it doesn't make sense. You're being tossed like a ping pong ball back and forth, and I'm going to take your case. I'll support you, and we'll be partners. I don't have all the answers, but I have that access card to be able to dig deeper and diagnose you. I'm not going to give up on you. And many doctors gave up on my case because the presentation Jonathan made, I can check off all the boxes. I don't have the knowledge. I don't know where to refer you. I don't have the knowledge, and I don't know where to go. And I've exhausted all of my capacities, and finally it fell back on me. What am I doing? And the feeling, in fact, that I wanted to tell you, it's not just the patient that has this feeling. Who ever had that feeling? By a show of hands. We have patients, associations, caregivers. Everybody somewhat felt like overwhelmed. What am I doing? Which door am I going to knock on? I want services. I want an explanation. I just want to be heard, and I want to be understood. And finally, the doctor said, we'll try to have you seen in genetics. The famous challenge of genetics. You're an adult, you're old enough, and we'll put in a request because we can't identify what you have. And I had been through all the departments, and that day I was crying, and I was finally seen in genetics. I said, finally, I'll be able to get an answer. I'm in genetics. Maybe it's not going to change my life, but finally, I'll get an answer. And so I got my answer in January, to be told that unfortunately I was falling between the genetic cracks. It was complex. They were unable to identify the gene. There were multiple mutations. They were able to identify it, but there was no dominant gene for the time being. I fell into an orphan disease. They could repeat the test in a few years. They weren't giving up on me, but for the time being in Quebec, they cannot identify it. Therefore, treatments are approximate. We can more or less identify. We have a list of symptoms. They managed to put in place a framework with a regimen, with a specialist and everything. But for the time being, genetically speaking, I don't have any more answers. And I must confess that I can control my emotions right now, but it's something that's extremely difficult to accept because, of course, we keep falling back on, we don't know any better what you have. And fortunately, I have a specialist who's supporting me in all of this, who's willing to take on the challenge. He himself is saying, I don't know what to do. He was completely transparent from day one. He said, your case is extremely rare and extremely complex. And we laugh about it every time he sees me. He says, it's the patient with no answers. And so we make light of it. We laugh about it. But wandering diagnosis is very complex and as much as rare diseases. And what's challenging is that we don't have an answer we can't understand. And it's multiple in terms of challenges, in terms of the phases, the accompaniment, the support. And if we want to see a specialist, the first request or the first question, why do you want to see a specialist? Do you have a diagnosis? Do you have an idea of your diagnosis? And then of course, I've been investigated for more than 10 years, but then why not falling within the realm of justification and rather than having a title? That's what's the most confusing. And from a professional standpoint, what's most challenging as well is from a social standpoint. And when we appear before an employer, we must justify this wandering diagnosis. And then we fall into justification. What does that involve? Will that have an impact on my work? Will you be able to, ensure your duties? What do I have to put in place? And of course, in school or wherever in terms of what I project, I don't have any children. And even for a parent, how would I accompany and support the child? How can I understand the child? What can I do? Where am I going to turn for resources as a parent? Well, of course, I've chatted with people before. We don't want to apply any pressure on the child because the child is living describing a reality that's very confusing as a parent. How can I better understand the pathology? Can I fetch support? I mean, these are all questions that revolve around this wandering diagnosis. Moreover, if you have questions during the conference, feel free to raise your hand, and I have a question to launch everything.
Like here, what is diagnostic wandering for you? You have a definition of this diagnostic wandering in your own real life. Yes, madam, break the ice. When we have this experience, the first word that comes to mind is worry. There's a lot of words that come to mind. Worry. Absolutely. It's a very valid term, which I totally understand. Yes, Emma. Inaudible for the interpreter. Afraid of the death of the person you lost. Okay, so afraid that the person will not get a treatment and will not have access to something to care for her disease. Inaudible for the interpreter. Anybody else has emotions or anything these words diagnostic wandering raises in your mind? Yes, madam, in the back. I like the word gaslighting. What is the term in French? I don't know what the term is in French, but it's gaslighting all the time. I don't see any equivalent term than gaslighting. I totally agree with you. Anybody else would have something to add on diagnostic wandering? Can we explain what is gaslighting? How can I explain gaslighting? Go ahead. I think you are the best person to explain it. It's in your mind. It's certainly not a rare disease. What do we know? I know medicine. I'm the doctor. Exactly. I know what medicine is all about. So all these comments which invalidate how a person feels and how the person knows body better than anybody else. Absolutely, 100%. I agree with you. You totally described this so well. And even one day I should bring my framework to a doctor. The first thing the doctor said, don't forget what is you're the patient. I'm the doctor. I said, okay, well, I think the mind openness is not there. Yeah, gaslighting is present in society, but in terms of individuals, first example, oh, you have a dog, so you're blind. No, assistance dogs are not just for blind people. For example, I'm constantly saying in the metro, oh, you're training a mirror dog. No, it's my dog. Oh, you have a handicap. Yeah, it's not written on my forehead, but I do have a diagnosis. I have a handicap, which is an invisible handicap. There are biases that are very deeply anchored in society. Unfortunately, we could look at this for a long, long time. Yes, madam. Inaudible for the interpreter. The person is not speaking to microphone. Exactly. Sometimes people don't have any bad intention. It's just a lack of information, the lack of knowledge on the topic from a professional point of view. Yes, madam. For people who have overweight, for example, well, if you lost weight, it was off. So I have a genetic problem. It's not just to be solved because I lose my overweight. Absolutely. Justifications, very quick conclusions. It's because you're not in shape enough. You don't do enough. It's the patient's fault. Again, it's so bad that we have to go through justification so as not to be seen. Here it says he's writing his own book. We don't know. We haven't seen this before. So the famous patients who come with his high level information to make sure that he gets services, and he says, which professionals in what year did you consult? And very often we become our own experts, and unfortunately there are professionals who are open to that, but some are not, unfortunately. Yes, madam. I just want to mention that there's Christine on the Zoom who told us that gaslighting is cognitive, is détournement cognitif in French. Yes, cognitive blinders. I would add this. This fits very well with her definition. To come back to diagnostic wandering, you also had an experience. You had diagnostic wandering. What was it for you? I'm tired of appointments. Hey, I don't like appointments. Yeah, so many. So many appointments are linked to that. Once again, appointments, it all falls back on the patient's responsibility to have professional accessibility and going to the right resources. When you get in complex cases, it's a whole agenda full of appointments, and it's a lack of understanding by professionals and lack of understanding from our employers also. Yes, madam. Alone, being alone. Solitude. Yeah, that's the point I wanted to address. Do you want to add something to your fight as a RQMO member? As an RQMO member, that's what we see. Solitude, being alone. When finally they find us, finally I find someone. I'm not alone anymore. It's like a beacon in the storm because it's a lot of solitude involved. And as you say, this is fall back on the patient's shoulders. Exactly. As anybody else would like to add one last point, we'll take both of you. And I have a question online also. I will lose some weight today walking like this. As Tommy said, it's around the age of 9 months that we had doubts for Loic. It took a full year of appointments before we were referred to genetics. A genetician looked at Loic. He said, I'm 99%. It's the Moricchio syndrome. But the frustration of saying, why didn't they send us there immediately? And then we'll do a biopsy to be sure, but I'm convinced it's the Mauricio syndrome. Absolutely, I agree. Access to genetics is difficult. One thing that I noted during 10 years, no, we in genetics, no, I think that's what it is. We'll send a specialist. Why did he send you here? I have no idea. Then he does the tests. And it's a point I want to address since I have a delay several times. I had diagnoses several times. It's clearly, I know what it is. We'll send you there. I was saying to my relatives, let's go there so that they can support me with that in my job. And finally, it's not that at all. We experience grief. We experience the whole process of accepting the diseases. What it results. Finally, it's a relief, but we don't know what it is anymore. So we start again and again and again. It's this question of process of getting a diagnosis or the micro griefs, the sadness that goes with it. Yes, madam. There's a comment from online. What it says to Denise, what it evoked is rejection and fear of rejection. That's an online comment. Absolutely, I agree. And all the things you feel, your emotions are valid, but hearing it does a lot of good. Just saying, yes, it's valid, what you're saying. Another thing I want to mention, Jonathan explained a lot of things which I would like to present, but we all agree that it's 700,000 people just in Quebec with a rare disease. The name is deceptive. We say it's rare, but we should demonstrate that it's actually not rare. We gave it that name, but it is not rare. And we should have the point of view that everybody has challenges and we have to work together. The point I would like to make is that we must find a way to collaborate, and we should all demonstrate that we all have needs. They're all different. The patient has needs. There are things that he wants from the network. The professional, it's the same thing. The government, each of the stakeholders has their role to play in the equation, and all the who are present online or in person, you are an actor of change. You can get involved because the fact that you're here today, I think, demonstrates it. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for getting involved with us. And we will be able to solicit you if you want to get involved in projects and committees, in things with us. We have big projects for what's coming at the RQMO. I think there are great avenues, great initiatives, and don't hesitate to contact us if there's anything. On this, unfortunately, I have to leave my place because we have a very busy day. So thank you very much. And once again, have a great day.
Merci beaucoup, Casandra.
Thank you very much, Cassandra. I'm sorry, Cassandra. We're supposed to have you for 40 minutes, but since we started a bit late, I want to give time to our professionals to have the time to present things to us, which will be very pertinent and which will probably answer some questions or things that were said since this morning. So to continue with the next presentation. There it is. There it is. Okay, computers. There it is. The medical management of rare diseases. Let me introduce Dr. Audrey Lafontaine. Dr. Audrey Lafontaine is a pediatrician at the Montreal Children's Hospital and assistant professor of pediatrics at the McGill Center, University Center. She made her residence at the University of Sherbrooke and general medicine after several years of hospital practice in the community hospital, where she worked also in several multidisciplinary contexts. Dr. Lafontaine started studies at the higher studies for professional teaching of health at the University of Ottawa, and she took a complementary training in complex pediatric care. Since 2020, Dr. Lafontaine has been a member of the complex care services in the Montreal Children's Hospital. She is now the director of the complex care service and co-director of the Spina Bifida special clinic. She's president of the Quebec Association of Pediatricians and member of the pediatrics community committee of the Canadian Society of Pediatrics. She participates every year in the summer camp Carol Annie for diabetic children. And so it's for diabetic children. Dr. Lafontaine focuses her efforts in offering care to a complex and fragile pediatric population, putting a multidisciplinary approach at the heart of her work. She will present a conference on the medical management of rare children with rare diseases, realities that she experienced in the field on the ground as a pediatrician. Dr. Lafontaine.
Oui, OK, parfait. Super, merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to have been invited and to meet you today. I'll be very honest with you. I'm deeply intimidated today. I'm used to giving courses to students in medicine to do a presentation and speak to my colleagues, but showing up in front of you, patients, families, and natural caregivers, the reality is that I see you every day in my practice, but speaking to you here like this morning, I find this very intimidating. I'm here with a lot of pleasure, but also a lot of humility. I have no conflicts of interest to declare, except to say that I think I'm doing the best profession in the world. On the menu this morning, I'll try to explain to you why it's me and not another pediatrician who will come to speak to you about the reality, the challenges, and the solution in the medical management of patients with rare diseases. I'll speak to you about what is a child with medical complexity. I will remind you a little bit how we think, how a doctor thinks. I'll do this very quickly because it can become very complicated very quickly. And I will explain to you what seems to me the main challenges of medical care for pediatric patients with rare diseases. Of course, theoretical and practical solutions. We apply this on a daily basis. Patients or children with medical complexity is an entity that is more and more recognized in the literature. It's emerging more and more clearly. Actually, it's a group of patients who don't all have the same diagnosis, but they have realities and needs that are similar. Those are children with chronic diseases, very often genetic conditions, very often incurable conditions, and complex conditions, meaning there's not just one problem, there are several problems, and each problem has an influence on the other problem beside. Everything is imbricated and related. It's complex. So these children have significant needs, numerous needs. They need lots of drugs, lots of nursing care, lots of adaptation. So as a secondary consequence, these children are very dependent on technology to either survive or have a good quality of life. They have a tube to breathe, a venous tube to get drugs or food, a tube in their stomach to be able to be fed. And so those children are fragile, namely, their health balance is somewhat precarious. It doesn't take much for this to plummet and fall down. They need to consult very often. They need to go to the emergency. And unfortunately, these people are often hospitalized for a long time. And those are the criteria that we recognize to define that a child is a child with medical complexity. I often use this slide here, which is actually a slide, collage of children who all meet the eligibility admission criteria for complex pediatric care. So you understand between the lines that most of these children have genetic diseases, which are rare diseases. And it's children like that that we follow at the complex care unit of the Montreal Children's Hospital. The data that I'm giving you are data that I collected in the fall when we worked on the Quebec plan for rare diseases. In the program, currently, we're managing approximately 325 high fragility patients, up to 350. Those patients meet these criteria of medical complexity, fragility, dependency on technology, needing a great lot of care, and so on. I'm not going to read all that, but I did the exercise of looking at each of the diagnoses. Actually, it's more than two-thirds of the patients managed in our program have a disease that, when it's diagnosed, has an incidence of less than 1 or 2,000, so it's a rare disease. And a whole lot of these patients don't have a diagnosis yet. Probably eventually get a disease and will be managed in a multidisciplinary way. How does a doctor think? Well, it's a scientist. And medicine is not just science, it's also an art. We go to the School of Medicine, we learn basic knowledge, we learn how does the human body work theoretically, what are the kinds of diseases that can affect the human body, what are the kinds of solutions we have for this, whether it's drugs or surgeries. And when we meet someone with a health problem who's in front of us, we're a bit like a detective. We want to ask questions, we want to examine, we will collect clues to try to understand what's happening. It's a detective game, and we will collect information and we'll compare with scientific literature because medicine is a science that is evolving. You know that. I don't need to tell you that what we know today is different from what we knew 10 or 20 years ago. It's different from what we will know in 10 to 20 years from now. So we have some humility and the sensitivity to recognize this, know this, and be aware of this, to be able to say it's not because I never found this 2 years ago, it's 5 years ago, that I won't find it today or in 5 years. It's not because what I'm proposing to you is a good idea that I'm sure it's a good idea. Maybe in 5 years I'll say it was really not a good idea. But in the light of what we knew 5 years ago, it seemed to be the best solution. And scientific data are evolving, and I don't know if people are doing all other kinds of science in the room. They can correct me. It's not mathematics, it's not physics. 1+1 = 2. No, sometimes 1+1 = 1.5. Sometimes it's yellow, actually. So it's not an exact science. There's a lot of gray areas, and we have to navigate through that and navigate in human relationships, which is an art in itself. So we think as detectives, we know somewhat the science that currently exists, and we have the humility to recognize that science is evolving and we don't know everything. The first challenge of the initial management of rare diseases is saying that's rare. So we have less information compared to other diseases. I'm hesitant to say we have no information or very little information, but we have less information, or we have information that's less sound than for other more frequent diseases. I don't have to explain to you what's the zebra here, what's the relationship with the zebra. I know the proverb in medicine, it does, and it goes in the street. It's not, usually it's a horse and not a zebra. But when I receive a patient or a student doing an internship with me, I said, here, my patients are not just zebras, they're sometimes unicorns. That's my job to tell that to the residents. So, just to give you an idea to what extent we have fewer scientific data, so to what extent it's more difficult to base our recommendations and our treatment plans and our investigations on solid scientific literature, I tried to look at the little PubMed. It's a search engine which we use to look for medical literature. And this is in English because, of course, it's an English-speaking search engine. I put type 1 diabetes. It's not the most frequent disease in the world. It's not the rarest disease. I found 107,000 scientific articles about type 1 diabetes. This is scientific literature. were used to have less information. If I use filters, if you go in internal medicine, they will quote you with randomized control studies with 2,000 patients. When we find 150 patients, we find this. I took the filter 0 to 18. There's only 34,000 results if I filter with that. I tried to do the same diagnosis with diagnosis. I saw this work this week. I have a patient in my group who has a Pallister-Killian syndrome. I found 120 results in the literature about the Pallister-Killian syndrome. I had the patients with the Menkes syndrome. Oh, there's more research there, treatment now. We had 587 results. I have a patient with a Wiedemann-Steiner syndrome. There's only 54 results about the Wiedemann-Steiner syndrome. This gives you an idea of a proportion. It doesn't excuse anything, but it explains the discomfort you see in front of you when you meet a medical team that goes, oh, well, I'm puzzled. I don't know if we used to make recommendations based on 170,000 articles in the literature. If we ask a doctor to make a recommendation based on only 54 pieces of literature, some of them have recommendations, but they are not all useful. I don't have to tell you, but I will tell you, okay, it's rare, but first of all, it is complex. This is a graph made by the mom of a child with medical complexity, and she just listed all the stakeholders involved in her child's life. And she was very good. She put this with different colors. There's quite a lot of people involved. There's a lot of medical specialists. There's a lot of rehabilitation professionals. There's a lot of psychosocial stakeholders. And there's also the daycare, the school, the parents, employer, the brother, the sister, the grandmother. There's a lot of elements from a medical point of view. There's a lot of elements from a social point of view that are involved with one another, that overlap with one another, and that have impacts on one another. So not only is this complicated and complex because everything is interrelated, and we look at this as a big cloud and we're not sure what's coming, all this is such that it comes with a lot of appointments. And that image is a slide of one of my colleagues that's doing complex care in Toronto. And they had mapped with the family what is their trajectory in order to go to hospital. Someone said it before. Tommy spoke about appointments. And isn't that quite a big problem? Of course, if you have 7 specialists, hyper specialists who want to see you all in their office and want to send you to investigations, and for one of them, the imagery exam is not in hospital A, it's going to be in hospital B, and the lab, which is very cool, and they come to you at home, but they don't do the genetics tests. And in my hospitals, it's only Tuesday and Thursdays, and you have to come at 10. Good luck to get a parking spot. But in my hospital, having a parking spot is quite difficult. It's a battle. It's a struggle. And it's not only is it rare, those rare diseases with fewer scientific data, but part of the nature of what the diseases are is complex from a medical point of view, but it's also complex from an organizational point of view. And the other thing that I would remiss not to mention is that all the families that I meet have gone through and will go through bad things and traumatizing moments. The medical trauma, diagnostic error, misdiagnosis, uncertainty, bad news, which are not bad news because we got it wrong. We thought it was this, but it's not that. The griefs, repeated griefs, and despite all our efforts in the health system, sometimes these things don't go very well. It's not always joyous and fine. Although most health professionals are full of good intentions, the life is such and the system is such that it doesn't go the right way. I've never experienced a family that didn't have some form of trauma in their trajectory. And it would be wrong not to mention that, not to be aware of that, not to take it into consideration when we do the follow-up and management of families with rare diseases. Because it finally colors what happens now, it will color what will happen later on. How will we navigate through the next uncertainties, the next bad news, the next good ideas that we don't know whether or not they will work? We have to take this into consideration. So it's rare, It's complex. It's complicated. There's a whole lot of appointments, a whole lot of people we have to meet, and generally it's traumatizing. So what do we do? Fasten your seatbelt and let's go on the roller coaster of rare diseases, and we travel this roller coaster together. I spoke to some of my colleagues, cardiologists. It's a patient we share who has the Costello syndrome. And a couple of years ago, when we diagnosed that, we started an experimental treatment for her hypertrophy, heart hypertrophy. Her heart has become too big. We couldn't do its job. There were drugs under studies for similar diseases to allow some form C chemotherapy. It was indicated to try it. And the parents asked my colleague, what will happen? The truth is that we don't know. The best estimated guess is the best we can do. It's the best we can propose now. He said, we're going to read the book as we write it. That's what we should have the humility to do. It's strangely uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable for you. It's uncomfortable for us too, but it's the only thing to do. And I think there's a way to do it well. So we have to do our homework. Each time I meet a patient that gets into my office, most of the time, the reality or the truth sometimes is the first time I hear about her diagnosis in years and years. Oh, we'll have to look at the literature. I do my PubMed, as I showed you. I do my homework. I read her file from beginning to end, and that like it. I like a patient that comes with a pile of things. I like to have it before. I want to read it before and know what's in her file. When I'm interested, what's in his file or her file? Let's look at this together. We can pool our knowledge. Or I told you the example of a patient with a Pallister-Killian syndrome. It's extremely rare, but I have a colleague in my group who also has a teen with a Pallister-Killian syndrome. Once a year, we talk to each other and we say, how are you doing? What's happening with your patient? What happened at that age? And so on and so forth. And we share our knowledge. There is a community of practice on complex care, which is active in North America. We have a list of email distribution. And every day we receive emails about, hey, this question, I'm meeting this condition in my office. I have a patient. We don't know what's her diagnosis is, but her symptoms are like this. We tried this. Do you have other ideas? So we call each other. Hey, a community of practice, review the literature, find information that you can access to. And we have the humility of being innovative and think outside the box. Look at the problems with a different angle so as not always to repeat the same mistakes and propose the same things and doing things the same way. So I don't know if someone said it before. Who said it at the beginning with the patient testimonies? He said, I'm the one who spoke to my doctor about this possible treatment or this diagnosis. Actually, I appreciate this when there's a collaboration like this from the patient. A resident story. This fall, following a teen with a Rett syndrome, there's a new genetic treatment that has just been approved for the Rett syndrome by Health Canada in the fall. And I'll be very transparent with you. I look at the literature, I do my homework, but my 100 patients who have 100 different rare diseases, I can't look at their diagnosis every day. So the parents sent a little message to the nurse. I'm working with a little heads up. We will like to speak about profinicid with the doctor Lafontaine. Oh, okay. And I do my homework. We spoke about profilitin together. I find this rich and rewarding. I feel like saying, I don't have the key of knowledge. We are together in this boat, and we're not sure where the boat is going, but the only thing we know is that we are together in this boat. So I will bring you my knowledge, but I'm very happy when you bring me your knowledge and when we share it together. And it's a great thing that there are patient groups and Facebook groups. Okay, it's not scientific literature with randomized control studies, but if there's 8 patients in the world who have the same diagnosis right now, knowing that there are 6 other families who have tried this or that, X, Y, Z, it worked well, I think this is pretty much scientific.
Do we proceed when making decisions when we are uncertain. We call this sailing the gray zone, an estimated guess. So we sit down, we do this as a team, and we'll say, okay, so it's not obvious that for dyslipidemia, type 1 diabetes, or hypertension that there's, evidence as such. But we look at the most adequate evidence. And so when people say, what are your care objectives? What are your goals? What do you want to do? Where are we headed? Well, we can say, okay, I want to treat your pneumonia. So, it's easy to say that's the goal. But when you have a condition that impacts all the symptoms or all the systems in the body, when you have a condition that impacts on growth, development, QOL, and care goals, is not about curing everything, that everything will be perfect and that my x-rays are going to be perfect. It's not going to happen. Now, my treatment objectives was that, I would like my child to be able to go to school for as long and as late as possible. And I'd like to be in the hospital as little as possible. I'd like to be able to start eating by mouth. That would be fun, I would like the child to be seated at the table with us to eat and that he be able to participate in school activities. And so those are treatment goals. And the people working with me in our team, that's what we take into account when we assess treatment options and diagnostic approaches. We look at the best possible evidence we have available, even if it's scarce, and then we sit down with the people and we say, where are we headed together? What are our treatment goals? And there could be ethics, and the greatest ethics concept is first, do no harm. And now, will I propose something whereby the consequences or the pain and where the risks and the complications will be greater than the beneficial potential there might exist? Maybe not, but we'll put all that in the balance. And the more complicated, the more we have to simplify, the more complex the conditions are, as things are confused and blended, and as the list lengthens in terms of treatment, in terms of care or meds, then that complicates matters. But if we can simplify that, it'll help quality and assessment. So what do? We work as a team amongst each other, amongst medical professionals. I was listening to you earlier. And so, yes, we'll hear a doctor and another doctor. We'll see a doctor and another doctor. And often the doctors, they don't talk to each other because they don't all know each other. But one thing we can keep doing is talk. In, pediatric complex cases, we see patients together, and I hold my appointments with the respirologist. I do so with the gastroenterologist. The patients come to see me and we start, and then cardio comes in, and then we all talk together. And if we were unable to do that, we'll email each other, we'll call each other. Rather than proposing 8 different plans, we'll have one concerted effort, one plan, because we'll have thought out all the issues together. So we can't just form a team amongst ourselves, but with the patients and with the family. I don't know if it's a fine way to say, but generally I'll tell people, okay, so I know my medicine, but not all of medicine, only part of the medicine, and you know your child, and together we're going to become experts of your child's medical condition. I know the theory, you know what's happening on a day-to-day basis. Now, I can tell you, the medication will make it such that the child is going to cough a little less in the morning, but you know your child. I know medicine well, not too bad, and you know your child really well, and together we're going to become an expert of this condition, of this book that we are writing and reading together. Now, to offer a care that is also coordinated, not to just say, okay, this is the plan of one specialist, here's the other for the other specialist. Well, the plan of one specialist will have an impact on the plan of the other. We have to do this together. We have to make joint decisions together based on our care and treatment objectives. And we have to offer services to help you navigate the healthcare system. And it's horrendous to navigate the healthcare system. I tried to do it for myself and I got lost, so I can't imagine how it might be. And I know how it works. And it's really complicated. And it's key that we be able to coordinate things. And it's key that we be able to ponder and reflect beforehand that, the physician wants a blood test, XYZ, and Dr. B wants MNLP blood tests. And you don't want to prick the patient like 3 times, 5 times, just once. And then if you need imaging or, and then there'll be general anesthesia involved, and we'll do all this together. It's not even going to hurt the patient. We have to be able to coordinate, navigate this together. It's key to improve patients' QOL. And we also have to address the issue of medical trauma. I'm not a social worker, and we have to use common sense. And I think the best thing I can do and that I must do is to take my time, to sit down and to listen to people's stories and their narrative. When I sit in my office for the first time and I see a first patient for the first time, and he doesn't have a rare disease but has a long list, as long as my arm, of health issues, then I'll have done my homework, reviewing everything with my colleagues. I'll have done my homework. I'll have seen the file. I'll have seen also the response of the consult with the geneticist. And I don't have to have patients report the same thing 22 times. I mean, about their list of medication. Once or twice is enough. I want them to give me their story about their child, their view, their take on the medical story and narrative that they experience. We need that to understand the impact of your journey, which is the impact of the next steps of the journey will have of what occurred beforehand. The majority of families we meet say one day or the next will use the image of a roller coaster about wandering diagnoses. And even after that, the outcome and the unknown development and non-specific. So when a patient has a rare disease, it's like a roller coaster ride. It goes up quickly, comes down quickly, then it turns, and we don't exactly know what's going to happen. I'd like to be able to predict each of the bumps in the road. Sometimes I can, sometimes I cannot. I would like to be able to slow down. The car when it comes down too fast, or to treat the discomfort tied to each of this. Sometimes I can, sometimes I cannot. But the thing we can do as a team, however, is sit down in that car with the families and stay there till the very end and go through the ride with them. And this is a way to meet the challenge of the medical trauma. When we do that, we do patient and family-centered care. We do things together versus making decisions that are institutional centered care based on the institution's schedule, not based on the patient. We take our institution's agenda, the doctor's agenda, not based on the family and the patient's agenda, and that's wrong. And so, of course, when we say patient and family-centered care, we are together. The patient and the family are not just at the heart of the decision-making, but the patient and the family are into the decision-making process along with us. And tangibly, how we do this in real life, we have 2 programs at our center. We have the Montreal Children's Hospital Complex Pediatric Care Program and the Montreal Children's Hospital Coordination Navigation Service for cases of intermediate complexity. Now, it's very important that this picture be the first one because for the complex program, we are a multidisciplinary team. We're 6 pediatricians, but especially more than 10 extraordinary nurses who work together as a team. We have a psychoeducator, a social worker. We work with nutritionists, physical therapists, occupational therapists, and also in cooperation with subspecialists of the hospital, and they're into genetics, geneticians. And so everything, have to meet the criteria that I mentioned initially. These are children with chronic diseases, complicated conditions, and diseases where things are interrelated with a need for great care, a lot of fragility, and with a dependency on technology. And we take a charge. We manage this as a team. Every family has a primary or a PIVO nurse, and they get together to care them. We see them longitudinally. We see them a couple of times a year. We put everything in order. Our goal is to take care of the big picture, the overall picture, not just the heart, the kidneys, the brain, and the trachea, but all of the healthcare issues. And and to then to understand if we do this, how it's going to impact on that, and how to organize all of this. And we work in cooperation with each other and with the other actors within the hospital. Our colleagues are specialists and are super specialists or subspecialists, and we see patients in day medicine. We can then coordinate with investigations, blood tests, and x-rays. And during my appointment, I'm capable of providing treatment or using the technology tools that I need. And this is my team in 2021 when we won an award for the Foundation Excellence of MUHC. And we see patients like this, and we follow them in a linear or longitudinal fashion. But we also offer a service, an emergency, and there's a nurse from 6 a.m. to 22 hours. And we're available 24/7, and patients are managed and cared for. And we can help families remotely, and we can help them urgently in our office during the week, during the day, at night, in the evening. We speak to the emergentologist, and we make sure that we're available to provide support to the other teams. And you will therefore understand that this accounts for many, many resources. It's extraordinary what we do. Many, many resources. I call this the VIP service within the hospital. And unfortunately, or fortunately, we cannot offer it to everybody. And there was a time when all of the consults that would come forth, and then we'd wonder, we'd say, well, is it a good thing? Your child is not sick enough for us to manage him, but here's what we can offer. But we didn't have much to offer in terms of support. Now we do, and you see my colleague in the green sweater, and she provides support. And some patients need support, coordination, and navigation, as I said, to coordinate their appointment, to not have to go to the hospital, but within 2 weeks to go just once and to see everybody, and because otherwise we might not be able to succeed. And then to offer patients a pediatric support and follow up once a year, and try to put all the pieces of the puzzle together to meet everybody. And then other solutions that will propose this, the ICANN team that also won an award from the Healthcare Ministry a few years ago. And then what do? We show humility, we work together, and we put on our seatbelt, and then we get into that roller coaster car. And so we work with families for the children, and it yields moments like this one. I'm going to conclude on this. At the middle of the picture, you see Giuliano. Don't tell him, but he's my favorite patient. He's got a charge syndrome. He's got an extraordinary family. You see him with his mommy, his two big brothers, myself in the center of the picture. Far right, Nadine, his primary care nurse, and then his respirologist, with whom we see Giuliano in clinic together for quite a few years, and my colleague Tarek Hallal that knows him real well. And we share those challenging moments and also fine moments. And last summer was the awareness charge syndrome event. People were invited to take pictures to show how they celebrated that event. And Juju's mommy brought in a cake for the team. We had it together, and we don't see this in the picture. And Giuliano was running all over the place, and that's why we put little trucks on the table. And so there you have it. And I thank you for your attention. And it will be my great pleasure to take your questions if we have the time, and to chat with you thereafter. Thank you so much.
Bonjour, merci pour votre présentation.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. It was highly interesting. I notice that we're talking about children with complex conditions, complex care. Often they depend on technology advancements. When talking about a patient that has a systemic involvement without any technology assistance or support, but still can pass with these supports, but it's borderline. I feel there's no category for these patients. For example, if there's a virus or a flu, one will end up in the ER because we can't control this remotely, and there's no condition they'll make it such that we'll intervene and provide technology support. However, we're sort of borderline, and same applies for breathlessness. And finally, it doesn't fall into the complex category. And so, what would you call that a category? Because they don't fall into the category of ordinary people. Exactly. In fact, In fact, there are kids who have far more needs than those, and as those that you describe, and those that fall into our program. I think the solution, and the first parenthesis I want to open up in terms of ER access. We're the only program in Canada, to my knowledge, in North America to offer call waiting program and service for emergencies. And elsewhere in Quebec and Canada, they don't offer that. In other hospitals in other provinces, they're rather organized in an out clinic and longitudinal follow-up system. And most of the time, unfortunately, even for patients with a medical complexity that meets these criteria, there's rarely a safety net and preferred access. I think that programs such as ICANN, which is the one for intermediary complexity, I think that's part of the solution. I was going to say the easy answer, but I don't think it's an easy answer. But the easiest things to set in place is to offer coordinating and navigating the services, and to at least to no longer have 1,001 appointments and nothing to be lost in translation, and that nothing be missed, and that one be forgotten on a wait list somewhere. But I believe that afterwards it calls for, even if we're not technology dependent, I think one must be able to offer a coordinated longitudinal management approach, and I think that's a pediatrician's role to do this within the pediatric population, and within the adult population, that's another issue. We can talk about that later, but within the pediatric situation, I think it's the pediatrician's role to put all of the puzzle pieces together and to have an overall vision as much as possible. It's not easy because longitudinal children, pediatricians, depending on which environment they work in, they don't always have access to all of the info. And, maybe a few years from now, we'll have a real medical file. And so we cross our fingers, we'll have everything needed and it'll meet all the needs. But right now, there are challenges in terms of communication, information. And so you're right, it doesn't meet the needs of all the children. But I nonetheless believe that the manner in which to approach things should be the same. And we don't have to do so with as much. Well, we need a great deal of resources. We have very frail and very sick patients, but even if we don't have all those needs, to have a coordinated, concerted approach and to show humility, to sit down, to listen, to take the time out and to review the literature and to call upon experts, and to do so in a concerted fashion and not in silos. That remains the answer and the solution. Because I saw, and I think it works, and that's what needs to be done. I have an online comment here. Christine is saying, if we had physicians like said pediatrician, like her as a pediatrician, would have to consult a slew of specialists that work in silos. And thank you, dearest doctor, for your humility. Unfortunately, not all of your colleagues have shown this quality. Some don't know, still don't know, won't seek out the information from other colleagues, and confronted with the challenges. These are the same doctors that gaslight us, and also are we pay the price for their ignorance. And thank you again. I realize not everybody has this kind of approach. I'm not the only one. I have many, many colleagues who work the same way I do. And so, and indeed, I'm not into adult medicine, so I don't know. Maybe I'm speaking through my hat, or I don't know what I'm saying, but I know that there was a day last fall we spoke of the transition to convert back to adult medicine. We see our families that support their teenagers, their adolescents, and we share attentively the same remarks. Oh, what's going to happen when he turns into an adult, when he becomes of age? Now, as a team, we are working. It's one thing to have those transition tools and to prepare, but what we do in our medical jargon, we call this having a medical home. We need a medical home in adult medicine as well, to find friends in adult medicine who will want to not do like us, because I don't know how it works in adult medicine, and I don't want to be an adult pediatrician, but to have a concerted and multidisciplinary approach where you have a medical home and a place where one has a sense of belonging. And so we're trying to find friends in adult medicine to try to hold pilot project of the sort. But it's true. It is a major challenge. Yes. And you've just answered three-quarters of my question. In fact, I wanted to approach at an angle of the transition indeed into the adult age. And might this model firstly be piloted on the adult side? Oh, I'd really like that. And if we prepare the person with an early diagnosis in order to give tips and that we support him in this, and perhaps the adult process could be less tedious, and yes, there could be a burden, but I'm wondering if this could be an innovation and a possibility in the adult area. I'd like this. We only need people who are into adult medicine who feel like trying this, and if ever you know people who want to do this, but, you know, I mean, we'll be very happy to talk to them, because yes, I mean, I think we should do this, and the way that I see it, two things. Firstly, I don't think the transition should be done at a point in town. I think it's a tunnel. I think it's a passage. And I think we should leave that transition process when we're truly well connected and we have a medical home within adult medicine. It could be done at 19, could be done at 25 years of age, to accept that we work together, and we must accept, but the institutions must also accept that we can see patients older than 18 years of age one day, and that people in adult medicine accept we do so together and that we work together. And then we can sit down and chat for quite some time on all of those organizational, structural, government barriers, which are very challenging. And at the children, we want sometimes to keep our patients beyond age 18. Sometimes we manage to do so, but it calls for a special DSP approval, and it's it's very convoluted, and when the patient shows up in hospital for 3 days, it becomes very complicated, and the system has to be more flexible. And I would hope that we have teams that are equivalent in adult medicine as we have, so we might work together, and it could be a process, a tunnel, and not just a point in time. And the other comment I'd like to add is that there's the concept of having a diagnosis, indeed, but the reality, it really feels good when we have a diagnosis. I mean, as a team, we know what's happening, but as a family, as a parent, I can't imagine to what extent it might be a relief to have a diagnosis. The reality makes it such that, well, probably there are plenty of things, not that we're not trying and we don't want, but science and the data and the technology tools that we have do not allow us to pose a diagnosis right now. It doesn't mean there's nothing. It's just that there's something on which I cannot apply a label. And perhaps we'll be able to apply a label later on. And beyond that, the real thing, the most important thing, is that we shouldn't need to label anything to offer services and to access treatment. We should be able to offer care, services based on the patient's needs, and that's the bet that a team such as ours has done. We accept patients not based on their diagnosis, we accept patients based on their symptoms, on their needs for care, treatment, and services. And if we can meet their needs in view of what we can offer, I really don't care about the label, whether it exists or not. We'll manage them from head to toe while addressing their needs, because I don't have a practical guide to manage from head to toe and to manage patients with symptoms, but I will address each of the issues, each of the needs based on what they are, and I will offer my best estimated guess that we can address these issues based on what I have in terms of scientific info today, and that I can manage with the resources in line with the family's objectives. And then we really don't care about the diagnosis, and then we can really perform true and real medicine, I believe. Yeah, we can talk again later.
M'entendez?
Absolument.
Can you hear me? I'm listening, and of course, this will be in adult medicine, but the entire journey that you're talking about is very important. In rare diseases, diagnosed or not, there should be a health card or a health fact sheet. I did all the work socially for my daughter when she transitioned into adulthood. And so all people that intervened with her to make it such, yes, like a passport, that's right, the photos and the specific traits and how to approach a child as a young adult. And it was a huge success to proceed as such. So we don't have to start recounting our narrative every time. If we make it to the ER, if we have a health file and there are specific issues, and at the time it was an endo that prepared the fact sheet or the health sheet. When I showed up in the ER, it said, this patient does not have to show fever to indicate an infection. So please take seriously that we have to further investigate. So these are tiny things as a parent, as a caregiver, as a stakeholder. I mean, to just do that little tiny step will be of great assistance, of great help. That's right. And that's part of those things that we do, to have some sort of account or summary for patients who have conditions that stand out of the ordinary or for whom, when things are not going well, we need a game plan. And I call this an acute care plan. You know, being in our environment, to have that approach plan to do exactly what you say. When my child will develop an infection, will not show a fever and such usual symptoms. So to have that and to have that as part of a clear plan with steps is key and super helpful for families. And it's part of those things that we do for patients, and we should do that for everyone, but for patients for whom it's really unique, and we come up with this kind of plan. And there are plenty of initiatives and plenty of literature on these communication tools. And I've really liked what you said. Yes, the list of diagnoses for physicians and that of drugs as well, but you added a picture and you added how to communicate with your daughter. And I can imagine this. I'm putting words in your mouth, but you probably put something somewhere, what she's like when things are well, and things to define her, to describe her. And this is super important as well. And I hope I'll be able to do this, but I have a pilot project that we're trying to launch with families with a simple intro, a video, photo of the patient when they're doing well, and patients when they're in their family environment, their living environment, when at home, when they're doing well, to clearly translate so that when they meet a healthcare professional, when they show up in the ER, in the hospital, to see what they look like. And so there are plenty of initiatives of the sort that are key. And I will stop now. Thank you very much, Dr. Lafontaine. Oh my God, I would have taken all this information, taken her info all day long, but unfortunately, I mean, just one speaker when publishing this on social media will be a little arid. And so I think we caught up with our latedness, but we could do so over the lunch hour and for the panel this afternoon. But I hope everyone here appreciated, and everybody in the room and everybody listening online. And you know, what I'm taking away with this kind of message, this is what came to me while listening to Dr. Lafontaine, is that at times we get the impression that we only see the doctor before and above all. Here we saw the evidence that we have human beings behind the doctors, the physicians. So yes, sometimes we could have negative experiences, and I say at times, perhaps it's a euphemism, because at RQMO we receive a lot of comments that it's not easy, but there are physicians like Dr. Lafontaine who really do their best and a little more to meet those needs. So for the next presenter, I have the honor of introducing Richard-Crête, and a zebra that's not much different from you. And despite disease, worked in social work and in intervention for 10 or so years already. And it's in parentheses. I mean, I don't know if you wanted me to mention this. this or not. And I didn't study acting. I'm reading the sheet. And so she accumulated work experience in various healthcare, social services sectors, and did see the reality of patients and psychosocial stakeholders and workers, led her to have a wider understanding of what a rare disease patient can experience, and in a quest to ask for assistance, I'm introducing Audrey Richard-Crête. And we can hand it over to you. They're all there, all available. Super.
Bonjour, bonjour. Ah, voilà.
Well,
Donc, bonjour
okay,
tout le monde.
there we go. Hi, everyone.
Richard-Crête,
My
je
name is
travailleuse
Audrey
sociale.
Richard-Crête. I'm a
Je suis
social
vraiment heureuse d'être devant vous ce
worker.
matin
I'm
parce
really
que la
nervous in
dernière
front of
année,
you
j'ai
this
été
morning.
beaucoup plus
Because, you know,
zébrée que
in the
TF.
last year, I was more
Fait que j'ai un
zebra
peu
than,
un retour là, dans mes souliers professionnels. Puis je suis
than
vraiment
a social worker. And I'm
excitée de faire
getting
ça
back into my
aujourd'hui.
professional shoes now. I'm excited to about doing that
Tu m'as
today.
dit le bouton vert, hein?
They told me the green button.
OK. Donc, pour vrai, l'idée
Okay, there we
aujourd'hui,
go.
c'est pas de faire de vous là,
The
des
goal
experts
today is not
psychosociaux
to
du réseau de
make
la
of
santé et
you
services sociaux.
psychosocial
Parce
experts in
qu'après
the network
déjà
of health and
5-6 ans dans
social
le réseau,
services, because
ben, ma
after
compréhension
5 or
est
6
quand
years
même
in the
limitée, tu
network,
sais.
my
Fait que
understanding is
je
still
pense que
limited.
le but
So,
aujourd'hui, c'est
the
de
goal
clarifier qu'est-ce qu'on
today
veut dire quand on
is to
parle de services
clarify
psychosociaux.
what do we mean by when we talk about
Puis
psychosocial
aussi, est
services,
où la pertinence de
and
recevoir des services
what's the
psychosociaux quand c'est notre corps
relevancy
qui est
of
malade.
receiving
Docteur Lafontaine,
psychosocial
elle a
services when
un peu
it's our
répondu à
body
la
that
question
is sick?
là-dessus, mais on va y
Dr.
aller plus en
Lafontaine pretty
profondeur.
much answered the
Puis
question a little
aussi
bit on
préciser
this.
là,
We'll
c'est
go
quoi
more
les besoins
deeply,
psychosociaux
and
vraiment
we
pour
want
les personnes qui
to
ont des maladies rares.
clarify
Puis
what
explorer
are
quelques pistes de
psychosocial needs for
solutions
people with rare
également.
diseases and explore some possible
Je vais finir
solutions.
par m'arranger avec le PowerPoint.
And
OK.
I will finally
Fait
know
que,
how to
avant de
change
rentrer
the
dans le vif du
slides.
sujet, tu sais,
Before getting to the
je vais
heart
beaucoup
of the
parler là,
matter,
du
I will
réseau
speak
de
a
la
lot
santé et services
about
sociaux.
the Health and Social Services
Parce que est là
Network,
mon expérience.
because
Parce que je suis
that's
pas en
where
mesure
my
de vous
experience
expliquer, par exemple,
lies.
toutes
And because I can't
les
explain to
particularités
you
des
all
services
the
psychosociaux qui vont être offerts, par exemple, au privé
specificities of the
ou dans les
psychosocial
organismes
services that
communautaires,
will
parce
be
qu'ils ont
offered in
toutes leurs
private
particularités que je serais
resources
pas en
or
mesure
in a community
d'expliquer
resources,
correctement.
because they have all kinds of
Puis, fait que je vais
specificities
beaucoup
that I
parler du réseau
wouldn't
de
be
la
able to
santé.
explain. So I'll speak a lot
Depuis le
about
1er
the
décembre
Health
2024, là,
Network.
il y a une
Since
transition
December
graduelle
1st,
vers Santé
2024,
Québec.
there's a gradual
Fait
transition
que ce
to
que vous
Santé Québec.
actuellement, vous allez entendre
So
parler de
what
6
you will
CIUS
hear
pour
about
parler
is
du
6
réseau de la santé, mais
CIUSes
tranquillement, pas vite,
in
Santé Québec va
the
venir.
Health Network, but gradually Santé Québec
Donc,
will
moi.
come to the front of
Donc,
the
comme je
stage.
disais, là, je suis
So
aussi un zèbre.
who am I? I'm
Depuis
also a zebra.
l'adolescence, j'ai plusieurs
Since I'm
problèmes
a
de
teen,
santé.
I've had several
Je
health
suis en errance
problems.
diagnostique.
I'm
Pour être honnête,
in
c'est
a
vraiment
diagnostic
weird de
wondering.
dire à
I'm
haute
in
voix devant
diagnostic
autant
limbo.
de gens.
It's really weird to say
Mais
this
voilà.
aloud
Fait
in
que
front of so many
malgré la
people,
douleur, malgré
but
les
there
symptômes
he
et
is,
les
despite
36 millions
pain,
de milliards de
despite the
rendez-vous tout le
symptoms
temps,
and 36,
j'ai fait mon
36
bac
billion
en
appointments.
travail
I did
social,
my
en
bachelor's
technique également.
degree in social work and in social
Puis un
techniques.
petit CV rapide, là, j'ai
And a
travaillé en
little resume,
pédopsychiatrie,
I
j'ai fait
worked
de la
in child
crise
psychiatry. I
adulte.
did some
Quand
adult
on parle de crise,
crisis
là, c'est
intervention. When I speak about
sur le terrain,
crisis,
aller voir
it
les gens qui vont pas
means
bien avec les
going
policiers.
to the ground, going
Puis
to
j'ai
see people
commencé à
who
m'impliquer
who
là,
are
dans
not doing
la
well with the
communauté de patients
police.
partenaires
And I started getting
parce
involved
que
in
j'avais besoin
my
de
cohort of patient partners
ça ressemble un peu à
because
quelque chose, là, tu sais, ce
I
que j'avais
needed
vécu.
to be
Fait que
useful and I
ça
wanted
servait.
my background to be useful. So let's use it.
OK. Bon. Fait que qu'est-ce que ça veut dire
So
psychosocial?
what
C'est
do we
un
mean by
bien grand
psychosocial?
mot
It's a long
parce
word
que eh là là.
because
OK. Dans le fond, on part du principe là,
we start from
qu'un
the
être humain,
principle that a human
c'est à la fois la
being
sphère
is
biologique,
both the
la
biological
sphère
sphere,
psychologique et la
the
sphère sociale.
psychological sphere, and the
Ça rejoint
social
beaucoup
sphere.
le fait
And
que
that
les
is
services
related
doivent
to
être
the fact
concertés
that services have
pour
to be
ces services-là.
concerted. All those
Puis,
services have to
comme vous
be
pouvez voir, dans le
concerted
fond, le
and
facteur
done
biologique, ça va être
in
le
combination.
corps. Fait que les
The
symptômes
biological
physiques,
factor
tout ça.
means the body's physical
Bon,
symptom.
je vais me gérer. Une grande respiration. Puis on
Let
continue.
me manage this slide change.
Fait que ce
Let
qui
me
retenir
take a
là-dedans, c'est
deep
que chaque
breath. What
professionnel que vous
I
allez
want to
croiser
say on this,
ont
each
comme
professional
des
you
problèmes
will
avec une
meet
majeure. Mettons,
was
un médecin,
trained
là,
with a
sa
major.
majeure, c'est le
Let's say
biologique.
a physician
Que
is
moi, comme
mostly
travailleuse
specialized
sociale,
in
ben, j'ai pas de cette
biological.
majeure-là.
as a social worker, I don't have this major. I studied in the social sphere, so in the social environment. And when we speak about the environment, it's everything that is exterior or outside of the person, but has an impact on the person. For example, financial conditions, the location where the person is living. Does this person have a close network or not? People's revolving around her or not? When we say psychosocial, it means all the workers that have not done a major in biology or in a related sphere to biology.
Fait que le travail social dans tout
So,
ce
social
beau
work
mélange de trois
in
sphères
all
et de
this mix of
nombreuses
these three
possibilités,
spheres
de
and these
types
numerous
différents
possibilities
psychosociaux dans le
of
réseau de la
different
santé.
types of psychosocial stakeholders in the health network, where is social
Je
work
vous ai
in all
mis
of this?
la belle définition là, de
I
l'Ordre des
put
travailleurs
you the
sociaux.
great definition given by
Donc,
the
il
Order
y a
of
les
Social
personnes
Workers
et
of
les
Quebec.
communautés
The
qui
social
vivent des
workers help
problèmes, qui soient liés à
people
des situations
and
difficiles,
communities
de crise ou de la
experiencing
vie courante.
problems, whether
Puis,
related to
ils
difficult
élaborent avec elles des
crisis
pistes de
or
solutions en
everyday
fonction de leurs
situations.
forces
And
et
they work
celles
with
de
them to
leurs milieux.
develop solutions
Ben,
based
fait
on
qu'en
their
gros, notre job,
strengths and those of
c'est
their
de vous aider.
community to improve their well-being.
C'est
So
ça
my
qui est en
job is to help
le
you.
psychosocial,
That's
notre
what we have
but,
to remember.
c'est de
For us
prendre
at
votre situation qui est
psychosocial work,
complexe,
our goal is to
puis
take
de
your
vous aider
complex
à
situation
l'améliorer.
and to help you
Tandis que, tu sais, mettons, un médecin,
improve on
lui,
it.
va se centrer
Whereas
plus
a
sur le
physician will
corps, nous
focus a
autres, on
bit
se
more
centre
on the
sur le
body.
reste.
We focus on the rest.
Et voilà. Bref, pourquoi est-ce
So,
que
in
j'ai besoin
brief,
de psychosocial
why do I
si
need
mon corps qui est
psychosocial
malade?
services if it's my body that is sick?
Ah, voilà.
Oh, thank you.
On va s'en sortir. Hein?
We'll manage. We'll manage.
Voilà, voilà.
Oh,
Fait que
okay,
ce
there
qu'il y a
we
à
go.
retenir, là, c'est que
So,
ce qui est
what is to
important,
be
c'est pas
remembered
qu'on ait vu
here?
une
The
travailleuse
important
sociale,
thing is not for
une
you
psychologue
to
ou une agente de
see a
relations
social
humaines
worker or a
ou une
psychologist
criminologue.
or a human
Ce qui est
relations
important, c'est
officer
la
or a
qualité du
criminologist.
service. Puis
The
qu'à la fin de
important
la
thing
journée,
is
là,
the
quand vous sortez de votre
quality of the
rendez-vous avec
service.
la
So
TS
when
ou
you
peu
get out
importe,
of your
ben, votre
appointment
besoin
with
a été
the
répondu. Puis que la
social worker
pression
or
de
whatever,
toute la situation
your
qui vient
need
avec la
has
maladie,
been
ben,
answered
ça sera
to,
une petite affaire.
and all your
C'est ça qu'on
concerns
veut dire.
about your disease, it's become a little bit better.
Puis,
That's our
pourquoi
objective.
d'abord du
And
psychosocial si
then
mon problème il est dans mon
why
corps?
do I need
Ah ben,
psychosocial
parce que c'est
services
vraiment
if
pas facile d'être
it's my
malade.
body that's sick?
Donc, tu sais, on sous-estime beaucoup les
Because
difficultés
a rare
psychosociales qu'être
disease
malade
is not
peut amener
difficult. It's hard.
parce
It's
que
not easy. It's
ben, les
hard.
symptômes
We
physiques du corps
underestimate the
deviennent toute la
psychosocial
toute la
difficulties
place, puis
that
la
illness
personne, elle
can
est
bring
tellement
because
en
the symptoms
souffrance
take all the space,
ben, qu'on s'en
and the
sac là,
person is
que le loyer
suffering
il va être
so
difficile
much
à payer ce
that
mois-ci. Tu sais. Ça
they
devient
couldn't
quelque
care
chose,
less that
ces
they
choses-là
will have
qu'on
difficulty
peut pas
paying the
oublier
rent.
parce qu'il faut
Nobody cares
continuer de
about that.
fonctionner, il faut continuer de faire
All
nos
those things
affaires.
have to be taken care of because you have to
Mais
continue to
on
live
est
and do your
souvent
things.
pour investir
But
cette
energy
sphère-là.
is not
Puis
there
c'est
to invest
important de
in
le faire
that
quand même parce
sphere,
que, tu sais, comme
and
je disais
it's
au début,
important still to
on
do
essaie
it.
de viser
Because
une
as I
prise
said
en
at the
charge sur
beginning,
des services qui
we
sont
try
holistiques, qui
to
sont
aim
complets,
for
puis qu'une
holistic and
personne
complete management,
ben,
and
réussisse à avoir tous ses besoins
so that
répondus
one
dans
person
pas 36
manages to
hôpitaux
have
différents.
all her needs met
Puis,
without
terminer.
seeing 36
Vous
different
avez
people.
tous droit à un
And
espace
as I
pour faire
said,
vous exprimer. Parce
you
que,
you all have the right to a
ben,
safe
encore une
space
fois,
where
c'est
you can
vraiment
express
terrible d'être malade.
yourselves.
C'est terrible
Because
d'avoir
of course
l'impression qu'il y a
it's
personne qui
terrible
comprend
to
qu'est-ce
be
qu'on
sick,
vit puis qu'il faut se
and
faire
it's
expliquer
terrible
à
having the
chaque fois.
impression that nobody understands what you're
Mais
going through,
même,
and you have to
même si c'est
explain
terrible,
every
même si c'est
time.
difficile,
And
ben, vous avez
even
le
if
droit
it's
de l'avoir, cette
difficult,
aide-là.
you
Puis la
have a right to
demander,
have
mais c'est pas
that
trop.
help. And it's not
Insister
too
parce que c'est
much.
difficile, parce que
Insist, because
j'ai des émotions dépressives, parce que
I have
je suis pas capable de
depressive
travailler, j'ai de la misère à faire
emotions.
mes
I
choses,
can't work. I have
ben
difficulty
j'ai le
doing my
droit d'en parler, tu sais,
things. I'm
ça a
allowed
sa
to
place,
talk
puis c'est
about this.
valide.
It has
Puis
a
c'est vraiment
space to
important
do
là,
that, and it's
de
valid.
donner le soin
And
à
it's
votre
really
santé mentale
important
puis à votre environnement social
to
autant qu'on le donne à son
give
corps.
care to your mental health and to your social sphere as well
Donc, qu'est-ce qui est
as
possible
much as
d'avoir
we
comme
want to
aide
give
dans le réseau
attention
de
to
la
your
santé?
body.
Euh,
So,
il y a
what
vraiment,
is to
vraiment,
be
vraiment
known
beaucoup trop de
in the
possibilités
field
pour
of
que je puisse vous nommer
health
ça
and social
aujourd'hui. Sinon,
psychosocial
j'aurais fait que
services?
ça
There
d'une
are too many
demi-heure.
possibilities. I would
Fait en gros,
go for half an
je vous ai
hour
mis
just
là, les
naming
services
all
qu'on va
those
trouver souvent.
different
Fait que
psychosocial
l'intervention de
services.
crise, ça,
There's
comme je vous
first,
expliquais un peu
I just
tantôt,
named the most frequent
c'est
ones.
la
Crisis
crise est là, là.
intervention. As I
Là,
said,
là,
it's
ça file
because
pas.
the
Puis là, là,
crisis is
maintenant, ça me
now,
prend une
here
solution.
and now, and I
Fait qu'il y a
need a
possibilité d'avoir des
solution
services comme ça.
now.
Il y
And
a
there's
aussi
a
un service
possibility
qui
to
est un peu
get
moins
those
connu,
crisis-based
d'intervention puis
services. There's
soutien
also another
ponctuel.
services that is
Euh,
occasional assistance and intervention.
Parce que, mettons qu'on
Because
parle d'intervention puis de
let's
soutien
say we're
ponctuel,
talking
ça va être
about
quelque chose qui va être offert dans l'accueil
occasional
psychosocial
assistance.
de votre
It's
CLSC
offered
de
in
votre
the
région. C'est un
psychosocial
service qui est vraiment
component of
méconnu,
the
là,
CLSC
mais
in your region.
vous avez
It's a
des
poorly
droits
known service,
dans les heures
but you
ouvrables
have the
de vous
right
pointer au CLSC puis
during
faire
working
comme,
hours
voilà,
to show
moi,
up at the CLSC
là,
to
je
say,
parle à une
okay,
intervenante.
I
Peu
want to
comment,
speak to someone.
ça vous appartient, mais vous avez le droit de
How?
vous présenter
For what reason?
puis
It
de
belongs to you.
voir
And you have the
un
right to
intervenant
show up
social
and to
là.
see
Tu sais, c'est sûr
a
que
social
en
stakeholder there and then.
ça se peut qu'il y ait un petit peu d'attente.
Of
On va
course,
passer
there
une
might
petite
be a little
demi-heure
bit of
assis sur une
waiting
chaise
time.
devant
You
son
might
dos,
have to
mais
spend
vous avez quand même le droit,
half an hour
n'importe
sitting
quand,
on a
si
chair
vous
waiting for
envoie une
your
pièce au
turn.
CLSC
But
qui
you
vous
have the
accueille.
right. They're supposed to be a social worker in a CLSC.
Également,
That you have the
mettons en
right
porte
to
d'entrée, là,
has
ça
an
serait
entrance
infosocial
door.
aussi.
It's
C'est
also
habituellement plus connu parce que infosocial,
infosocial.
c'est le 811, l'option 2.
It's named as
Mettons, vous avez
811
pas le goût de
option
sortir
2.
de chez vous puis d'y
Let's say
aller
you
au
don't want to
CLSC
get
parce
out
que c'est
of
loin,
your
faut se
home and
parquer,
go
ça
to the
gosse,
CLSC
blablabla.
because it's far
Ben,
away. You have to
infosocial,
find a
c'est votre
parking spot and so
téléphone,
on.
24/7.
Infosocial is a service you can
Puis,
access by
c'est
phone
eux autres, dans le fond, qui
24/7,
ont le
and
mécanisme d'accès qui est
they
centralisé.
do
Fait que
the centralized
t'appelles au 811, tu fais ta demande,
access
puis
mechanism.
tu
You
vas te
call
ramasser dans un
811,
service
you
quelque
make
part.
your request,
Ça,
and you
c'est sûr.
finally go
Fait que
to
c'est une
a
super bonne porte
service
d'entrée
somewhere. So it's
parce
a
que,
great
comme
entrance
je vais
door.
l'adresser un peu plus tard, quand on a une
Because
maladie
as I
rare,
will
on
say
a
later
une
on, when you
situation
have a rare
psychosociale qui est
disease,
complexe.
you have a
Fait que
complex
ça se peut, pour vrai, ça
psychosocial
se peut. Là,
situation.
je fais ma demande au
So
811, puis là,
it
je me
might be
ramasse,
that I make my request at
mettons,
811 and
je me ramasse en
finally they tell
déficience
me
intellectuelle, déficience
uh,
physique. Quand dans
they
le
have to
fond, mon
consult in
besoin, là,
intellectual
c'est
deficiency
plus
or
au niveau
physical
de la santé
deficiency
mentale ou
when my
d'adresser des
need is more
symptômes
for mental
dépressifs.
health to address my
Il va y avoir de
depression
la porte
symptoms.
tournante puis
So
de
there will
l'essai-erreur,
be
justement,
revolving
de par la
doors and
situation qui est
trials
plus
and
complexe.
errors
Une personne qui a une
depending
maladie
because
rare.
of the situation is more
Puis si je
complex with a
reviens un petit peu dans
person
les
with a
services
rare
possibles,
disease.
il y a aussi
If I
toute
go
une
back to the
mécanique là,
possible
d'accès au
services,
service.
there's
Parce
also
que,
a
mettons, la
service
demande là,
access
elle rentre au 811,
mechanism.
mais
Let's say
après,
your
elle est
request comes
dispatchée dans
into
le
the
bon
811,
programme.
then it's
Là, ce
dispatched
programme-là, il reçoit
into
votre
the right
papier,
program.
il le
Now,
lit.
this
Puis
program
là,
receives your
d'après
paper,
moi,
reads it,
ça
and they say,
pourrait aller
okay,
dans
I
peut-être ce
think this
sous-programme de
might
mes
go
programmes.
in this
Fait que là, ils vous appellent, ils
program
font votre
of my
intervention.
programs. Now they
Après, vous
call
allez
you,
parler
they
à
do
un petit
another
groupe.
intervention,
Ça, c'est
and finally
la grande
you speak
conclusion.
to a lot of people.
Puis,
That's the main conclusion to
donc
remember.
voilà, j'en ai perdu mon dé.
And
Mais
I
tout ça
lost
pour
my
dire,
thread, but all
infosocial,
this to say
c'est un
that
bon point de
InfoSocial
départ là, pour
is a good starting
essayer
point.
d'avoir des
811
services.
to try to get services.
Parfait. Puis maintenant qu'on a
And
clarifié qu'est-ce que
now
c'est
that
un
we've
service
clarified
psychosocial, puis pourquoi
what
je pourrais en
is
avoir
a
besoin,
psychosocial services,
ben, on va adresser ça
psychosocial service and
particulièrement
why might I need that?
moins nice, mais
Let's
réaliste,
address
c'est-à-dire les
and let's be
difficultés d'accès
realistic.
aux services
Let's talk
psychosociaux.
about
Parce que
the
tout le monde
access
s'entend là,
difficulties
que
when we want to
si ça
access
file pas pour
psychosocial
X, Y, Z
services.
raison, ben, tu as le droit
Because
d'avoir de l'aide, tu
everybody
as le droit
agrees
d'avoir
that
du
if you
soutien.
don't feel too
Mais
well for X
malheureusement,
reason,
la
you are
majorité des
allowed
réseaux de
to
la
have
santé actuellement,
assistance and
ça ressemble
support.
pas à ça.
Unfortunately, the health network
Pour,
that's
ouais,
now it's not
pour
what it
plusieurs
looks like
raisons.
for several
Puis, mais tu sais,
reasons.
mon but aujourd'hui, c'est
But
d'essayer
my
de
goal
vous donner des
today
petites
is
pistes
to
de solutions
try
sur
to
comment
give
je
you
pourrais
little
peut-être
possibilities,
essayer
little
d'avoir mon soutien
possible
psychosocial
solutions about
auquel
how
j'ai droit.
I could try to get this
Donc, mettons qu'on y va
psychosocial services
plus
that I'm
général en termes de
entitled to.
difficulté d'accès.
Now,
Mais c'est
let's go
un
to
manque
more
de
general
financement.
notions
Là,
about
j'ai écrit
lack of
spécialistes
access.
psychosociaux, mais
There's a lack of funding for
pas mal partout.
psychosocial
Tu sais.
services, but there's
Fait
a
que
lack of funding for all
ce que
kinds
le
of
manque
things
de
pretty much
financement
everywhere.
ça amène une
And
pénurie de
that
personnel. Fait que ça
leads
crée
to a staff
pas beaucoup
shortage,
d'intervenants
so that there are
psychosociaux, pas par
not a
exemple
lot
dans
of
une équipe
psychosocial
médicale,
stakeholders in
parce
a
que
medical
ben,
team,
il y
for
a pas de budget.
example,
Fait que là, c'est
because there's
difficile
no
d'avoir
budget.
des postes.
So
Fait
it's
que là, ça
difficult
se
to
ramasse
have
que
positions.
les services sont
So
difficiles à offrir
eventually,
de
services
par le
are
manque de
difficult
personnel.
to
Puis parce
offer
que le
because of
personnel
the
qui
lack of
reste, ben,
staff and because the
c'est des
remaining
dépotes.
staff
Pas parce
is
qu'ils ont envie de
overworked.
mais parce que
They're like
il
hens
y a
without
une très
heads.
grande demande au
Uh,
niveau de la
because
charge des
there's
intervenants.
very big demand
Ce
on
qui
these
fait des longues listes
staff,
d'attente
and
parce
they're
qu'on n'a pas
overloaded,
les ressources
which makes for
pour
long waiting lists
personnaliser le
because we don't
service.
have the
Fait que,
resources
par
to
exemple, moi,
personalize
je
the
travaille
service. For example,
avec des
I
enfants pour la
work
jeunesse. Fait que je fais de,
youth
je
mental
reçois les
health,
demandes puis je
so I receive
dispatche le
requests and
jeune
I
dans le bon service.
dispatch the young, the
J'évalue
keen to the right service, and I also evaluate whether or not this child should see a psychiatrist or not. And in that context, we don't have time to personalize the service. You know, the file that people like is a young person who has little depressive symptoms. I offer them my prepackaged intervention, and I'm pretty sure that with just the pieces of information about what depression is, how can I take care of myself in that, that'll be enough for that people with light symptoms. But someone that comes up with their encyclopedia of symptoms, I can come up with my little guide, what depression does to you and how can you care for yourself. But that's not going to change much because a person is a complex situation and the person is elsewhere. Ready-made formulas don't work for a lot of people. And there is also the fact that because of the lack of funding, even if professionals on the ground have new ideas about new programs or new things, it cannot be implemented because of the lack of funding. And there's some kind of a lack of collaboration between the various spheres. If we get back to this little diagram with biological, psychosocial, I don't think it's because the stakeholders say, okay, my sphere is biology. If you speak to me about your emotions, speak elsewhere. I'm not interested. It's not really that. But the reality is that each sphere is so complex that it's impossible to be an expert on everything. But we don't have a choice but to talk to each other, but because everybody is overloaded, overworked, everybody is running around everywhere, and everybody has already difficulty offering the services they're supposed to get. And when you add complexity that we have to talk to each other on top of everything else, there's a lack of time. It's not out of bad will. It's just because at one point you need a time to speak, and it's not always a reflex in the medical world. Okay, we have a social worker on this floor. Can you go and speak to her, maybe? That reflex still has to be developed. And it's because it takes a lot of steps before getting the service and finally getting into a social worker's office. So those are the difficulties, general difficulties to access social services. But imagine a person who, on top of that, has a rare disease. We have to re-explain their encyclopedia. And every time we force the worker to get out of their automatic pilot sphere of, I just distribute my treatment guides for depression, which fit pretty much everybody. But the person who comes into your office with a file that is thick like that, I have to take the time to read that file because I don't want this youth and their family to spend 3/4 of the meeting explaining what I should know because of the papers I have in hand. But that personalized offering of services is hardly possible because everybody is too much in a rush and doesn't have time. And that's really too bad because it's up to the parents and the patient and their relatives and natural caregivers to pick up the load of having to make all the requests. You are sick, you hurt, you're sad, you're irritated, you're mad, you're fed up going to the doctor, but now you have to dial 811 to tell the exact same thing, and I'll put you on a waiting list. Then they call you back. And again, you have to tell everything because it's another worker. You have to repeat the whole story. So it boils down to what we said earlier. It's up to the patient to bear the load of having the expertise of their own situation. And this is really specific with people who have rare diseases, because having a rare disease, by definition, involves issues in all three spheres. You know, your body has difficulty, your mental health has difficulty coping because your body can't get out of your disease. And on this, when you're sick, you want to be home, so you don't go out that much. You're isolated, you speak to friends and all that, you feel alone. So everything is in everything. I went faster than my PowerPoint because I know my things so well. And when you present a complex situation, it's difficult to assess. Let's put ourselves in the context. We're overloaded and we had to take an hour over lunch to read this darn fun. And the person doesn't fit in my program choices. What do I do then? If the person I met, I know she needs help. I understand it's because of the disease. This disease, I don't know. The person took an hour explaining to me, but that's not a debate. So, oh my God, I lost my idea. the training has left. I'll do away with this. I'll be fine.
Oui. Bon, excusez,
Ah,
je viens de reprendre
yeah.
le fil
Okay, I
de
just
votre
got the
pensée.
thread back.
C'est-à-dire,
I-
c'est
i.e.,
vraiment difficile dispatcher quelqu'un
it's really
parce que
difficult to dispatch a
les
person to the right
critères
place
d'admissibilité aux
because
différents programmes
the
sont très
eligibility
rigides.
criteria to the various programs are very
Mettons là,
rigid
que tu as un
and
petit pied en
set.
déficience physique,
Let's say
un
you're
petit pied en
partly
santé mentale adulte.
physical
Ben là, tu
deficiency,
pitches la balle, là.
part
Parce
adult
qu'on
mental health.
peut pas,
We'll pitch the
ben,
ball
on pourrait
on
vraiment
the
pas.
other side.
Tu sais,
We
offrir,
cannot,
mettons, des services dans
we
deux
could, but
directions
we
différentes
cannot
à la
offer
même
services in
personne.
two different directorates to the same person.
Ben, ça aiderait vraiment
That
beaucoup la personne, mais pas
would
le
help the
système de
person
la
a
santé.
lot, but not the
C'est
health
pas ça qui
system.
arrive.
It's not what happens.
Fait que voilà.
So either you're in adult mental
Il y a des
health or
solutions
something
maintenant
somewhere
parce
else.
qu'il y en a.
Possible solutions. There are
Euh,
possible solutions
tu
indeed.
sais, je pense que ça passe par
I think it goes
outiller,
through
sensibiliser le personnel
equipping
le premier. Puis
and
quand on dit personnel le
increasing the
premier,
awareness of
ben, c'est
frontline
le monde que vous voyez en
staff.
premier.
When you
Fait que le
say
monde aux
frontline
811,
staff, this is the
le
people
monde à
you see first. People at
l'urgence,
A11,
ben, c'est
people
plus
at the
complexe que ça,
emergency
en fait,
ward.
mais pour
It's all more complex
une
than that, but
demi-heure,
frontline.
rester dans cette
Let's stick to these
simplicité-là de première ligne.
simplicity about the
Il y
front
a
line.
également un meilleur financement de
And
services
there's also
psychosociaux. Ça
a
ferait
better
pas tort
funding for
personne.
psychosocial services that
Puis,
could
je
really
parle de
help.
sensibilisation parce que
I'm talking a lot about awareness too,
l'intention de
because
collaboration
the
entre les professionnels,
intent
elle est là.
of collaboration
C'est
between
pas parce que les
professionals is
professionnels
there.
aiment ça,
It's not because
parler puis
professionals
donner
like it
l'intervention en
not to
silo, tu
speak
sais.
to
C'est
anyone and
vraiment plus par
working in a
de
silo.
manque de possibilités.
It's because of lack of time and
Fait
lack
que
of
de par la
possibilities. They don't do this
sensibilisation
by
à
choice.
c'est vraiment
And
important de prendre soin aussi
that's
de
why
la
it's so
santé
important to
mentale et de
raise
l'environnement
awareness
social de
to
la
the fact
personne
that
qui est
it's really
malade.
important to take care of the mental health and
Puis
social
aussi
environment
de
of the
rendre des
sick
critères
person,
d'admissibilité
and
là, plus
also
flexibles,
to make
encore une fois,
eligibility
pour essayer
criteria
d'éviter là,
more
que
flexible.
ben, la
Once again,
personne
to
elle
try
essaye trois
to
programmes, trois
prevent
tests
the
avant de
person
trouver quelque
from
chose qui lui
trying
fasse bien.
3 programs and 3 social workers before finding someone that fits
Puis sinon,
or
pour les
some
proches,
service that
tu sais,
fits.
c'est vraiment
Otherwise,
de se concentrer sur les portes d'entrée,
the thing
qui
is to
sont encore une
focus
fois
on the
l'accueil
entrance
psychosocial ou
doors,
CLSC,
which are the psychosocial
les
reception
heures
at your
d'ouverture, c'est à valider
CLSC,
selon votre région, là,
and the
et le
business hours
811.
are to be validated
De
depending on
votre
your
côté,
region,
vous
and
avez le droit
811.
d'avoir du soutien en cas de
811.
maladie.
Those are the 2
Pas
entrance
hésiter à le
doors.
demander,
You
même si on
have
vous
a
fait
right
sentir
to
que c'est pas
ask and
utile.
request.
Mais c'est
Although if they
nécessaire.
make you feel it's
Soit
going to
votre
be
région,
long, it's not
quoi que ce soit, ben,
necessary.
vous avez le
You're
droit
asking too
pareil.
much, but you still have
Attention
the
pour dire
right
que c'est
to
vous,
ask for it.
l'expert de
We
votre
come back to
situation.
the principle
Fait que
that
si
you
vous
are the
sentez que
expert
ça
in
fait
your
un
own
bout que vous avez
situation.
besoin d'en
If you
jaser,
say
ben c'est
you
ça.
don't feel well
C'est ça,
and
c'est
you
tout.
need to chat about it, that's it, that's it, that's all.
Voilà, puis que tu sais, toute demande d'aide, elle est importante.
Any
Puis
request
d'être
for
doux avec vous,
assistance
puis
is
célébrer vos petites
important.
victoires.
And
Parce que,
celebrate your
mettons, là,
victories.
que, tu sais,
Any
on n'est
request
pas
is
rendu à
important,
avoir
and
le service,
be
mais ça
gentle
m'a
with
fait du
yourself.
bien taper un
Celebrate
des
your
chiffres
small
du
victories.
panier
Let's say,
social du mois.
I don't yet have the
LRQMO.
service, but I like
Au moins,
speaking
la
with this
huitième, elle n'a pas été
8th
fine, tu sais.
social worker.
Fait
At
que
least the 8th social
on
worker
peut quand même prendre le temps de
was
célébrer qu'est-ce qu'on
kind.
est capable
We had
d'avoir,
the time
même
to
si c'est
celebrate
difficile de
what
l'avoir,
we
puis que le chemin
can
pour
get,
se rendre
although it's
est
difficult to get it.
caillouteux, un brin.
And the road to get
Fait
there
en
is
conclusion,
bumpy.
le réseau
As a
la santé et
conclusion,
services sociaux, ça roche.
the
Hein, c'est un peu ce que ça fait.
social
Mais ce
and
qui rend difficile
services and
d'avoir
health
accès à des
network
services
is a bit,
psychosociaux,
people are
mais c'est quand même
overloaded, which
primordial.
makes it
Même
difficult to
si c'est
get to
difficile,
psychosocial
c'est
services, which are
on peut pas
still
passer à côté de
of
ça. On
prime
peut pas faire
importance.
comme si
Even if it's difficult,
c'était
you
juste
can't
dans
do
notre corps
without
le
it.
problème.
You
C'est beaucoup
can't
plus complexe que
pretend
ça.
the problem is just in our body.
Pour
No,
vrai,
the problem is
faut pas
much bigger
hésiter à
than that.
insister.
And don't
Même si c'est
hesitate to
désagréable, on fait
insist,
que ça,
even if it's
insister.
unpleasant
Puis
and
se
you feel
soustraire
like
sur
you're
des
doing
services qu'on
only
aurait
this,
besoin.
insisting,
Parce que
insisting,
malheureusement,
and
vous voulez
arguing
pas,
about
puis
services
comme,
unique.
faites-le.
But unfortunately, you
Puis
have
actuellement,
the
le
right
RQMO,
to
puis la
have those
communauté de
services.
patients partenaires,
And currently,
on est
the
en train de travailler
RQMO
sur
and the patient
un
community
défi avec des
partners,
cartes, ou, tu
we're
sais,
working on
un
a
petit quelque chose à avoir
brochure
sur
or a
soi
resource
avec des
card
ressources
for
d'aide
psychosocial
qui
management
sont vraiment
on which
plus
you could have all
qui
the
fit mieux dans un contexte de
resources
maladie
that
rare.
would fit
Puis si vous
best in this
avez,
context of rare
si
diseases.
vous avez envie de nous partager
Then,
des
if you feel like
solutions
sharing
pour
with us some
améliorer l'accès aux
solutions
services
to
ou de
improve
partager
access to
votre premier
services, if you want to
ça, j'espère
share
vous entendre.
your real life experience, we'll be more than
Voilà,
pleased to
merci.
hear you. And voila, thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Audrey. Est-ce
Thank you
que
very
il y a
much,
des questions
Audrey.
dans la salle?
Any questions from the room,
Oh.
from the floor?
Merci beaucoup pour la
Thank you
présentation. Je
very
voulais
much for the
savoir, lorsque
presentation.
quelqu'un se
I
présente
wanted to know when
sporadiquement avec
someone
un
shows up
CLSC, est-ce qu'il peut avoir une
sporadically in in a CLSC, and suppose they have a consultation, Is there an evaluation that is done by the social worker, or after that, is there any support or resources that can be put in place following that consultation? Oh, well, it's a very good question. I'll take the example of a person showing up at the CLSC to receive support. There's always an assessment because the social worker has to understand how she can help you. And from there on, what's coming next at psychosocial assistance entrance room, it depends on the person, it depends on the situation, because once again, there is no ready-made formula. But yes, the goal is for you to come out of there with at least one solution and more peaceful than where you came in. Maybe the solution was to make a request for a service in a given program to get some follow-up. But maybe for you this time, you just needed some help to send the health insurance card form. Yeah, that can be done too. And you really have to see psychosocial desk as I see someone now and I want a solution here, right now.
J'ai entendu, mais si ça marche pas?
I heard if it doesn't work. Is that what I heard?
Oh, j'en doute pas.
Oh, I have no doubt about this.
On dit notre histoire, ça
We
a jamais
tell our
fonctionné.
story. It never worked anyway. And
En plus, on tombe sur des
on top of that, you fall on a waiting list before really actually seeing a social worker. It's like climbing that big mountain before even being able to speak to someone. You know, it's a plaster, and psychosocial services is really just a band-aid, because we know that in your situation, it's going to be apocalyptic like it is everywhere. Because I remember in previous years, the government was putting in place the individualized psychosocial services, but to my knowledge, it's never been implemented either. That's right. You have all kinds of ideas that are never get into reality. Can we make pressure so that this can really be implemented? That would be helpful for everyone. That's very interesting what you're saying there. And remember, you have the right to have those services. Having the right to have these services, I also have the right to say that the services don't suit me. There's a way to proceed. There's always the complaints commissioner, you know, when there's someone that doesn't meet your needs. This is part of your rights. It's not just I have the rights to receive those services, but I really have to complain that those services were totally dumb and useless.
Absolument.
The question was inaudible. The answer is absolutely. Yes, and I would have liked to find another solution except to tell you to continue to argue with people in the health network. But unfortunately, solutions to change that are really bigger than ourselves. So the only thing we can do as individuals with health problems is to continue to say that I have the right to get those services and help me. That's your job. I feel squeezed by that question because it's true. I'm here to say, oh, it's the patient who has to bear that load, but I have no way to relieve you of that load in yourself. You tell the same narrative all the time. It's an unanswered question, but you're all very good at what you're doing, and continue. Don't stop saying that what you feel is valid and you have the right to be heard and assisted in all that. So to rebound a bit on what you just said, and I support your approach 100%, I'm asking myself a question. We speak a lot about the medical field, that we have to raise professionals' awareness. We have to give them courses and training sessions to raise their awareness about what is their art. And I return the question to you. I was inspired by what you said. If we were to do the same thing for the social component, in the sense, doing more medical explanations, exactly. The RQMO could offer a training so that people can identify where it becomes complex. We don't have to put everything on the patient's shoulders. We'll give training to people who would like to dedicate themselves to more complex cases, because you agree. I'm convinced you don't want to be confronted to a case like that. We have griefs, we have emotions, we have a psychosocial complexity. So therapies overlap. Couldn't that be an option to be worked on? To work on different things? I'm sorry to pitch all this at you, No.
Mais pour vrai, c'est vrai que ça se fait
I
beaucoup.
understand.
La
But
sensibilisation
you're
est
right.
en tous
It
bords.
would be a good idea. And awareness raising goes in all directions. It's important for me as a social worker to raise the doctor's awareness about the psychosocial reality of the person. And when the doctor speaks, he should raise my awareness about what happens with the body of the person I'm helping. It goes both ways. That's the goal of the collaboration. Yes, it's not so much a question as just mentioning that difficulties are experienced when the young person is more than 18 years of age. When you don't know the service and you call 811, you have a young person or a family, it can work well. I want to be positive here. When the person was under 18, we had support for brothers and sometimes just managing the parents. And we knew none of their services. And it's thanks to the 811 that we were directed to the right places in our region because hospitals are in larger centers and we were not living in Montreal at the time. Just to say there is a glimmer of hope. It can be long, but services like 811 can help and you can receive help and support. And once the child was a minor, but when he becomes an adult, it turns out differently. In those years, for this child and for our other children, it was extremely important and beneficial. Let's not be discouraged. Sometimes it can make a whole difference for a family. And let me hitchhike on this. In youth services, there are more services, more family-oriented services than for adults, because generally we take it for granted that adults live in their own apartment, they do their things, and once in a while they call their mother. So the relevance of automatically offering family-based services is not so much there, theoretically. But for youth, it's something we see a lot because you can't remove a child from their parents. You're right. Thank you for this little positive note you gave us. Yes, hello. To hitchhike a little bit on what Casandra said, I was wondering if there is not a list of experts or psychologists, for example, for rare diseases, because you don't have the same issues when you experience a rape or someone who harassed you at work than someone with a rare disease. Uh, we go to the site of the Order of Psychologists of Quebec, there are waiting lines and so on. Can we have a list of resources for people who are affected by rare diseases?
I don't know any off the top of my head, but this is one of the things that would be interesting to put together because indeed we were saying that with RQMO, yes, of course, there are projects underway, and this might be interesting to develop because indeed it doesn't call for the same kind of training or education as someone who lives with a rare disease versus somebody who has a hard time raising their children. Of course, it's not the same area of expertise. Hello, my name is François Saint-Ange, president of Fédération Sommeil for Quebec and French Canada. And firstly, I appreciate what you said, and this is a very good point that you raised in terms of hope. I'll give you something real quick. And yes, to give hope to everyone with a rare disease. One of my cousins is the Canadian Fibrocystic Foundation, and he's the dean. And they did find a treatment, and his case was very, very tedious, and he was saved. And that's what I wanted to say for both points. Now, the third one, and the Fédération Sommeil, we have an issue. It's related to, and it brings together all those other issues because often people lack sleep or they have too much sleep. It could go both ways. Or it could also involve people who are part of a family with one person having a sleep disorder, and this impacts on the social aspect and everything. Now, my point is that you can also, I mean, the healthcare system or social systems should examine new options that have not been raised. Now, I'll give you one if you're interested, and to everyone here, we hired a nurse. So, and she's free. Those with sleep disorders can call the foundation. It's confidential and in writing or by phone. People can contact the foundation. That's one way. And when it's not suspected. And so she gets like 10 things a month or 10 writings a month or one contact by phone, but she can have 300 per month. But some people could work for about 10 hours from home. They'll be very happy. And this is pretty much a scenario of our bachelor nurse, and she's doing this. And so it's those, you know, those resources, unsuspected resources that the government should use, because there are many others that are not being used. That's right. There's innovation everywhere. It's not because it hasn't made it to the healthcare system that innovation, good ideas, and, you know, they're not available. Yes, and I'll allow Dr. Lafontaine to speak. There's Paul who wants to intervene, but it's lunchtime, and I suspect everybody's hungry. Hello, Audrey, right? Yes. I know the lack of agility of the healthcare system to know the transition from adulthood to adulthood. And so, which is the agility of social services outside of hospitals, so in CLSC clinics? Now, to what extent, when a patient or the child turns 18, oops, it's no longer the same team that will manage the child. Now, I know that it works in certain programs, you know, I'm relatively aware when there's mediation or whatever, but when I address transition with an adult or a young adult with my patients, I make sure that there's a social worker in the CLSC to manage those things I don't know how to manage. And so, does that person disappear at 18? I mean, is the system flexible enough for the transition to happen, and rather than missing the net? Well, we try. We have a sort of list that's managed by coordinating services. When they near 18 years in the next 6 months, then they're in the system, and then we reassess to see where the patient is at, and then we can tie that in with adult services. But it's not youth who will decide if he'll be taken under adult services. And so if we say it's mandatory that this young person be managed, if you know, I mean, once he transitions into adult management, it might not happen. It's different. We're going to have to go eat now, but I'm not going anywhere. Inaudible for the interpreter. Well, the reality is that when we transition into adulthood and adult management, often they'll ask the young adult, do you continue to receive services? And the child will be so fed up with getting so many appointments. The answer will be no. As a parent, I mean, we're no longer parents, and we know that the child is sick, and it would be very helpful to consult. Well, then the only way to continue and to support our young adult is not to go where youth protection, it's to go see a notary to have the child declared as unfit to be able to speak on his behalf, to say, no, he still needs services. Yes, but it's based on the fact that psychosocial services are based on willingness, you know, of the person, from the person receiving the care. Yeah, but when the child or the patient is sick, he doesn't always have the ability. Sometimes he'll say no because he's fed up, but the parents will continue to support their child. And so with the social worker, and then he'll undergo an intervention. And in youth, that's right. In youth protection, we'll often see this, you know, the young adolescent, you think it's cool to use substances. He doesn't feel like talking to the social worker, you know, and then we'll deal with the parents. But that's an issue. Once a patient is of age and we're not sure that he's fit, is he fit or unfit, and falls between the two? And that makes everything complicated. And yeah, but we see our son who is sick, and all this to say that to transition from a child to adult, it's complex. As a parent, we don't receive all of the information. If we're not a parent that's going to seek out the information, we're not going to get it. Absolutely. So that's what it comes down to. I heard and listened to your presentation. I would like my social worker to think like you. And I think you don't all go to the same school and you don't learn the same material. I have a problem. I'd like to see the difference between a social worker, the social tech, and there's another title. Now you have three titles that work together. Well, deep down, it's the amount of studies. They decided to put a label. A technician will have gone through CJEP. Yeah, she's less skilled because, you know, we realized she had no skills, but she was given all the rights or the power. So I'm wondering, what should we do for this to change? Because services are cut off to us without even asking, and they assess us, and they don't have the skill. They're not qualified to assess us. They have us go through that famous test. ECZ, that's right. And they tell us that with this, we'll get all the answers. Now, what might we do? Because, by the way, you know, I'm part of the Quebec Handicapped and Disabled People for the province of Quebec, and we talked to the government, what should I ask for things to change? Because, you know, I mean, there's a shortcoming. We have adults as of 18 all the way to 65 years old. They're deprived of services, they're left to themselves, and some of them, unfortunately, their parents are no longer there, and they're no longer around. They're 18, 19, 20 years old, and they're left to themselves. And then they call us up and they say, what do I do? And when we try to call the CLSC, then they transfer us to the social technician or the assistant. Oh, yeah, the famous social assistant. And she's got zero skill, and then she can give you an answer, and then finally you realize that the answer she gave you, that's not what you have to implement, and then you have to turn elsewhere. And then it's always a struggle like this, back and forth. I'd like to know who to speak to and how to speak or contact anybody. Can you give me that answer? And after 18, is it to be a social worker, firstly, and for those famous tests to be applied by the physical therapist or anybody else, because the social worker is not skilled to apply that test? Well, there's no ready-made answer to your question. It's complex because if I'll take, well, I mean, maybe there were 45 graduates when I completed my bachelor's degree, and out of the 45 social workers, you don't have one that's in the same place. Not one has the same skill or qualification, so it's very challenging. You know, it's hard to associate specifically what type of professional does this or that, because there are other issues other than, and social workers, you know, they cost a lot, especially professionally, and far more than the technician who's not in a professional setting. So within the budget, of course, they try to patch up all of this with solutions that are, you know, temporary solutions that don't adhere, that don't stick. And so the solution, which is it? I don't know. Even if we only had social workers at 811, you know, and to have the psychosocial support, all the mechanics behind that and the trajectory is so complex, so many options, and there's so much fine print, and it's expensive. So I don't think, honestly, I don't have an answer. In fact, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what they're trying to do, in fact. They're trying to bring together everything, and no comment, but that's the ultimate goal by Santé Québec, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
Ça fonctionne?
It works. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Audrey, for this fine presentation, especially for the time that you take. And I will mention both Audreys because Dr. Lafontaine told me I could call her Audrey, so to both Audreys. Now, this is why I mentioned this is our international event for rare diseases, and I want to leave it to you to express yourself. It's very important that you take the time, and I apologize. We took we're very, very delayed. It's 12:45. To everybody at home and on site, we're going to go ahead to lunch. And yes, it said that we'd be back at 12:45, but will add at least a good 30 minutes, and essentially, if we can resume at 1:20, in fact, and I mean, worst case scenario, we can conclude our lunch during the conference. And you'll see for the next conference speaker, we have a brief announcement for the conference for this afternoon. We'll proceed with that announcement at 1:20. And so at 1:20, we're going to resume, and then we'll make up for time during the panel. If anybody has an idea, still wants to participate, and it's going to be an interactive panel, so you'll be able to ask your questions and interact amongst each other instead of having 1 hour and 20 minutes. We'll rather have 50 minutes for the panel because we have to make up for lost time. And so on this, I wish you bon appétit and have a good lunch, and we'll be back at 1:20. Thank you.
1, 2, 1, 2. Rebonjour. Je vais vous laisser continuer de manger, parce qu'effectivement, c'est
I'll let you continue eating because 30 minutes goes by really quickly. So feel free if you want a second helping before the meal is taken away. And we'll proceed with a special announcement before we move on to the second conference. So, in fact, I have the honor of introducing Tarek Hallal. In fact, just to give you a few words on this, and RQMO, I told you this morning that we work with more than 300 collaborators, and one of these collaborations is with an organization by the name of Montreal-Invivo, and the RQMO is part of its specific committee on rare diseases for a few years now. And this committee, in fact, brings together members of pharma companies, and we have patient groups, among whom RQMO, and also another Canadian association employees from Invivo. And the goal, in fact, is to see how we can have the rare disease ecosystem develop. And so there's a small specific committee, a broader one with other members. And in the last year, in fact, we worked on a project that is very dear to us and that impacts on many patients. I won't say more. And I'll leave it to Tarek to introduce this. It's a fine tool that was developed and that will be available, in fact, this week. And so I wish to introduce Tarek, and passionate about transforming the healthcare system. Tarek leads rare disease initiatives at Montreal-Invivo, as well as the operationalization of value-based agreements in Quebec. With an MSc from McGill, he combines experience in oncology research, biotech sales, and consulting. He is particularly interested in leveraging real-life evidence to improve market access and patient outcomes. In fact, Tarek is the project manager for innovation at Montreal-Invivo. Without further ado, Tarek.
Un test rapide, bon, ça marche. Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Tarek et je suis avec Montréal-Invivo.
Hello, everyone.
My name is Tarek and I'm with Montreal-Invivo. We have an interesting announcement to make today, but first of all, I'm sure you're wondering what is Montreal-Invivo and what we do in this rare diseases conference. I'll start to give you a little introduction about Montreal-Invivo. So who is Montreal-Invivo? Well, Montreal-Invivo is a non-for-profit organization for economic development, which is taking care of the sector of life sciences and health technologies of the Greater Montreal. We're really a network of exchange, mobilization, and collaboration, which includes students, universities, startups, and small and medium-sized businesses participating in our events. Actually, in 2023, we have more than 3,000 hours of total involvement by all the participants in our various projects and activities, which include studies and analyses, giving business intelligence on the life sciences sector, setting up innovative project committees, offering spaces of reflection about sectoral issues. We also have engagement and networking events, which are essential for students and new graduates. And we also take on the role of outreach and visibility to maintain the competitiveness of the sector in Quebec. As for our funding sources, we're financed half publicly and semi-publicly and half privately. Okay, we know who is Montreal-Invivo, but what are we doing here? Why are we getting involved in rare diseases? Montreal-Invivo has 5 lines of intervention, among which the research and innovation sector, which has been serving rare diseases since 2019, when we launched the Committee on Rare Diseases with 2 main objectives: allow Quebec patients with a rare disease to have quickly access to therapeutic and diagnostic interventions, and 2, improving the competitiveness of the Quebec innovation ecosystem so as to attract investment and improve our skills and competencies. And then in 2022, we published a strategic plan for rare diseases where we identified the main issues and proposed some recommendations. Actually, the next year, in 2023, we were mentioned as a collaborator in the Quebec Action Plan for Rare Diseases, which was published by the Minister in the 3rd objective, dealing with the innovation, therapeutic innovation. Last year, in 2024, we launched the mobilization table for rare diseases, bringing together more than 40 stakeholders, such as patient associations, people from the academic area, industry, and government partners. And one of the activities of the working group, a working committee on rare diseases, was installing a watch on therapies on rare diseases and cell and gene therapies. And today, we have the pleasure to announce that we are going to publish the 2nd version of this watch. It's an improved version containing more treatments. So what is it all about? It is the 2nd iteration or version of this watch out of 196 therapies in rare diseases and cell and gene therapy. And the reason why we included cell and gene therapies in this report is because these cell and gene therapies are often used for the treatment of rare diseases and conditions. Who did we do this study for? For public decision makers, such as the departments of health, for manufacturers, but also for patients. Why? It's to prepare Quebec's healthcare system for the new wave of treatments on the horizon and maximizing access for patients. And when will this be published? Well, as Jonathan said, it's really this week. It's going to be published on Monday, March 3rd, 2025, and it will be on the Montreal-Invivo website. And just to give you a little taste of what's in the report, what will we find in the report? What type of information will be in this report? We will have relevant statistics on rare diseases and cell and gene therapies. We will also have a portrait of national and provincial responses to rare diseases since 2022 to 2024. But we will also have figures showing the distribution of new therapies for rare diseases according to several parameters, such as medical condition, target population, therapeutic conditions, route of administration, the clinical phase, and other parameters. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to write to us. I'm Tarek, the project manager in charge of this innovation file. Here is my email address, and if you scan the QR code, it will send you to the documentation website of Montreal-Invivo. That's where you'll find the study on Monday. And if you have LinkedIn, follow us also on LinkedIn. It will be also published there.
Merci beaucoup, Tarek.
Thank you
Effectivement,
very much,
je tenais à ce
Tarek.
que
Yes,
on essaie
I
de trouver, en fait,
wanted
un moment
us to find a time to present this initiative. And I had proposed to Tarek, well, we have an International Day on Rare Diseases on March 1st, and that was the right tribune for this. Tarek presented us just an outline, but it's a project that required many, many hours of consultation, data collection, check over check to make sure that everything we write in this report and in this tool really meets reality and reflects reality. It will be really interesting. Starting on Monday, March 3rd, you will be able to see in therapies which are in clinical phase 1, 2, or 3, depending on the manufacturer for several diseases. And that gives us a great indication. And actually, the report will give us a great indication on the state of advancement of these therapies compared with the first version. So it was a good job of collaboration. So a big kudos to all the committee of Montreal-Invivo. Now, let's move on to our next speaker. Her name is Annie Perreault. Unfortunately, Annie was not able to be with us today, but on Zoom we have her. So let me introduce her before we see her on screen. Annie will share her screen so that we have access to her presentation. So let me introduce Annie Perreault. Annie Perreault is a clinical psychologist in private practice with extensive experience in the health network, and she's worked in CLSCs and as a clinical professor affiliated with the Faculty of Medicine of Laval University, practicing within a GMFU. She divides her time between teaching and supervising psychologists and psychotherapists, as well as providing psychotherapy to clientele affected by depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress, and rare or chronic illnesses. She's interested in an integrative approach. She's been trained in sensory motor psychotherapy, and she is interested in the component and language of the body through the therapeutic process. Still active in the Quebec Coalition for Orphan Diseases, actually. She's also a director on our board of directors, and she's been very much active in the Canadian Mastocytosis Society for many years. So without further delay, I'll give the floor to Annie Perreault, who will give us a presentation entitled When Care is Adequate or Chaotic, Mental Health Issues for Patients and Caregivers. Just a little clarification before we move on to Ms. Perreault. This morning, actually, there were a lot of information with questions and so on. We will let her give her presentation. If you have any questions, don't be shy. But actually, at one point, I will interrupt you because we'll have a discussion panel right away in which Annie will be taking part with some more people, a few more people will jump on stage. And it's going to be an interactive panel and this time. You'll have tons of microphones to allow you to speak and express yourselves. So Annie, hello. Hello. Can you say hello? We could hear you, but hardly. Hello, Jonathan. I'll turn up my volume. Now it's excellent. We hear you very well. Thank you, Annie. Have you shared your presentation? I'm going to do this right away. Let's see if this works. We'll put it now in presentation mode. I hear myself as an echo, but it should be okay. Here we go. Okay. Let's go. Just to make sure that you have the presentation the right way. Now I expanded it in presentation. Well, it should be okay. That's great. Thank you. So, Annie, it's now 1:35 for your time. We have until 2:15. 35 minutes. That's ample time. And we'll give some time for questions at the end. Yes, 5 minutes for questions, and at 2:20 we'll proceed with the panel. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, okay, perfect. It's okay? Yeah, please go ahead, Annie. So thank you, Jonathan. It's a great pleasure for me to join you once again this year. Today, we're going to speak more specifically about management when it's adequate or chaotic for the patients and their close friends or relatives, and the issues, the mental health issues for these patients and caregivers. I feel like telling you a little story, first of all. It's a story about plans. We all need to plan, to have a game plan, and to feel that we will go from one place to another. We can have several game plans in a life. We could do gigantic or grandiose plans, weekend plans, career plans, house plans, life plans, financial plans. It could be optimistic plans or somewhat more pessimistic plans where we think about the worst case scenarios and we think about what solutions could be applied. We can have conscious plans and sometimes also unconscious plans. Some of these plans might be realistic because wisdom will take center stage. Well, I made a house plan. Actually, we planned for the building of a new house, and we went with an architectural company. We had somewhat of an idea to make something slightly more ecological. It cost us tons and tons of money. And if we had gone to the end of our idea, we would never have the house we had. Finally, we turned to a contractor called Marco. Let's call the Marco the Happy Beaver. Marco was an incredible help and support. He allowed us to bring us back to down to earth and to tell us that sometimes our idea didn't make any sense. We were collaborating closely. We saw the achievement of the plans moving ahead day after day. And there were hitches, there were problems. Not everything turned out as we wanted, but overall, after a year and a half and 2 years of that, but we don't stop saying, but what a chance we had, Marco. I'll speak about Marco once in a while. Well, it's a bit like that when we're coping with health issues, health challenges. It's important to have plans, but we have to know the plans don't always work the way we want them to work. Health is a bit like this. When we start in the world, when we give birth to a child, and we want the child to live long and without any problems. But we know that these challenges will certainly happen, if only for a simple flu that is a bit too long or rarer diseases. Here, I'll give you a definition of health because we want you to think a little bit about that. Health, according to WHO, is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity or handicaps or disability. An adequate management will include a plan with a health-based Marco, if you wish, and the stages of which are not all known. And we hope we'll be able to have a collaboration that will support us in health and in our search for care, where there could be random events that come as obstacles. So here, you can be healthy even if you have a medical or psychological condition. You can feel healthy and be satisfied with our life despite the presence of a health issue, whether it's physical or mental, or despite some limitations. Actually, we will need to get the adequate care and management, but also some form of a process of acceptance and reorganization. I don't know if you see the next slide. Yeah, it's okay, I think. So when we think about health, illness, and the patient experience, that's when we need a Marco here. Bring you to an understanding that is a bit more integrative. First of all, we have to differentiate between acute illness, chronic illness, or rare or invisible disease. Acute illness is the beginning, a phase where we don't feel well. There's an alteration, there's a discomfort that goes towards a remission, and then it's over. Typical cold or gastroenteritis. It's a temporary disease. But when we talk about chronic, rare diseases, this is a disease that is more invisible and long term, maybe with care that will be lacking, which will not bring us to healing. There'll be a beginning with some discomfort, sometimes at birth, then exacerbation, maybe remission periods, maybe relapses, and maybe a return to baseline or a following deterioration. I have lots of examples. I have people who are consulting me. Their game plan was to retire, enjoy life, and have fun, but a cancer happens. And the game plan or was to have a healthy child or a healthy spouse, a healthy partner, and suddenly you have a diagnosis of a rare or chronic disease. The game plan changes then, and we have to go to what the body would need in terms of support to integrate this new reality.
Je vous amène ici à reconnaître des dénominateurs
Here,
communs
let
lorsqu'on
me
parle
bring
de
you to
maladie.
recognize some
D'abord,
common
je
denominators
les
when we
nomme
talk
ici en
about
3
disease.
points et on
I
les
will
regarde
name
rapidement
3 of them and we'll look at them
en
quickly
sous-points. Les dénominateurs
in
communs,
different
c'est qu'on va avoir une
subcategories.
reconnaissance
Common
sociale des
denominators
maladies,
is that there is
c'est-à-dire
a
comment
social
cette maladie
recognition
que
of
vous
certain
avez,
illnesses.
elle est
The
reconnue socialement, comment elle
sickness
est
that affect
reçue,
us, how is it received and
par les
recognized
gens qui
socially?
prennent
How
soin.
is it
Il y
seen
a la clarté du
by
diagnostic,
people
il y a
around
tout
you?
ce qui est
There is the
l'ambiguïté,
clarity of
l'erreur
diagnosis. There can be some
diagnostique et des signes
ambiguities,
inquiétants.
some
Il y a aussi tout le
misdiagnoses with
potentiel de
all the
sévérité
impacts
de la
that is
maladie.
involved. And there
Donc,
are
certaines
all the
maladies ont
potential effects of these truths about
des
disease.
potentiels
Some
plus
diseases or
sévères,
illnesses
plus
have more
noirs, plus
severe
sombres.
consequences, more darker, more
Dans les
somber
dénominateurs communs
aspects.
entre vous et
Among the
moi,
common
qui est
denominators
intéressé
between
à
you and me,
entendre
who
les
is
histoires
interested
du
in
patient
hearing
malade, d'entendre les
the
beaux mots,
stories of sick
d'entendre ce que
patients,
c'est que la maladie
hearing
réelle,
about their
le
ills,
vécu de la
hearing
personne
about
qui a
what
une réelle
is the
maladie?
illness and the real
Les
life
rares sont les
experience of
personnes
a
qui sont
sick
capables
person?
de recevoir
Very
l'histoire
few can
du patient,
receive the
en
narrative,
espérant
this
qu'on va
patient's,
vers les
the
gens
patient's
qui nous
story.
soignent ou
We
qui nous
hope
prennent en
that
charge,
people
que
who want to
ce
care for us,
potentiel-là
people
d'être
who are
reçu
managing
et
our
entendu
disease, we
soit
hope
là.
they will have this potential of receiving us and
Donc, ça
hearing
peut nous
us.
priver, hein, en fait,
So
de
that
support
can
provenant des
deprive
autres.
us
Ça
of
peut même
any
générer de
support coming from others.
l'incompréhension, du
It could
dégoût, du
lead to
rejet, du
incomprehension,
doute même. Ah
disgust,
ouais, c'est ça parce que
rejection,
tu as ça, vous
doubt.
êtes sûr? Moi,
What,
j'ai jamais
you
entendu
really
parler
think
de ça.
that's, you know, I never heard
Alors,
about
plusieurs
this.
patients
They look
rapportent
fine.
des
Several
commentaires,
patients
entendu
report
des commentaires ou
comments
reçu
they
des
received
opinions qui
or
sont vraiment
opinions they
heurtantes dans leur
received that
vécu.
are really hurtful
Alors, la peur
in their daily
d'être la
life.
personne
So the
malade des fois
fear,
aussi, ça
fear of
peut
being the sick
entraîner,
one in the
ça peut
group
entraîner toutes sortes de
can
réactions
lead
où il
to
y aura
all
peut-être un petit
kinds
peu
of
plus d'isolement,
reactions.
un
There
peu
will
de
be
retrait
more
social. On va
isolation,
s'empêcher
social
de faire des
withdrawal.
choses, de
We
nommer ce que
will
vous
prevent
avez.
ourselves
Il y a toutes
from
sortes
doing some
de
things.
facteurs à
We'll
considérer.
stop naming what's in us.
Si j'y
There's all
vais
kinds of
d'abord avec la
factors to be
reconnaissance
considered.
sociale de la maladie,
If
j'en ai
I
un
go
peu déjà
first
mis
with
quelques
the
pistes
social
déjà,
recognition
mais
of the
voyons voir
illness,
quelque
I
chose
already
ensemble.
named a few things, but let's think a
Donc,
bit
c'est quoi la
more in
reconnaissance
depth about
sociale
this.
face
What
à la
is
maladie que vous
social
portez, que
recognition
votre
of the illness that
conjoint
you
ou votre
have
enfant
or that
porte?
your
Je me
partner or
rappelle,
child has?
je me rappelle
I
d'un moment
remember
au regroupement
a moment
RQMO, nous allions
where
faire
at
des
the
gestes d'erreur en
RQMO,
famille. Puis
before the
quelqu'un à
pandemic,
l'audience m'avait dit, ah,
someone in
je sais pas si tu
a
connais ça,
hearing
la
said,
maladie
I don't know if you
syndrome
know that,
Turner-Trénoné. J'ai dit, oui, oui, je connais bien
the
ça. J'ai eu
trisomy
un patient qui
syndrome,
avait ça. Et la
Down
personne était
syndrome. Yeah, I
complètement
know a patient
subjuguée
had
par
that, and
l'idée,
the
enfin
person was
quelqu'un qui
totally
connaissait la maladie et qui avait une
enthused by the
chance
fact
sur
that someone finally
quelques
knew
milliers là,
what
de
this
connaître.
disease was all
Et le
about.
fait d'être
But
reconnu avait
the
fait un
fact
effet
of being
assez
recognized
puissant chez cette
did quite a
personne-là.
powerful impression on
Est-ce que
that
la
person.
maladie est connue? Est-ce que c'est un
Is the
problème
disease
commun? Est-ce que la
known?
maladie
Is it a
qui est
common
afflictante,
problem?
ben, elle
Is,
a
is
un
the
certain
disease you
potentiel d'avoir été
have a
reconnue dans la
certain
société?
potential
Si on
of
prend par
having been
exemple celui de
recognized in
Ice Bucket
society?
Challenge,
For
comment
example,
ça a
in the
éveillé
Ice Bucket Challenge, how
la
this
compassion
awakened
de la société et
compassion
ça
to
a amené
society
des
and
levées de
how
fonds
much it
incroyables.
led
Ça a
to
amené une
incredible
renaissance de la
fundraising
maladie.
successes, but some more
Et est-ce que la
knowledge
maladie est
of the
rare et sans
disease.
traitement? Est-ce que
Is
c'est un
this
trouble visible
disease
ou les
rare?
autres?
Is
C'est
it
pas
a
une maladie invisible,
visible
ça aussi, ça joue
trouble
sur la
or more
reconnaissance
of an
sociale.
invisible disease?
Est-ce
That
que,
has
quelles
a
sont les
role in
réactions,
social
l'entourage
recognition.
du monde
What
médical?
are the
Vous savez, j'ai
reactions of people
quelques
around
personnes
you,
qui
the
sont
medical
atteintes
world?
de
I
maladies qui
have
sont, par
a
exemple, du
few
syndrome de
people
la fatigue
who have,
chronique,
for
puis
example, the
des
chronic
postes
fatigue
sur des tests, il
syndrome,
n'y a rien qui
and they
ressemble,
go
mais
through all kinds of
de
tests.
façon
Nothing
puissante.
stands out very
Ils sont
clearly,
confrontés à une
and
forme
they're
d'impuissance
confronted
du monde
with a form
médical
of
et aussi
powerlessness and helplessness of the medical
de
world, but
doute qui
also
flotte
some
encore
doubt that is still floating around
Comment
these
le patient est
people.
confortable d'en parler? Comme je
How
disais,
comfortable is
il va
the
être
patient
intéressé à entendre
talking about it?
l'histoire de la
Who will
maladie
be
ou
interested in
de son
hearing
traitement.
the story of the
Donc,
disease or
l'aspect
the
de
problems
reconnaissance
that that
sociale, je
person
suis certaine
has?
que plusieurs d'entre
The
vous
social recognition
ressentez
aspect, I'm
si vous
sure that
voyez où
several
j'en
people
viens.
among you see where I'm
Comment
coming to
c'est un
and
obstacle à
how
recevoir du
much this
support
can
et à
be a
s'intégrer une
barrier
fois
to
sur site.
receiving support and to integrate in
Le deuxième
society.
point étant la clarté
The
du
second point
diagnostic et
is
son
the
impact.
clarity
Le
of
fait
the
d'avoir un
diagnosis
diagnostic,
and
comment le
its impact.
diagnostic a été établi. Il y a
Just
des gens qui
having a
sont
diagnosis,
extrêmement
how has
chanceux, puis
the
des gens qui sont
diagnosis been
extrêmement
established? Some
pénuriques
people
de
are pretty
diagnostic
lucky, but for
encore.
some other people, it's
Est-ce qu'il y a
extremely
des éléments
long just to get a
contradictoires entre les médecins
diagnosis.
aussi?
Are there
Est-ce que,
contradictory or conflicting opinions among
combien de
doctors?
temps s'est passé entre le début
How
du symptôme
long
et le
did
diagnostic?
occur from the
Quel
onset of
traitement qui est mis
symptoms
en
to
place, s'il y en a
diagnosis?
un?
What
Est-ce que les
treatment has been
tâches,
put in
quelles sont
place,
les
if
tâches du
any?
patient face à
And what are the
Sandman?
patient's
Quel genre
tasks
d'examen il
in
doit
dealing
faire?
with
Quel
this
genre
disease? What types of
de,
exams should they go through?
de
What types of tests?
par exemple, d'arrêt de
For example,
travail? Quel genre de traitement
work
il doit mettre en place? On verra
stoppages,
ça
what types
aussi un
of
petit peu plus
treatments
loin.
should they put in place? We'll look at this a bit later too.
Le troisième point étant le
The
potentiel
third point
de
being
sévérité de la maladie,
the
quel est le
disease severity
pronostic à court,
potential.
moyen, long
What is the
terme? C'est quoi le niveau
prognosis in the short,
d'incertitude?
medium, and
On sait
long
que
term? What
l'incertitude
is the
devient
level
un
of
facteur extrêmement
uncertainty?
important
We
dans
know
la
that
gestion
uncertainty becomes
de
an extremely
l'anxiété.
important
Quelqu'un
factor
qui
in
avait peut-être
managing
certains troubles
anxiety. Some people have a
est moins
more tolerance
développé,
to
va
uncertainty or
développer beaucoup
less
plus
tolerance
d'anxiété.
to uncertainty,
Et
and in which
clairement,
case they
lorsqu'on
will
on est en
experience
errance
much
diagnostique, on
more
se teste un
anxiety,
petit peu
especially
moins.
when you're in
C'est quoi
diagnostic
les réactions
wondering. There's
émotives
all
et physiques
this
reliées au
uncertainty.
symptôme?
What are
Donc, dans le continuum de
the
vulnérabilité, on peut voir qu'il
um,
y a tout un
physical,
potentiel de
emotional
rémission,
reactions
d'exacerbation et
related to the
aussi
symptoms
jusqu'à
and
aller
the
à
vulnerability
finir par
continue. And we see that
débilitants
there's
et
a
peut-être parfois
potential of
même
remission,
décès.
exacerbation,
Euh,
total disability, or
Quelqu'un
even
qui a
death. I had
on appelle ça
someone
la
who
maladie du cœur
had
brisé, là,
what
la
is called the
Kotsubo.
broken
C'est
heart
vraiment
syndrome,
un syndrome
Shakotsubo.
cardiaque
It's a heart
assez
syndrome,
rapide,
which is
fulgurant, qui a
called
un
the
potentiel de
heartbreak
rémission. Mais
syndrome.
la personne
It's
que
quite
j'avais rencontrée était vraiment
sudden with a potential for
sur le
remission, but the
fil. Pour
person
moi,
I
c'était
met
une portion
was really
des gens qui ont cette
in
maladie-là, qui
among
avaient
the
un
people
développement
who
de
have this
vulnérabilité plus
disease
grande.
who have
Donc, elle vivait
greater
avec un peu une
vulnerability.
espèce
So
de
that
bombe
person was living
intérieure en dedans
with a
d'elle.
kind
Ouais.
of time bomb ticking
Un autre
inside
exemple
her.
d'une dame qui avait
Another
une
example is a
fibrose
lady who had
pulmonaire et elle
pulmonary
savait où est-ce que ça
fibrosis.
allait l'amener parce
She
que tous ses deux
knew where
frères
this
passaient par là. Vous voyez?
would lead her.
Donc, il y
It
a tout
was
ce potentiel-là de
both her
sévérité.
brothers
Donc,
went
quand
through
on
that.
est
So there's
patient
all
ou
these
quand on est
things that
soignant,
you
de
combine when you're
connaître
a
ces
patient
trois
or a
dimensions-là,
caregiver, knowing these three dimensions,
facteurs communs
prognosis,
de la
uncertainty, and
maladie, ça nous
symptoms,
amène à avoir une
bring us
conscientisation un
to
petit peu plus
have
grande au
more
niveau du vécu du
awareness
patient.
about what the patient is experiencing.
Et là, je vous amène à
And
l'expérience
now
subjective du
bring you
patient, ce
to
que ça
the
fait d'être
subjective
patient. Il y a plusieurs
experience of being
aspects
a patient.
qui sont touchés. On
What
va
does it does on
dépendre
you
les uns
to
des
be a
autres. On va
patient?
avoir des
You can
goûts qui
become more
peuvent être mis de
dependent on
côté.
others.
Il y
You
a une
can have
perte
goals
d'énergie, de
that you have to put
vitalité qui va être
aside. There's
observée.
a loss of
Il y a
energy
des
and
symptômes qui peuvent
vitality.
augmenter en
There are
intensité. Il y
symptoms
a
that
peut-être
may
avoir un
increase in
inconfort dans le corps.
intensity,
Ça peut
pain,
affecter des règles
discomfort in your
psychologiques.
body.
Il y a
It
des
can
gens qui ont une
affect your
mobilité qui peut
psychological
être restreinte.
well-being. Some
Il peut y
people
avoir une
might
espèce
have
d'effet
restricted
pessimisme,
mobility. There
passivité,
could be
un
consequences of
sentiment d'injustice qui peut
pessimism,
apparaître, toutes sortes
passivity,
de
a
symptômes de
feeling
cet
of
ordre-là, une perte de
unfairness or
contrôle sur
injustice,
les événements
a loss
normaux,
of control
sur
over normal
on se dit,
events.
mais
Some
je ne peux pas
people are
prévoir
telling
d'aller
me,
en voyage
listen,
de
Annie,
façon un
I
peu avec un
can't
sac,
plan
puis
for a travel
débordé, je
with just
risque
a
d'avoir trop de
backpack
symptômes, je dois
and
contrôler
traveling
mon
around. I will have
comportement,
too
par
many
exemple.
symptoms. I have to
Tout ce qui
control
peut être des changements ou des pertes de
my
rôle, de
symptoms.
perdre
Everything that
le
can
rôle
be loss of
le rôle
control
de conjoint,
over
conjointe,
normal events, losing
on
your role as a
devient
partner, as a
un
spouse.
compagnon
You become
qui est
just a
malade. Des fois, ça
companion,
peut
a sick
parvenir à un effet
companion.
assez difficile
Sometimes
sur
this
la
can have a
relation de couple,
pretty hard
sur le
effect
conjoint
on
qui
the
est en
couple
santé,
relationship,
sur la
on the
dynamique
healthy
familiale.
partner,
Le
on
rôle
the family
professionnel peut
dynamics.
changer.
The
Tous
professional
les
role can
agendas
change
associés avec
to
les systèmes de
all
santé
the
dont
agendas that have to
on
be
connaît ça.
managed
Les
with the
retraits
healthcare
sociaux, hein,
systems.
on ne peut
We
pas
know what it's all
conserver
about.
ressources, on va
Social withdrawal.
on
You
va se
conserve our
soutenir,
own
on va avoir moins
resources. We
d'activités. Il y
will
a toute une
do
peur de
fewer
l'avenir, bon,
activities.
l'incertitude
There's a fear of the future
l'expérience
also.
d'être patient,
We
ça peut
talked about
entraîner
uncertainty.
toutes sortes
So the patient
d'aspects
experience
qui sont à la
can lead
fois
to all kinds
physiques,
of aspects,
psychologiques,
both
émotionnels,
physical, psychological, and
professionnels.
emotional and
Ça peut aussi
professional.
entraîner un
Patricia Pennell, who did very interesting work on chronic disease. She's a social worker. She created some form of a program or a method to help and support patients. Her article was called The Fundamental Realities of Chronic Illness. I invite people to read this paper. She speaks about the fundamental realities of chronic illness, which is the case of rare diseases too. We can look at what was the onset of the disease. Was it at birth or acquired? Is it visible or invisible? Uh, we have to think about all the social and family rejection that can happen, stigmatization, loss of your pre-diseased self, and the role changes, whether you're in childhood or adolescence or adulthood, all the confusion about your own identity. And there might be the lack of so-called normal development. Some activities have to be adjusted or just dropped. There is skepticism or disbelief that can be experienced by the patient or by their surroundings. And also, there's a whole trauma induced by the procedures or by the follow-up, by the reactions of the family, of the medical, doctors, society, etc. So, if we have an integrative approach, if we have, let's say, integrative understanding, we just recognize some aspects that are sometimes put aside when you're a patient and you're going to hospital, you're going to your medical appointments, because first of all, it takes time to evoke all that is involved in being a patient with a rare disease. Intervening with the patient, when I do as a psychologist, I will have that overall vision, and sometimes some aspect, there might be some major aspects because there is a fascinating phenomenon. There's a phenomenon of habituation in the patient. The patient is used to managing their own environment. The patient is used to have social relationships. Those are aspects. How is this experienced by the patient? But when we question, there are sometimes some aspects that are set aside that would deserve some form of intervention, change, or acceptance. Now, I'm going to address quickly the different post-traumatic aspects and possible impacts. But in order to do that, I want to look at the fact of recognizing where the patient is in the disease stages, in this cycle of stages. It's an important aspect for the caregiver, for the patients themselves, but also for their surroundings. When we understand where the patient is in the cycles of the various phases of disease, we can intervene differently. Typically, a patient facing a diagnosis or a misdiagnosis or a diagnostic wandering with one misdiagnosis following another, they typically get in the phase one, which is a phase of crisis. It's a call for help. There's some upheaval inside them. It's a stage at which the person really has to get equipped because lots of changes appear. Being equipped with support around you, with the nicest possible network of supports. We have to see that this model by Patricia Perreault comes in phases, not one, two, three, four. It's not linear like that. We can go from one phase to another and then have relapses and then remissions and so on. So identifying the patient's phase will require the caregiver to know and understand the patient with a form of detachment and without judgment, but a form of at least social recognition and a better understanding of the real life experience. So in phase one, the patient is obsessed by what's inside them, by the changes that they experience and the discomfort that is present. The strategy of the patient at that time will be to hide, go into a bunker, protect their own resources. That's often what they will do. When there is some care and management that is coming in, there's a certain sense of control that happens with or without diagnosis. the
Puis le blâme,
search
c'est
for
pas
help
pire. Les
gets
gens vont
better,
peut-être
and
penser que c'est à cause
self-blame
de
is
la
less
mécanique
severe.
qui va bien, mais
People tend
il n'y a
to
pas de réponse.
blame
Mais
themselves
maintenant, à la
when
phase 2, il
nothing
y a comme une
works and they
compréhension qui
don't have any
s'installe.
answers.
OK,
But in
j'ai pas de
phase two,
problème.
there's a certain
Allons-y, on
understanding.
a trouvé
Okay,
le
I have a
diagnostic. Pas
problem. I have a
mes yeux
disease,
fermés,
whether
qu'on
the
m'aide. Le
diagnosis has been
patient
found or not.
cherche
I
typiquement une
need
cure.
help.
À ce
Then
moment-là, il cherche
patient
une
is
guérison. Et
looking for
cette recherche-là peut être vraiment
cure.
frénétique.
They're looking for a
Il y
curing
a
treatment,
la
and this can
personne
be very
compose avec des nouvelles limitations. Il y a
frenetic.
tout un
People
processus
have to cope with
d'apprentissage.
new
Il n'y a pas encore une
limitations. There's a whole learning
acceptation
process,
à
but
proprement dit.
patients are not yet in the acceptance
En phase
phase as
3, la personne
such.
vraiment va commencer
In
à se
phase three,
réorganiser parce qu'il
the
y a
patient
probablement
starts to
une connaissance de la
reorganize
maladie. Il
because
sait que c'est chronique. Il y a
they know it's
l'installation des
chronic
conditions
now.
de base qui
There
vont
is a
la
basic
personne va
condition that
arriver
is
à mieux
there,
composer
and they
tranquillement avec sa propre
patients start
réalité,
to
aussi avec
cope
le
better with their
fonctionnement
own realities, but
des
also
gens,
with
comment ils
the
vont
operation of people around them
réagir à
in,
lui ou elle.
in the way they will
La personne
react to
devient
the
aussi un petit
patient.
peu plus
And the
responsable de
person
ses soins.
becomes a bit
Il y a
more
quelque chose qui
responsible
s'installe
for
au
their own
niveau
care.
un peu d'une
And
stratégie là, de
there's
la
some form of
lumière
a
auditionnelle,
strategy
quelque chose
that
que
is
qui
coming
devient
to the
peut-être
fore,
possible.
like the
Il y a
light
peut-être même un début
at
de
the end of the tunnel. Something
référentiation à
becomes
travers ça,
possible.
comment on
There's
peut
the beginning of
développer
a
une nouvelle
search for
vision
meaning
de sa
throughout
propre
that.
réalité.
How people
En
start
phase
developing
4,
a better vision of their
personne est
reality.
vraiment
In
dans
phase
un
four,
processus intégré.
the
Il
person
comprend sa
is
réalité,
part
il va
of
même développer
an
de nouvelles
integrated
activités, il
process.
va peut-être
They
modifier
understand
des
their
choses au cours
reality. They have
professionnel.
integrated
Il y a
new
vraiment un processus de
strategies. They have
reconstruction
changed some
qui
things
s'est installé.
professionally. There's a
Euh,
rebuild process that
Parfois,
has
en
started.
clinique, quand je reçois des gens, ben,
Sometimes,
certaines
when
personnes
I receive
sont
people in the clinic,
coincées dans
some
le
people
phase
are
2, phase 3,
squeezed in
reviennent en
phase
phase 2,
two and
reviennent en
phase
phase 1,
three. They relapse
mais
to
ils peuvent
phase
tous
two into
appeler
phase one.
à
We're
aller
not
vers un
all
processus
called upon to
d'acceptation,
go towards a full
intégré, puis
acceptance and
soutenu. Il y a
integration
certaines personnes que ça
phase
suffit
that
pas.
will be
Alors, c'est
integrated
pas
and
ce que
sustained. Some
c'était prévu au
passages are more
départ,
difficult
c'était pas ce qui était
because
prévu.
that was not the game
C'était pas
plan.
ça.
That's not
La
what was
maladie n'était
planned.
pas dans le plan de
The
match du tout.
disease was not
Et ça
part of
devient
my game
vraiment
plan
un
at all.
enjeu
And that becomes
de
really
dire, OK,
then
mon
an
corps me
issue
fait
of
défaut,
saying, okay, my
comment je vais
body
faire?
is failing me.
Certaines
How
personnes
will I
ont du mal.
live with that? Some people have difficulty
Et
doing that.
il faut vraiment pas aller
And
critiquer le blâme
uh,
de ça, mais c'est vraiment
let's
un
certainly not
aspect
blame
qui est majeur
oneself for that,
dans le
because
processus
self-blame is a
d'acceptation.
major barrier in the acceptance
Je fais un
process.
petit survol rapide de
Let
ce que
me
c'est que le
now give you
fardeau
a
du
quick
traitement, parce que
overview of what
c'est quand même
is the
également un
treatment
aspect important
burden,
à
because
tenir
that's
compte
also
pour
an
la
important
vie du
aspect to take
patient
into
puis
account
la
for the real
relation
life experience of the
réalité-patient.
patient and
Le
the
fardeau du
understanding of their
traitement, c'est
reality. The
vraiment
burden of
la
treatment
quantité de tâches que le
is the
patient et sa
quantity of
famille doivent
tasks that
faire
a
pour
patient
composer
and their
avec la
family
maladie.
have to go through to cope
Ici,
with
sur un
the
petit tableau, je ne
disease.
sais pas à l'écran
This
comment
is
vous
a
allez
little
voir, mais
table.
je
I
vais
don't
le
know how
souligner
you will
rapidement.
see
En
this on
fait,
the
dans
screen. I will go
le
through
fardeau
this
du
very
traitement, il
quickly.
est vraiment
In
décrit dans
terms of
plein
the
de
burden of
tâches.
treatment,
Il y a une
there are
première
four
tâche qui est une tâche de
tasks. The
compréhension
first
où la
task
personne va
is the task of
apprendre
understanding.
comment
The person
fonctionne,
will
qu'est-ce que c'est
learn
cette maladie-là.
how
C'est vraiment faire
it
faire
works.
du
What is
sens, hein,
this
d'avoir
disease? The
une
person will start making
compréhension de la
some
maladie.
sense
La
of their
deuxième tâche, c'est
disease.
une tâche de
The second
participation.
task is a
Il
task
doit
of
interagir avec
interacting
les
and
autres, obtenir du
participation.
support,
You have
aller
to
chercher
interact with
des
others,
soins
get
médicaux,
support, get advice,
tout ce qui
get
est au
medical
niveau
care,
d'organiser les soins, le
organizing
transport, la
care,
prescription. C'est
transportation,
une tâche d'action
prescriptions.
et de
It's
participation.
very much action
Il y a
oriented
toute une
and
tâche aussi
interaction
d'engagement.
oriented.
Comment on fait
There's
pour...
another task of
pardon.
engagement.
J'arrive. OK,
Sorry,
bon, on
I
touche
went
plus.
too fast with the
Il
slides.
y a toutes les tâches au
Okay,
niveau
among all the
engagement
tasks,
par
there's
rapport
some
aux rendez-vous, aux
engagement that
traitements.
is
Et il
required
y a des
for
gens
appointments and
pour
treatments.
qui
There are
c'est
some
trop.
people
Ça
who
devient
there's
trop,
too
trop,
much.
trop.
It becomes
Et vous
too
savez,
much.
typiquement, il y a 50% de la
It
population qui vont
overwhelms them.
suivre
Typically,
les
50% of the
indications
population only will follow the
typiquement.
indications
Quand on
and the
parle
medical treatments.
de maladies rares, quand
We
il n'y a pas
talk
de
about
traitement, où il y a
rare
une
diseases when
continuité
there is
comme ça
no
de base.
treatment, when there are
Donc,
basic
il y a tout ce
conditions
qui est
like
aspect au
this.
niveau de s'engager
Engaging is difficult.
dans la continuité des soins. Puis la dernière tâche, c'est une tâche d'évaluation, hein, surveiller le traitement, qu'est-ce que ce traitement-là me fait.
The last task is one of assessment, what the patient does and how to assess medical advice, etc. And so There are tests. We have tests that are fairly important. They're major. In the study, it wasn't even about managing emotions, beliefs, attitudes, and these were not measured either. So you see the patient's reality, what it's about, and suddenly, I mean, one bounces into the physician's office or in the hospital, and then one will say, "There's something wrong. There's something wrong with my child. I don't know. I don't understand it. Something's happening," and then we start turning towards the treatment burden and the entire emotional burden behind that, and so the adverse event or side effect that is possible with the burden of treatment is the patient's commitment that could be reduced in his follow-up, and he can miss appointments, and also it could be so tedious, so much of a burden, that the patient will become disengaged and no longer involved. And so every disease has its burden. What we can do as a caregiver is to validate with the patient the health history. If there were health-related trauma, I work with people who experienced very difficult situations, and the shock of the diagnosis and everything along those lines we can work on, and also today's health challenges and a vision of the future of healthcare. And, you know, I mean, for some, it wasn't the game plan to fall sick. And so many will say, "I don't want this disease anymore." But sometimes the disease is there to test us, and we have to determine how to live with it. And so then there's considering the powerlessness you feel. And the idea is supporting hope and promoting tolerance of uncertainty with all sorts of means to also promote or support tolerance of uncertainty. And medical trauma is something that resonates with me, and I find it fascinating. And I've worked a great deal in the area of medical trauma. And what's sad is that we have to determine an approach to approach trauma and how the body is impacted upon it. It's not about fearing it, but also to have a solution to accompany that. So psychological trauma is really individual. It's unique. You know, it's a unique experience of an event, a series of events, or a set of enduring conditions in which the person's ability to integrate his or her emotional experience is exceeded. It's too much. One becomes overwhelmed. The person will perceive a threat to his or her life, physical or mental integrity. And this is a broadened definition of trauma. Trauma could be experienced inside for the body and the human brain. When traumatic experiences are reactivated, they represent risk, danger, not in words, not in a story, but it's in the experience, in the feeling, the sensation. One already is on the defense, and it's emotionally charged. And so one will feel reactivated when experiencing trauma once more, and it could be a powerfully experience. It's emotionally charged, and so all this idea in view of trauma, of being re-exposed to trauma, something will happen very much so inside the body, and the fact of talking about it or not talking about it, I mean, won't be very helpful, but you need techniques to appease the body and to also slow down this emotion when in connection with somebody who can be available, who is reassuring, and the body can say, "Okay, I'm no longer at risk." And so this is one way to work with trauma when the body was impacted. If we could, you know, I mean, hit our sensitive cord, our nerve, if we could take that into treatment, it would be, I mean, I would be very happy, because trauma-sensitive approach is comprised of 4 very important aspects. Firstly, we have to recognize the trauma, its impact, its reactions. We have to be I mean, it can be very prevalent in human life. And also, it can impact on repercussions and, somebody who's really, really afraid of a certain test or an exam in the hospital or meeting with a specialist might say, out of the question, I'm never going to come back here, I'm never going to go through this. Or to avoid care, treatment, to no longer trust the healthcare system, there could be damaging reactions, and then certain behaviors will set in. And ideally, we will intervene with a certain sensitivity to not question in great detail all of these traumas because we don't want to reactivate trauma. So we want to greet the person and say, wow, I see that this was very impactful upon you. I'm here with you to help you and to avoid this from happening again. Second point is to develop a sense of trust, confidence, and in the healthcare system, certain interactions might have been challenging, which might lead the patient to think, I'm not going to go back there, no question about it. And so how to reestablish a sense of security and trust. And so to have experienced trauma, often there's abuse of power within relations, which can lead to also a breakup in the trust with that person. And the importance of an egalitarian and collaborative relationship is very important. How to reestablish this egalitarian and collaborative relationship with the patient and developing strengths, resilience, enhancing and coping resilience skills. Those who experience trauma develop super interesting strategies, and sometimes it can hinder readaptation. And one might think, oh, I've understood that I can't trust anybody anymore. I'll work it out on my own. I'm going to self-treat myself. And this is one way to adapt, to try to take care of oneself, but at the same time, it could be harmful. So all sorts of strategies to overcome trauma could be set in place and can help, but it can also lead to other issues. So an integrative approach, this represents hope for patients and to work in collaboration with our caregivers to plan together, to cooperate, collaborate, and I'm very much into advocacy. I'm going to ask my patients to tell their caregiver, I want to work with you. This sort of collaborative teamwork that is possible and that is interactive, and to realize how uncertainty has effects on the current experience is equally important, and to evoke the possibility of being stressed by the medical situation, examinations, and to feel how vulnerable we are, and also to consider that all the tasks involved to be achieved are powerful and very challenging to patients. So to have that integrative understanding means developing a rather adapted approach, one of support and one that is human. I thank you greatly, and it will be a pleasure to answer your questions.
Un, deux. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions dans la salle?
Are there questions in the room?
J'ai un petit commentaire de quelqu'un en ligne.
I have a comment from somebody online.
En réaction à ce que vous avez
in response to what you showed in the last few slides. A person said, I've already been told that following a post-biopsy vagal shock, and I was told that I was a sissy. Well, it's a shame to hear that, and it can lead to mistrust in a trusting relationship. The trust was probably there, and then it was sort of broken up, and I'm sorry you experienced that. Hello, Annie. And we're going to share with the panel in a little bit, and I'd like to hear you if you have advice and tips to give patients if a professional has a bias. How might a patient react to that? Often, many people in the room will agree to say that, you know, they were told that it was all about stress and anxiety with regards to their situation. I'd like to know if you could give them some tips and tricks about that. Well, I often give the same tip or advice. You know, I'll say, listen, what happens to me, I didn't choose it, and it's not by pleasure or out of pleasure and enjoyment that I'm coming here to see you. It's out of necessity. So to reestablish that position, to get your support, to get your collaboration, and a game plan to really go with a request that is clear, calm, to restore that sort of poor comprehension and understanding by the caregiver. And sometimes one can say, or one can say, what you've just told me leaves me deeply. I mean, we can do that in the therapeutic area if it's desired by the patient, of course. But you know, this is something that is done between two people. And I really trust that caregivers or healthcare professionals are more and more so sensitive to this patient interaction. And the best suggestion is to remain calm and to call it out and to say that you're not there out of pleasure, enjoyment, but out of necessity, and you have a concern, you experience discomfort towards a very challenging situation. I have another comment coming from somebody online. It states a very nice presentation, well supported and very well documented. What is institutional violence? In fact, when a patient, when talking about a medical institution, when the patient is rejected in a way or is not understood, and this violence becomes generalized. There you have it. So therefore, that ill information with judgments that are not justified, and this appears in the file. I have patients that live this reality, for example, to not give such and such a care to this patient because it's of psychiatric nature. I mean, there's a horrendous breach with the medical world, and unfortunately, this exists.
Vous avez d'autres questions dans la salle, commentaires? Non?
Any other questions, comments from the room? No? Okay, super. Thank you very much, Annie.
Merci, Jonathan.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you very much. And in fact, Annie, you may remain with us for the last presentation of the day. It's an interactive panel. And so this will really be the opportunity to get heard. So we might listen to you if you have any comments or questions. And in fact, we'll start. I will invite them to come and reach me on stage. You heard Casandra Poitras this morning. I'm not going to reintroduce their bio, but I'll nonetheless invite them to come up front. Then we have Audrey Richard-Crête that you also heard this morning, Annie, of course, who's here, and one additional person will be added to the panel, and I will introduce her the time she'll come up front in greater detail. And her name is Nathalie Déziel, and she's the holder of a bachelor's degree in communication psychology. She has worked for over 20 years in the community, more specifically in health and social services. She has been the director of the Regroupement des Aidants Naturels de Montréal for the past 6 years, or the Montreal Caregivers, Natural Caregivers Group. And so please come up, and I'll leave it to Nathalie. She'll give you a brief presentation of her group, of the Montreal Natural Caregivers Group, and she'll provide more on her background and what she has to provide additionally to the panel. Thank you. So as he mentioned, I am part of the Montreal Natural Caregivers Group, an organization that was set up in 1992 by caregivers themselves, 3 women from the Saint-Michel district, and who were fed up of not being heard, who were fed up of being isolated, each in their own home. And they decided to get together, to form a group, to defend themselves, to defend their rights, to get together and discuss their challenges or their issues together. Since '92, our mission is to contribute to improving people's life condition of the caregivers on the island of Montreal. We work very closely with Quebec City or the entire province that combines all these groups. I'm saying this because you're a national group, so it's not just about Montreal either. Deep down, we do different things, among which discussion workshops for the people themselves, conferences to inform people on the law, as we will discuss a little later on, and political representation. And there have been consultations on home care. And so we did this through our national group and through the health solidarity that claims a free health care system, and sufficiently so, free of charge for all citizens. And how might I put it? I think that in the management, especially within a group such as yours, the focus is the management of the sick person, but often that of the parent, the partner, the friend. Often there's a caregiver that's part of the picture, and that also experiences challenges regarding the management. It's not to minimize the ones of the sick person, on the contrary, but both live different things. And one of the things we often encounter is that caregivers have a hard time recognizing themselves as a caregiver. And I think we spoke about that the other day, that many people have a hard time recognizing themselves as a sick person because often there's no diagnosis, or they're in this vague, blurry medical area. And it has to do with the relationship with a person. Often it's a partner. We don't want to take away the role of husband, wife, while adding the term caregiver. We see that with parents as well when they care for children with disabilities or challenges. They don't want to remove their role of a parent. So I'll use parent and caregiver because certain situations will place people ill at ease. Now, another challenge is very much a lack of information, difficult access, and cumbersome procedures. I think you mentioned that today. And the incoherences, inconsistencies in the healthcare system in terms of access and appointments. And it becomes a challenge and a burden no longer for the patient, but the caregiver, person supporting that patient. When talking about impoverishment, when we're talking about a treatment that ends in home care, well, there are thousands of people on wait lists. What does this cause? Well, then the patient will go back home, and who will care for the patient while the CLSC takes over weeks later? It's the caregiver, and who must take time off work, and often this results in loss of revenue and income, or even loss of employment if extended. And so this leads to impoverishment. There's no financial measure, or very few, to support and help these people. Then we're addressing distress, isolation. I think my predecessor spoke about it significantly, to feel alone in one situation when at home. Sure, we're helping the person, but often we can't share with other caregivers, or we will hold back, or will be ashamed to complain and talk about the situation while the person is already experiencing a great deal of challenges and difficulties. So often we feel overwhelmed, swamped, and to adapt to the situation, or to do so in view of a diagnosis, is a big step, and also that of that person who is sharing the life of the one needing the services. And often it's about not being consulted. Often the caregiver is considered to be the other. The other person doesn't have a word to say, doesn't fit into the treatment scheme, doesn't have a space to claim better care or treatment for the patient. And this is part of those things that we try to work on. Now, ever since 2020, and this is part of the things we've done over the years to defend and advocate for the needs of caregivers, Madame Blais, ever since 2020, set up this legislative and strategic framework to recognize the support and involvement of caregivers in Quebec. And so all we'd been asking for years was included in a law that I believe over the long term will have a positive impact. Let's be realistic now, even if it's already been in place for 5 years, there's still a lot of work, unfortunately, to be done. So what's this act or this law all about? I just highlighted those points on caregiving. And it's not to make the process more tedious, but it's to show this was judged, voted upon by the government, and this should currently appear in our services, in our home care and our healthcare system. It's clearly not the case, but it's somewhat of a lever power that you have to advocate for caregiving through this. And through the legislation, we're talking about supporting caregivers to guide the government in the planning and the achievement of actions to recognize the contribution of caregivers as well as to support them in their role. And the national policy also has a policy and an action plan that you'll see later on. And so we're talking about access to services and support. And within the services, we're talking about a break offered by community organizations such as mine, but theoretically, it should be by the health establishments, like a break, and through home care and, of course, psychosocial support as provided by organization, and to support the emotional welfare and mental wellness, and training or education to help the caregivers to be better equipped in their role. And last, and in my view, the most important is the involvement of the caregivers in the management. The government, with its act, is focusing on a partnership approach. So it will be based on a partnership with the caregivers and will be actively involved when they have to care for their loved one. As I said earlier, I do not represent the government at all. This is what's written, and this is what we should see truly in the system, and clearly it's not yet the case. But this is the lever we should go by because healthcare professionals should comply as such. And finally, this partnership approach, there was another partnership set up in order to support also consultation with other actors, and our government arm is also working in this view. And so there was an action plan that was set up, and that was in 2021, and it's ending next year. And then we have to see what the next action plan will look like. And also, of course, we are partly responsible to put this action plan together. We don't know what it's going to look like in view of the financial support that will be offered to organizations. But in fact, in itself, the action plan, what stands out in terms of the management, we're talking about recognizing caregivers and making the role more formal in the plan. The role must be recognized officially in their role in the care that they provide, and making sure that it's adequate. The second point, which I find to be the most important or the more important, is the education of healthcare professionals. As I said, there's a lot of work to be done, but there's a shift in attitudes that's taking place in the healthcare center, in the healthcare system, to also consult and inform the caregiver. For example, if somebody goes back home, is discharged, and will need care and treatment, they have to make sure that the caregiver is equipped to put all this into action. Then we're talking about access to support and accompaniment services for caregivers to be included, and supporting, information services, psychosocial support, which already existed by other organizations such as mine in Quebec, and to accompany, support caregivers in the treatment and care, to integrate them. This should be an active role in the decision-making process that benefits from the necessary support to ensure their role. Now, I'm reading what's written. I'm not saying that this is what's going on right now, but supporting the health and well-being of caregivers, so to offer resources for them to take a break or take some time off, because home care services are very, very limited right now. So in terms of taking a break, we're not even addressing that. As I said, often caregivers will take a few hours off and to attend their own medical appointments. I don't call that time off. I just, call it time. But and psychological support for somebody who feels overwhelmed. So he has a place where he can share with other caregivers to reduce the stress, and in the best of worlds, to eliminate it. And finally, managing patients at home. And the action plan is aimed at improving home care services, and we hope that the government will reinforce home care through its priorities. I'm very anxious and looking forward to see this new action plan for home care, because currently it's chaotic and tragic. And also, we need the mechanisms to help caregivers. Among other things, we're part of a project with hospitalization. We're talking about an iPad to monitor certain conditions of the patient or the person that requires care. As I always said, an iPad is not, go beyond the Band-Aid. It still has to remain within the human component. So overall, that was pretty much it. And the last slide is to redirect you if this pertains to you, caregiver. And so we are on the island of Montreal. We provide services to everybody in the island of Montreal and all those outside of the Montreal area. We have an interactive map on the website combining about 200 organizations. It's worth it if you're outside of Montreal to search for a caregiver in Quebec or with Proches Aidants du Québec. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nathalie, for this preamble. And I really wanted Nathalie to take the time to introduce her organization so you might know what this entails. And you saw Casandra this morning, and we'll perhaps put up the slide with the 4 photos. No, in fact, no, it's not true. We have Annie who's on Zoom. Yeah, and I almost forgot about her, but indeed, oh, super. And so I almost forgot about her. Thank you, Casandra. So sorry, Annie. And indeed, given, as mentioned in the plan, this is truly an interactive panel, and I would say that with the week that I've had, I'll be very honest with you, I prepared no questions whatsoever. I told myself, we'll have so many people, and with the snow this morning, I said, perfect, we'll have plenty of questions. So I hope you're going to have a lot of questions. Otherwise, they can simply be comments. And the goal is to have a period of sharing. We saw Audrey, who presented this morning, and the issues related to the psychosocial management component, and he introduced a great deal of info on patient management and how to make our way through all of this, how to navigate this. And Casandra delivered a testimonial this morning, and she still has that wandering diagnosis. And Nathalie, who also spoke about the management now and before and later. I don't know if there are people online, people in the room who have questions, comments, and we have people here up front and Annie on Zoom who can interact. So now's the time. Now, I know that fatigue is setting in, and there you have it. And so I don't know if anybody wants to break the ice. We have Monsieur Saint-Onge. Excellent. Fatigue, right? Exactly. Just to tell you, after the panel, we're going to take a group photo to stretch our legs before moving on to the announcements, just to mention that. In fact, I'll take 2 minutes if you'll allow me. In fact, I'll just report how it happened for myself and then explain why I'm saying this. In fact, I'm a hypersomniac, so insomnia. I mean, the brain goes off to sleep at any time, and if I take medication, I'm going to sleep for 8 to 10 hours, and then I'll have 30-minute episodes where I have to go to bed, and then I get up, and then it starts up again, and so it's very difficult to deal with this insomnia, and only 10% have this or know about it. They know they have this anomaly. And so what I wanted to say is that when I met a physician and we did 3 tests of everything, like thyroid, kidneys, blood, I mean, the CPAP machine to sleep, everything. We did everything. Or the sleep testing machine. And then, I mean, I said, I have 2 years left and, then I'm retired and I'm not going to go back into training and education. And we never really studied sleep or lack of sleep, is what I was told by a doctor. Then my sister, who's into research as a nurse, she said, oh, we never learn about this. It's never taught, when it comes to insomnia. And I expected as a nurse, a physician, that would have studied a great deal on sleep or lack thereof. But no, such is not the case. So there's a great deal of education. Now there's an enhancement in the area of education that has to be done. Perhaps programs are not up to date, but bear this in mind that we as a patient will imagine that a generalist, a GP, look, I mean, he'll have studied, let's say, 2 years in sleep disorders, but no, such is not even the case. And again, a Saint-Julie generalist said, oh, we hardly studied this, I mean, it was brief, 2-3 weeks, it was taken care of, and so that's it. And that's what I wanted to say. It's a point in terms of training and education. Perhaps the medicine university program should be a little more complete and revamped, enhanced. I'm laughing because it's part of the plan, in fact, and perhaps it'll end up in the next RQMO strategic plan. I find that the integration of the medicine faculties, pharmacy faculties, and the presentations, and we showed this in our team presentation when reviewing all the issues related to orphan diseases. Well, this is the first point, the lack of training and education and information. I don't know, Annie, Cassandra.
1, 2, 3 is working. I experienced something very similar when they started my investigations, and my endocrinologist has 3 highlights. He was a triple specialty. He's a neuro-onco with a specialization in neurology. He looked at me and he said, I'll be totally frank with you. You are the case of the clause of the 8th page at the bottom, which we've never seen during my courses. But apart from that, I have no idea what you have. The problem is not that we don't want to know. We have so many things to look at and so complex that we can't see it all. We can't look at it all. There are already some initiatives that exist. For example, at the University of Montreal, where there are patients going to meet professionals to try to integrate in their training citizen participation and the relevance of seeing patients as actors. Is to be refined? Yes, absolutely. During one of my courses this week, because I'm a student, as I said this morning, there's a speaker who came to talk to us. I don't want to say her name, of course. She gave a course on the collaboration with pharmaceuticals, with the patients and the groups of family physicians. And since there's no longer any registration, nobody goes there. There's a drop in participation, unfortunately. So I think we won't have a choice but to ask ourselves the question, how can we better mobilize the actors? And another question that was raised is collaboration. I think it's really key, but I think we have to recognize that doctors are not experts on everything. So the question we should ask ourselves is, how can we help them? There's AIs, there's there's the multi-factor aspect where we can be there to support them with many. And there was a doctor who was there, Dr. Audrey Lafontaine. Could we be teams where we put all the skills together and we study one single case? The question is to be asked, but just as rare diseases is very complex, definitely we should find something to improve the situation. Annie, did you want to speak on that? Of course.
Vous m'entendez? OK.
I hope you hear me
On
well.
entend tout, on entend
We hear
absolument tout.
everything. We hear absolutely everything. I hope you don't hear my sighs and my
Donc,
deep
pour la
sighs.
formation des médecins, écoutez,
For the
en
training
particulier
of
en GMFI,
doctors,
donc c'est vraiment un groupe
I worked in a
multidisciplinaire,
university group of
multidisciplinaire,
family
et
physicians. It's
à
really a
offrir
family group
aussi la
with
formation aux
academics, and I
médecins.
was called upon to offer
Écoutez, la
training
formation des
to
médecins, là, c'est le
doctors.
mystère de
Listen,
la caramel.
physician training is the
Littéralement,
mystery of the
c'est
caramel, literally.
décidé en termes de ce qui
Nobody
est
knows about
enseigné. Ça
that
relève,
in
je
terms
crois,
of
du
what is
collège
being
voyageurs
taught. I
de
think it's
médecine au
under the
Canada.
General
Et ensuite, c'est
College of
évalué aux
Medicine of Canada.
facultés
Then
universitaires.
it's sent to
Et
the
là, il y a des
various
décisions qui se prennent.
university faculties,
Je m'amuse à dire que les
specialties, and
médecins,
decisions
si
are
vous
made there. I
c'est-à-dire
have fun
apprendre
saying
une
that
maladie rare par
doctors,
jour,
if
il y en
they
a
would
en même
like to
temps
learn
une
one rare
million.
disease per
On ne peut pas leur
day,
demander
they would be
ce
there for
que nous-mêmes,
20
on ne peut pas
years.
faire.
We cannot
Mais
ask
sachez qu'il
what
y a beaucoup
we
il y a
uh,
beaucoup d'initiatives qui
cannot
sont faites
do
au sein
ourselves.
des
But
GMFI
please
et des
know that
différentes
lots of initiatives
académies de
happen in the
formation. Ils ont
university
beaucoup de
groups of family
stages.
physicians or nurses.
C'est une
They have lots
science
of
qui est vraiment,
internships.
vraiment
It's a science that
chargée.
is really
On peut
heavy,
vraiment pas leur
and
demander
we can't
de tout
really
faire.
ask them to look at
Donc,
all rare
effectivement, ils
diseases and
apprennent sur
learn
le
one a
savoir
day.
pendant 2 ans.
Actually,
Ils vont l'apprendre sur une demi-journée
doing
peut-être.
a training
Ou ils vont
session
apprendre sur une demi-journée, un
on
stage
sleep during 2
simultané.
years. They
Ils vont
might
faire un
learn
stage
something during
en
a half
thérapie
day.
pendant 1 mois.
They'll do an
Donc,
internship in
c'est
psychiatry for a month, for
assez complexe au
example.
niveau
So
de la formation des
it's
médecins.
pretty
J'espère
complex how
qu'il y a
to train our
plus de
physicians.
choses
I would like
enseignées au niveau
them to
général.
learn more things.
Maintenant,
More things
faut-il,
should be
comme vous l'avez dit,
taught
les
from a
médecins
general point of view.
famille
But there
doivent
again,
connaître
we should have
beaucoup de choses.
physicians who already know a lot of
Prendre le
things,
pied dans chacune des
but
spécialités.
they should put
Et
their toe in
effectivement,
each
on ne peut pas leur
specialty, but
demander d'être
we
spécialiste dans
can't
tout.
ask them to be specialists of
Voilà.
everything.
Moi, je vais peut-être
What
renchérir rapidement avant de
maybe I will
laisser
rebound quickly before
Nathalie et Audrey
proceeding
vous pouvez
with
intervenir aussi, là.
something else, unless
Je-
Audrey wanted to say something.
J'aurais, en fait, moi,
I
le point
actually, the
derrière tout
point
ça, c'est que
behind all that is
si
that
on met toujours la base comme
if
étant,
we
on
always
peut
put
pas faire
the
en sorte que
foundation as
chaque
being,
professionnel de la
we
santé connaisse
cannot ensure
l'ensemble
that
des
each
maladies
health
rares.
professional will know all the rare
À ce moment-là,
diseases, if
comment
we
on
always
va
say that as a
réussir? Si
preamble.
un jour, je le
Now,
crois,
how will we
mais comment on va
succeed
réussir à
one
faire en sorte
day? I
que les
believe. How
patients,
will we
les
make
retraitants,
sure
les
that
parents qui
patients,
accompagnent les enfants, les adultes,
caregivers,
bref,
um,
peu
the
importe qui est
parents
atteint d'une
support
maladie
their
rare,
children or adults or whatever,
aient
whoever
enfin
has a rare
l'écoute
disease,
nécessaire
how
de la
can
part
they
de
have
chaque
the
professionnel.
listening
Pas
skills
d'une
required from
catégorie de professionnels
each
en particulier,
professional,
mais
not just
de
one
chaque
category
professionnel
of
pour
professionals,
travailler justement
but from
ensemble puis
each professional
aller
so that
chercher ces
everybody works
éléments-là de
together
solution
to
parce que
get
on vous l'a
the,
présenté ce matin
the
rapidement, mais
piece of a solution
l'enquête
because
de
we've presented
2010
this
avec
to
ce que
you
les
very
patients
quickly,
disaient,
but the
c'est
2010
encore d'actualité
survey with
aujourd'hui.
what the
C'est
patients
encore
said
les
is
patients qui
still
sont
uh,
les plus experts de leur
topical
maladie.
today.
Donc,
Again, it's
je
still
pense
the
qu'à un moment
patients who are
donné,
the
il va falloir
most
que
advanced
dans
experts on their own
que ça
disease.
soit partout au
So
Canada
at
ou au
one
Québec,
point, whether
dans
it's
ce
in
qu'on va
Canada-wide
changer
or just in
les
Quebec,
programmes de
in what we
formation pour
change in
les
the training
professionnels de la santé,
programs
pardon,
for our health
je pense qu'il
professionals,
faudrait justement intégrer cette
I think
facette-là
it
de
should
dire, ben,
integrate that
est-ce qu'on peut
aspect
avoir des
of
patients
saying,
experts, patients
can we
partenaires,
have
je n'ai pas
expert
l'appellation, mais
patients,
qui justement
patient partners? I don't have the exact
ferait partie des
term
équipes de soins. Donc, pour
that would
conseiller,
be
pour
part of the care teams
accompagner,
to
puis
advise or
ce qu'on se fait souvent
accompany.
dire, là,
And what
ça
we're
fait quand
often
même
being
longtemps au
told
RQMO
for a long time at the
qu'on avance
RQMO,
ça. Puis moi, particulièrement dans les 2
um,
dernières années et demie, depuis que je suis là au
especially in the
RQMO,
last 2 years and a half since
ce
I've
que
been there
j'essaie
at
justement
the
le plus possible,
RQMO,
c'est
what
qu'on
I've
puisse
been
rentrer
trying
dans le
to
système
do
de
as much as
santé puis que
possible is for
aussitôt
us
qu'il y a un
to
patient, aussitôt qu'il y a une personne qui
get
a un
into the
diagnostic
healthcare system
de
so
maladie
that
rare ou
as
même qui est en
soon as
errance
a patient
diagnostique,
has
pas
a,
forcément quelqu'un qui a un diagnostic,
diagnosis
mais
or a
quelqu'un
rare
qu'on
disease, or
soupçonne
just
avoir un
in
diagnostic,
the
dans
diagnostic
sa prise
wondering,
en charge,
someone we
à quelque
suspect
part dans un
wants to
papier,
get a
devrait avoir
diagnosis
ces 4 lettres-là dans
somewhere in a paper there.
RQMO.org.
should be at least those 4 letters, RQMO, because everything we told you in terms of the services we provide this morning, accompaniments, listening, twinning. Geneviève spoke very briefly about twinnings. It's more than 800 twinnings we did since the beginning of the RQMO. Let's say, I'll give you an example. We got a call last spring, a lady who contacted us at the RQMO to tell us, actually, listen, I called upon you with the twinning system, the team building system. We found someone else who has this disease. The person is in Quebec City. I'm in Sept-Îles. I speak to that person every day. Now I haven't had any answers for 3 days. I'm getting worried. This person calls me because that was support for her. And it happens that in the file of this person, we had another way of contacting her. So we sent an email and we called a person who was close to that lady. And actually, she was in the hospital. She had been in hospital for a whole week. So that, but just knowing that the other lady in Sept-Îles was worried about her status. So the twinning program is 2 people, 2 persons who don't know each other but have the same disease. And knowing that the other person with the same disease called us because she was concerned about her condition, that was very emotional. And stopping this digression here, this is just one example among many of what we're doing to get people together and listen to the patient. That was the theme of our Zebra Month this year. Priority number 1 should be the patient. Currently, however, it's not the case always. I digressed enough. And on this, do you have anything to say? Let's go with another comment or a question. It's just for the people on Zoom. You have to use the mic. If you speak like this and people in Zoom might not hear you, that's why we put a microphone under your nose. I have a question for you, Jonathan. I think I will rebound a bit on this. Actually, I was wondering, for the RQMO and its strategic planning, have you been directly in the hospital departments to try to meet the department managers to distribute brochures for people who are in the clinics? Otherwise, isn't this something that could be done if you use volunteers? I wondered about that because, as you said, it's important to connect with the networks. And at the foundation of this issue is the fact that it's so complex. This network is so large that physicians cannot necessarily have answers to everything. But you have registries, you have interesting databases, super relevant of all kinds of health professionals that don't know where to send those people, even people who are in a diagnostic wandering stage. I had a questioning about that. Is that something that could be considered in the future of the RQMO? Actually, it's not so much in the future, it's a bit in the past and in the present. We did integrate our pamphlet for the RQMO. Our pamphlet is currently in several clinics in Quebec, and that's what's interesting. You saw Dr. Audrey Lafontaine this morning. She's one more collaborator who will make it possible for us to integrate. We'll have to integrate her. It's really not easy. You know, they have a lot of demand. Every disease will like their pamphlet to be everywhere. So at one point, it becomes impossible. So we're trying to target, we send bombs everywhere. We try to create some explosion or some so that our resources will fly in different directions in Quebec. Some clinics are starting to contact us. Some physicians are contacting us more and more. Christine and Marie-Ève, I know you have contacts with doctors and so on. And increasingly, we're integrating the health network. It's not easy, of course. In the Quebec Action Plan on Rare Diseases, there's supposed to be some government website which is specific about rare diseases, and that is supposed to list all resources available. When this finally sees the light of day, will that help? I hope so. But it's really bit by bit only. As we get better known, things will happen. There's also the whole aspect of visibility. You know, we have booths and kiosks and certain medical conferences. The Association of Geneticists, for example, at their Congress, we had a booth. This year we'll have a booth also at Frontline in Health. However, with only it's always at $2,500 or $3,000 for a kiosk for 2 days only. We don't always have the financial resources. Our budget is very tight. Also, there's always this phenomenon. We want to get better known so as to offer more services to the population, but number of resources financially and human-wise doesn't always follow. And the last point I want to say about this is the lack of understanding about how we're going to help patients. Some doctors told me, why would I refer any patients to you? You're not a doctor. I said, no, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a health professional, but do you know all the home care resources? Do you know the transport resources for patients? No, of course, you're just a doctor. You know your field. We know the rest. It's pretty much what I was saying. I was a bit hard on him, but... Once again, we had the presentation by Dr. Lafontaine this morning, and we really saw the human being behind the pediatrician. Not everybody is like her. When people are condescending with me, I tend to mirror back their behavior to me. I'm sorry for monopolizing the discussion, but yeah, it's in a process. But we're following and going with the resources we have. Someone wanted to speak in the back? Yes, Paul. And by the way, we think the same. When we speak to them, we're defending the same point. Now, I'm speaking not as the director of the COFAN, but as a Paul Lupien with a rare disease and who is a member of the RQMO. I will just take 2 minutes, first of all, to congratulate you, Jonathan, what you're doing with your team. I want to say kudos to your whole team. Really, without you, we would really be in the hole. Secondly, I would like to thank you for the people you had, the speakers you had. You had people of heart who came to speak about. I discovered we have two health systems in Quebec, an Anglophone system, a Francophone system. We don't speak the same way. One of them is appointments. You can get them in 2 or 3 days. And on the other side, it takes a year. You can see that there is a technical difference somewhere. I spoke about that when I was in Parliament recently, when I was asking them to take the example and model themselves on Ontario, because they're always talking about Ontario. We're 11th in the quality of care. The problem is not the resources at the grassroots. It's just at the top, all the way up to the minister. That's where the problem is. Can we solve that problem in Quebec? But really, I want to say thank you, because yes, with my rare disease, I would have 0 services. I would have nothing if you didn't exist. You did a lot of things. I want to congratulate you for that. And really, please continue. Don't give up. We need you. And also, thanks to your panelists. Your panelists were great today. I wanted to say it was a great day. And I think everybody deserves a good hand of applause. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. So we work hard and we're all together in it. There's the RQMO team, but the patients and natural helpers also. And all this is thanks to Residay. Good point indeed. If it didn't be for Gail Ouellette, if it wasn't for Gail, oh, this is thanks to Gail. You're right. That's a good point. If she hadn't been there, we wouldn't be here. Thank you, Paul.
Ça marche-tu?
Just turn it on. Is it working? Yes, it is. Just to debate a little bit on this, not for too long. The lady here mentioned 2 minutes ago that RQMO should be more publicized in the clinics and hospitals. Do you look at academic research centers in these places too? Because maybe I'm naive or informed. I've been working for Cerveau for a couple of years, and a lot of people work in both places. You know Cerveau, and it took about 2 years before I knew that the RQMO exists. I think it's not normal. Cerveau didn't tell me about RQMO. Indeed, this is not too. I got to be careful here. This is being recorded, so wait a minute. I've got to. refrain myself. We're being filmed here. No, but
Oui, oui, tout à fait, tout à fait.
yeah, you're
On
right.
est, en fait,
Absolutely.
on
Actually,
collabore avec le plus de
we
collaborateurs possible.
collaborate with as many collaborators as
La seule
possible.
chose que je voudrais dire,
The
c'est que
only
parfois, dans
thing I would like to say is that
certains sujets, dans certaines
sometimes on
thématiques,
certain topics, on certain themes,
encore aujourd'hui, j'ai l'impression que les
even
groupes patients,
today,
parfois, on
I
passe
feel
un
that
peu à
patient
côté de la traque.
groups,
Donc,
we miss
on
the
invite
track,
tout le
we
monde,
miss the
on
target.
veut travailler avec tout le monde,
Everybody's invited.
mais
We want to work with
quand c'est le temps
everyone. But
d'avancer, de
when the
faire des
time
annonces,
comes
de
to
faire des comités
move
de
to
travail,
something
etc.,
concrete, to do
c'est
announcements
rarement
and
nous qu'on
create
appelle en premier.
working
Je vais dire
groups,
ça comme
we are
ça.
rarely called
Puis c'est
first.
pas une
Let me
flèche
put it that way.
au
It's
cerveau,
not
là, nécessairement.
a poison arrow
Honnêtement, je
to
m'entends super bien
Sermo
avec tout le
or
monde là-bas.
Servo. Honestly,
Puis,
I
en fait,
get along very well with everybody
j'ai
there,
pas été là-dedans, mais
but I
j'ai un
wasn't
passé de chercheur.
in there.
J'ai
I have
étudié le
a
cancer du
past
cerveau
as a
pendant mon
researcher.
doctorat, puis
I've
toutes
been
mes études,
studying
je les ai faites
brain
au CAM,
cancer during my
dans le
PhD,
laboratoire du
and all
docteur
my
Boran
studies were done
qui est
in the
membre
UQAM
du CERVO,
in the lab of
anciennement le
Dr. Boran Amabi,
biomédecin.
which
Donc,
is member of
je connais pas mal
Servo,
tous les profs qui sont membres de ce
prof,
réseau-là.
professor of
Puis actuellement,
biology at UQAM.
directeur
I know
de
pretty much all the
Montréal, puis Longueuil.
professors in that area,
On a
including
une belle
Dr.
relation,
Nicholas and
on
everybody else.
avance,
We have a
mais
great
effectivement,
relationship.
parfois,
We are
puis il y
moving
a aussi
ahead.
tout le côté
But indeed,
informatique.
sometimes
Des fois,
there's also
on
the whole
collabore, mais nos logos
IT
n'apparaissent
aspect.
pas tout de suite.
Sometimes
Ça paraît sur
we
le tard.
collaborate, but our logos don't
Mais
appear right away. They
éventuellement,
appear later. But
le travail se fait, la
eventually,
collaboration se
the
fait.
work
Puis
is
pour
being
répondre à la
done
question,
and the
oui,
collaboration
on
happens. And
travaille.
to answer
Puis
your
en fait,
question, yes,
Christine, je ne
we
sais pas
do
si tu voulais
work
rajouter
with them.
là-dessus, mais
And
tout
Christiane,
le
I don't know
volet
if you wanted to add anything
recherche et
on that,
partenariat
but
comme
on the
tel,
whole research and
on a
partnership
commencé aussi à
component,
avoir de plus en
we
plus de demandes
also
de
started
chercheurs
to
qui
get more
cherchent
and
des
more
patients
requests
pour
from
des projets de
researchers
recherche.
who are looking for patients
Donc,
for
ils servent
research
un peu
projects. So they use
notre
a little bit
plateforme, nos
our
réseaux sociaux,
platform,
notre
our social
communauté
networks,
pour justement
our
diffuser tout ça.
community to disseminate
Mais
all
oui,
that.
effectivement, c'est pas tous
But
les groupes. Ça
indeed,
peut être
it's
très
not all
politique aussi. Là. Il y a
groups.
beaucoup
It can be very
de
political also.
compétition.
There's a lot of
Mais
competition.
c'est ça. Donc ça, c'est sûr que
Oh,
ça peut être
oh well. So that can
un
be
enjeu.
an issue.
Mais on s'efforce de
But
collaborer avec tout le
we
monde.
make all the
Le but, c'est
efforts
on
required
le
to
fait pour le
collaborate with
patient.
everyone.
C'est ça le but. Vous avez vu dans la présentation
And
ce
we do
matin,
it
c'est
for
pour ceux qui
patients.
sont
As you
orphelins
saw in
d'association,
the presentation this morning,
les
it's for
parents, les
people who
proches
are
aidants,
orphaned,
etc. Donc,
many
je ne sais pas
association,
s'il y avait
parents,
d'autres
and
Cassandra, tu voulais ajouter.
natural caregivers. Cassandra, you wanted to add something? Okay. You summarized things very well. I'm also doing research. I think in the last few years, there was an acceleration of research in the field of rare diseases. Previously, it was questions in hidden labs and dark corners. But now, with the rare disease plan, with the act, we see that people are getting more and more interested. Now, about the social impacts, the impacts in the field of healthcare, we're all involved in research. I'm the administrative area, political and administrative. I'm interested in rare diseases. Not too many people are interested in that topic. So I can testify to that. So I think we're gaining at trying to develop research in this environment, understanding it. I hope there will be updates in the second version of the government rare disease plan. We're waiting. And there's also the fact that I believe that initially citizen participation is something that we put in our checklist to accept projects or consult with the population or consult with experts. It's now part of the checklist. We realize that there's a wind of change. We're modernizing processes. I think the question that remains is what is the place not only of the patient, but the place of citizen participation in the ecosystem? It would be the topic of more research. And how can it be better integrated around the decision-making table through the processes? I don't know if this would complement what the lady is saying, but for RQMO, it pushes the reflection. We're doing our job with Jonathan that pitches mirror at people, showing people a mirror, making them look themselves. And we're working on this and we want to be heard at all stages. Nathalie and Audrey, I don't know if you want to speak on that, Audrey? I also wanted to underline that RQMO initiatives are there to initiate a change. Initiating a change is not easy because we human beings don't like things that change. But if we try to change a big health system representing a lot of management and professionals and other types of professionals, it's not easy. You meet pushback because people are not sure they want to get onto the bandwagon. And I would like to add that because of what is done, we'll have pushback. And when we see resistance, it means we're working on the right things and we're disturbing people. That's another consequence of doing something. Other comments? Comments or questions? Feel free. It's more a question. I would like to benefit from the fact that Ms. Déziel is there, or Ms. Perreault also. I would like to hear you about mental health and the way that natural caregivers can help once this diagnosis of a rare disease has fallen. And in our daily lives, when we have at work an obligation, oh, you have to be absent from work today? Why? Well, because I don't want to say every time my son is sick, I'm going to chemotherapy, let's say, or I'm going this, there. Each time I'm looked at with pity or with questions. People are quizzical. What should we say? Do you have tips or a way to answer, especially since my son, it doesn't know that he's sick? If we don't talk about this, people don't know. I don't want to repeat that we've been every 3 weeks at the hospital for 6 years now. Every 3 weeks. Do you have any tips? Nathalie or Annie? Annie, go ahead.
On t'entend plus.
We can't hear you anymore. Is your mic on mute? Okay, there I go. Voilà. Did you want to say something on this? How can we give tips to people? Actually, how say things without saying it all? Like,
les gens, fondamentalement, d'abord, peuvent être
people
curieux.
fundamentally can be curious. Typically, human beings make judgments. They get all kinds of ideas when there's information missing, and we have to cope with all that. If people are curious in a positive way, with compassion, that's great. But we know that the majority of reactions might not go in that direction. How can we say to something, I have to be absent because I have a daily life that is a bit different from a normal family? Oh, yeah? What's happening? Well, I don't necessarily feel like sharing more about that. We can show our limits and evoke what concerns us and what is our daily life. But sometimes giving a minimum of information only allows people to understand, okay, I won't go any further. It's the art of communicating without speaking too much. And over time, eventually, we realize that people will ask questions, will have facial expressions that can hurt us, that can
façon de dire des choses qui sont pas très
or ways of saying things that are not very kind and well enveloped. And eventually, we cope with this. We cope with this inside of ourselves, but there's no magic. I don't have any magic wand. You know, I think that just as the RQMO has to make pressure on the medical environments, I think that organisms like ours must make pressures on the employers to make these type fluid. I totally agree that if you're not open, if you don't feel any openness or empathy by the person who's managing your day off, you're very limited. My situation is such that I have to be on the hospital very often for someone that I'm caring for as a natural caregiver. So you might be forced to say it all, but sometimes saying it all where empathy is there, that would facilitate and erase or diminish the guilt you feel as in your work area. But it's all to our benefit to influence employers to have work-family relationship measures. One person out of 4 is a natural caregiver in Quebec. It's not rare. We should have employment-based measures to facilitate the lives of people who are natural caregivers. But the choice of deciding what we say or what we don't say, the goal is to advise that we will often be absent and have to have a day off. That's the only information they need to have ultimately. Yeah, very briefly, I would like to make the patient's point of view. At the beginning, I was hiding the fact that I had a rare disease. I was ashamed. I didn't want to be looked at as an employee who wouldn't be able to do things. I didn't want to be looked at as, oh, she's the sick person. Basically, she's ill. And then I turned this into a strength. And I said, I don't have to be ashamed of who I am if I'm hired for who I am. They also hired me with this aspect. And I learned to impose my limits and to say clearly, I have a rare disease. It possibly can lead to this or that. However, I have assets and remove the weight from my chest because the day I have a crisis, I don't have to hide this from everywhere. That's what's happening and that's it. But there's a way of saying things. I'm not an expert in that. But let's not forget that as an employee, you have rights. The employer may investigate and push and ask questions, but there is a limit with getting into your personal life. And if there's a case of an employer tells you have to justify yourself, you have to be transparent. I'll give you an example. There's an association called Bas de l'Échelle for non-unionized people. You can call upon such organizations and take information from them if you feel that some limits have been breached. I want to make here a legal point, if you allow me. Any employer is allowed to ask you questions, except about your health, and if you're gay or lesbian or whatever, LGBTQ, everything related to Article 10 of the Charter of Rights and Liberties, they're not allowed to ask you questions. Any employer, so your medical side, he's not a physician. Why would he ask you questions about your health or your child's health? You can ask them, what I answered an employer once, oh, you're a doctor? I didn't know that.
Et je peux vous dire que ça revient la chose de bord. Et si vous lui parlez, après ça, disez que vous allez à la CNESST pour savoir s'il a le droit de me poser ces questions-là. Il va dire, non, est-ce que je me suis trompé? Puis il va revirer de bord.
I say, no, did I make a mistake? And he's going to turn around. So anything having to do with Section 10 of the Charter, they have no right to ask you questions on this. And all you have to do is file a complaint with the CNESST, and you're going to resolve the issue. So that was a legal point I wanted to raise. And because at one point when we're asked questions, it's part and parcel of that. They're not allowed. And in terms of employment, with the CNESST, you can file a complaint. Otherwise, if it's outside of employment, you can take it to the Commission of Human Rights. Nobody's allowed, not even a physician, allowed to ask you how's your health or to ask you specifics. That's right. In the U.S., they plead the 5th. Over here, we're going to plead the 10th section. Nathalie wanted to add to that exactly. Often we'll see the caregiver, perceive the caregiver as somebody who's absent, who's not always there, because can't go to work. And then if we say an employee who's a caregiver is somebody who's flexible, somebody who's available, it's somebody who does 1,001 things in his or her life. And so this is an extreme strength, and it's in the employee's interest to consider a caregiver as an asset within the work team because of the flexibility and the ability to adapt, whereas the majority of people wouldn't even manage to manage what a caregiver does. Okay, next. Hello. Well, thank you. Thank you to RQMO for today. And there was also that other conference that was super interesting. Thank you so much. And yes, the safety net, mental health, the caregiver, beware, and it's all good and well in a PowerPoint, but in real life, how do we convey this? And we talk very much so about the patient burden. In my case, I'm a caregiver mom. I have a 3-year-old, and I always have to justify with the physician, I can't go back to work, and he says, yeah, but you're not the one who's sick, it's your child. It's like, yes, but no. Somebody has to care for the child. That's right, and it's not going to be anybody else. And sure, you're allowed to certain hours, but then you have to be assessed by the social worker, and it's like, look, go see your MP. It's going to be faster. Sure, I got the time of seeing my MP. It's about the burden. And yes, it goes through patient partners and to get involved. And And we're always on a quest to keep our energy. In a discussion that was held this week, after 10 years, well, then we leave our job and we get involved in rare diseases, and after 10 years, I don't know. And this was said this week, but anyway, you want to preserve your energy and you want to go towards this, and at one point you can get involved, So thank you. Thank you, RQMO, to do what you're doing and to come in so early in our journey. And thank you for the comment, for the feedback. And I'm going to add to that, in fact, the big problem. And it's not just unique to the healthcare system. I think it applies to other areas. I was in the municipal sector for 16 years in the recreational area as an employee and as a manager. The 4 years I spent there as a manager is that we put out fires. We don't treat issues. We just put out fires. We're in crisis management all the time. In fact, the smallest thing is the crisis. Once it's managed and in the tiniest components possible, well, then we keep going. We can going until we have other fires to put out. And unfortunately, with our decision makers, I get the impression it's the same thing. Then we have to turn to our MPs, and you think it's going to go faster? They want votes. They want to be there. So, of course, they're going to give you the service. But if 8.5 million Quebecers start doing this, well, then we're going to get nowhere. And that's the issue. We put out fires. And just to let you know, it's 3:05, and I want to give you time to speak. We should have finished at 3, but it doesn't matter. Go ahead with your comment. I don't want to prevent anybody from speaking, or your right to speak. Well, I mean, I'm in terms of caregiving, and I have a question to Casandra. And in my organization, in the past 4 years, numerous times I had to justify my absences to my caregiver. And firstly, I'm somebody with a very strong character. And when this happened lately, it didn't come from the employer, it came from an employee. And in fact, I experienced discrimination at work because the employee wasn't in agreement with the situation. He doesn't have to agree, and he doesn't have to agree with my absence. He doesn't have to agree with accommodations. And when I discussed it, and this is important to bring up now, my superiors said, you don't have to justify this to anybody. You don't have to justify yourself. You don't have to explain the situation. They don't have to understand why you're absent. You're absent, you take your sick day, it's your right, and that this day be for yourself, your partner, regardless, it's none of their business. And I think that has changed my outlook a great deal in terms of caregiving, because frequently I had to explain and justify, yes, but she has blah, 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 such and such a symptom, which will cause her to, and the reaction from my superiors somewhat showed me that, in fact, I don't have much of anything to say to justify myself. I have a personal situation with somebody in my family. I'm a caregiver, and at times it may call me to be absent unexpectedly. And it's normal. Exactly. Exactly. And to set this in perspective, I think there's the mental burden of having to carry this and justifying yourself because you don't want a poor reaction from your employer. You don't want to experience discrimination regarding this. But I think we have to learn to detach ourselves from this, to know that it's part of our right. We're protected by the law, and that these things are not acceptable either, and that there's a limit to one's consent and what we can disclose in terms of information. There you have it. Absolutely.
De nous protéger.
Yeah, to protect ourselves.
C'est un très bon commentaire. Moi, je vais peut-être juste
Very
revenir
good
pour
comment.
clôturer tout ça avant de laisser peut-être un 30 secondes là, à chacune des
And
personnes qui sont
I'll
là,
leave
avec moi
30
ici.
seconds to each of the people here on stage with me.
Ce que ça
And
évoque, c'est que par rapport à la prise en charge, que ce soit des patients, que ce
in
soit des
terms
proches aidants,
of caregiving, whether it be a patient, whether it be a loved one, and a caregiver, we saw it. We saw the direction of the communication this afternoon towards other topics that are all interconnected. They're all interconnected. That's the message. The message is that in order, it's not just about putting out fires, but we want this to lead to a lasting effect. And to have to think about everything, well, that's exactly what we have to do. And so to consult people and to consult those groups, those associations, patient associations, community organizations, and at times, and our decision makers have their take on it, and they only have one vision. They only have one take on it in terms of what needs to be amended. And in the consultation meetings, it's unfortunate, but it's never us as a group that has the opportunity to attend these commissions, to speak or to file a memorandum. I am very much solicited on various topics. Are you going to file a memorandum or a brief? Are you going to talk about it? Because within the team, we are 5, and we're already swamped. And I would have to get up at night in order to write up briefs or factums to change things. And even by filing that, I get the impression that the action will be channeled through, we who come there as a group to say, this doesn't work, it's just not working. And for patients, for caregivers, for the management of the care trajectory. These are all components we have to think about. You know the expression, think outside the box? Well, never mind the box and the one they want to sink us into all the time. And so let's break the corners of that box. Let's turn it into a circle so we can all work together. And that's pretty much my take on it. And yeah, wasn't that beautiful? And sometimes, yeah, I even impressed myself. So we're going to start perhaps with Annie. And for 30 seconds, and which also which will help caregiving. Annie, well, I hope that all those impacted by rare diseases, that they be able to find, their support, that they find somebody to support a plan that will help and help that management, even if not perfect, but somebody that can be heard and someone that can get collaboration from the healthcare givers or professionals. If there's a resource, if it's not in place, to set it in place. I know it's going to call for energy, but there's a movement that reduces, there's a break between the world of patients and caregivers. It's not going to help us over the long term to see the enemy through the healthcare staff, but something that will enable us to open up a dialogue. It's like, this is a reality, and you have to understand that, and that's my wish. Thank you. Thank you, Annie. Casandra. And yes, Annie, very poetic. I think we should come up with an album of poetic and inspiring sentences. And I'm going to wear both hats as a patient. I'm very happy to be able to bounce back on different actors, people here present, and that we have common points in terms of discipline. As Vice Chair, I wish to thank you personally for having been here online and here in person and for having responded. And I'd like to convey a message in the end. If you have ideas, if you want to get involved, if you want to contribute in any which way, we're always there for you. It'll be a pleasure for us. And also, my greatest wish over the next few years from the government, that we get collaboration, that the patient's vision, becomes the actor and not just a person by the wayside. Very well put. Thank you, Audrey. I wanted to thank you. And as I said, I was far more zebraed than a social worker initially. And so it's nice to see that even if we're sick, we don't lose our skill. It's not because we have a rare disease or whatever that we become just that. And I think that's what I feel like leaving you on. You're not defined by your symptoms because the body decides to do what it feels like doing, you know. I mean, it is the boss. Yeah, that was beautiful too. Yeah, Natalie. And you will conclude. No pressure, no pressure. No, I mean, 3 quotes. Yes, we're going to add a 4th one. Well, I mean, yes, and my book is filling up, and I feel like saying, do not accept the unacceptable. When you experience situations with your employer, the doctor, call those community organizations. It's our mission. And, you know, I mean, it took tens and dozens of years to sort of voice our concerns, so do not hesitate to hear caregivers as a patient or whatever and to provide support or to find support, because as a community organization, that is our role. Thank you very much to everybody. Well, everybody. The 4 women supporting me up here. A good hand of applause. Thank you. I'll invite you to go back to your seats. And for people on Zoom, perhaps we'll put the closing slide up on the screen. There you have it.
Oui, c'est ça. C'est ça. Donc, en fait, pour les.
In fact, I really don't have any closing remarks. I would like to say 8,000 times thank you, because there are 8,000 rare diseases, and perhaps we'll have to say 9,000 thank yous, 9,000 rare diseases eventually. But whopping thanks for attending this day, and I hope you well appreciated those who presented, and I apologize on behalf of everybody. We started a little later than expected because of the snow. We wanted a maximum of people before starting the event. Thank you for your understanding. And online, I'd stay there. We're going to take a group photo. And perhaps on that side, for the people in the room, it's going to be easy because some have reduced mobility. I just want to make sure we have everybody in that photo. And then you're going to go back to your seats, and we have a few special announcements before the networking cocktail. And as I said, for those on Zoom, don't go away, stay there. We'll snap that picture, and it's going to take about 5 minutes, and then we'll be able to go ahead with the announcements. And then we'll put an end officially to move on to the cocktail, the networking cocktail. So I invite you to go towards the back near the kiosks, and we'll do this fairly quickly to snap that group photo to show to what extent we are really holding together, one with the other.
Un, deux, un, deux. Donc, je vais vous inviter à reprendre votre place. Comme je vous ai dit, on avait quelques annonces spéciales à faire avant le cocktail de réseautage. Donc, j'espère que les gens en Zoom, vous êtes restés. On a pris notre photo de groupe. On est maintenant prêt à reprendre.
So we took our group photo, but we're now ready to resume for the special announcements. Thank you very much for being back. We'll just resume for the announcements. You'll have ample time to network. We might have another 30 minutes to go, and then we'll leave you with the cocktail happy hour. So, can we...
Oui, voilà. Donc, en fait, on célèbre nos 15 ans, évidemment. Officiellement, c'était hier.
We're celebrating our 15 years. Officially, it was yesterday. RQMO was born on February the 28th, 2010. Through Gail, I put her in my slide, and other associations who started the movement of this organization, the RQMO. You've been seeing the logo. It's going to be our logo for the coming year. And that's the logo that will be integrated in our signature and letterheads and all that. And just to tell you a little bit the explanation of this, which we found very good, it was that for 15 years now, we've been there. The number 15 represents the patients and caregivers in the family. So the number 15 has been supported by, with the triangle, we define the direction. We're driven by patients and families. They're behind us to propel us in the direction that we want to go. And I found the explanation of this logo very good. I don't give myself credit for myself. It's the graphic designer that we did business with that came up with this explanation. And we fell in love, we, the team and the board, with this logo. So that's the first special announcement we had to celebrate. So don't be surprised if you see this logo on our social networks soon. Other things, I've been thinking about a project that I didn't have time to do it. And so I'm announcing to you today the launch of a new project. It's a program that we'll call InfoMO, MO for orphan diseases. InfoMO, information about orphan diseases. The frequency will probably be weekly or bi-monthly, twice a month, and it'll be kind of a news brief. A news broadcast, which we will do with the team and future collaborators, possibly. We'll see how it will evolve. The goal of this project is to inform people about what's happening in rare diseases, even in real time. We can't do an LCN office every hour, but we'll do this every week or every 2 weeks. Everything that happens in the news, everything that's happening in terms of research, approved drugs, new drugs, news about public policies, all kinds of news like that. It could also be testimonials by patients, stories that go into the media. The goal is that we provide an overall picture about what's happening currently about rare diseases. A lot of people, when I tell them various things, the policy, the action plan, the reference centers, the announcements of all kinds about rare diseases. Lots of people say, oh, I didn't know about that. And those are people who are in the rare disease communities, people who are involved. So that's the way the RQMO will evolve in its mission to inform and educate the population about rare diseases. So the first episode will be on Friday, March the 14th. It's not going to be live. No, it's a video which I'll prepare ahead of time, and then it will be broadcast on our YouTube chain directly starting on Friday, March 14th. We'll send the link in our newsletter and in our social networks. Third announcement, but not the least, we have a surprise video We have a surprise video. I'm not saying anymore. I'm just asking our technicians to the video on, and let's listen attentively. Hi, Gail. Natalie and I wanted to underline your indefatigable and invaluable contribution to orphan diseases. Your presence and your support for us all who are living in this universe would never have been the same without you, champion. Thank you from two very grateful parents. And as I like to say for years, you're our angel for orphan diseases, especially rare diseases. We love you. Today, we're celebrating 15 years of engagement for the advocacy for people affected by rare disease in Quebec. It's thanks to an exceptional woman if the voice of thousands of Quebecers was heard. Gail, the RQMO is much more than a coalition or a group of people. It's a beacon of hope for those who felt forgotten. I had the privilege of working with you, Gail, and see you at work with an faultless determination. You supported numerous families throughout your journey, and you contributed to help them having access to appropriate treatment and care. I rejoice in being with you today for the 50th anniversary of the RQMO, which contributed and will continue also to make a difference. Gail, I can only salute your courage, your vision, and for that, Miss Ouellette, a great, immense thank you. Hello, Gail. I met you for the first time 10 years ago when we were still looking for my daughter's diagnosis. You supported us through our years of diagnostic wandering and the announcement of misdiagnosis, and when you finally found the right one. I want to say a big thank you for that, and especially thank you for creating a place where people affected by rare diseases can finally feel understood and supported. I experienced this personally, and I continue to see this every day now that I've become a worker at the RQMO. Your work continues to make a huge difference for persons and family who are often left to themselves because of the rarity of their disease. Thank you, Gail, for everything you've built. Hello, my name is John Mitchell. I'm an endocrinologist and geneticist working at the CUSM in Montreal. It's a real pleasure for me to say a few words about Gail Ouellette. I started working with Gail 15 years ago. First contact I had with Gail was when I worked on her study on the natural history of an orphan disease called Montreal-Invivo. After that study, Gail continued to work with me for the reimbursement of this drug. She organized a visit to the National Assembly with family affected by Montreal, myself, and Gail herself. We met with Gaëtan Barrette, and discussed about the importance of this drug, which is the first drug for the treatment of Montreal. Gail continued to work with orphan diseases ever since then. A lot of different diseases, lots of effort, and she is working with extraordinary dynamism. I send all my congratulations to Gail, and I hope I will continue to work with her for years in the future. Congratulations again.
Bonjour, Gail. Wow. 15 ans déjà.
Hello, Gail. Wow. 15 years. What an accomplishment. Bravo. Your vision, your devotion, your dedication, your perseverance gave life to a unique organization in Quebec and gave a voice to a lot of people who often live in the shade. Your engagement to this noble cause contributed to raise the awareness of Quebec society about rare diseases, and we're all grateful to you for that. Congratulations for these 15 great years of positive impacts, and long live RQMO. The best is yet to come. Hello, I'm Edith Lalanne from Celiac Disease Quebec, and I want to say how much the first time I met or saw Gail at work, it was during the FISC meeting in 2021, and she impressed me so much with her delivery about diagnostic wandering, when she was talking about all the issues of rare diseases, and it echoed a lot within me since here at Celiac, Quebec, we experience a lot of similarities with rare diseases. So I had contacted Gail and we exchanged in the following months, and I found her so generous to take her time to share her real life experience, to share tips and advice. I know that Gail was extremely involved in the development and the outreach of rare and orphan diseases. I say kudos for all her accomplishments, all those accomplishments, and being able to mobilize a community of people who are feel all alone by themselves in the corner. For all this, I want to say a big congrats to you, Gail, and I wish you the best for what's to come. So bravo to the RQMO for its 50th anniversary, and to Gail for her great vision. As soon as we first started to talk, Gail demonstrated her passion and energy, which were really contagious. Thanks for all the efforts that were deployed for many years to advocate and defend the interests of patients with rare diseases. Bravo. Hi, good day, Gail, and thank you, Gail, for rare diseases and for people who have rare diseases. It's really, really appreciated. And I say big thank you. Hi, Gail. Listen, I wish to thank you today for everything you did for patients affected by rare diseases, not only people with the diseases, but also the natural caregivers. It really made a big difference for me when I heard for the first time about rare diseases. It was very unknown, very vague to me. I felt really alone. But with the RQMO, I saw there was a community, lots of people, and we feel less isolated in that situation. I'm very grateful for everything you did to help these people. Thank you.
Bonjour Gail.
Hello, Gail. Thank you for all these years of developments, meetings, and involvement, or hard work to find clinical information for patients and their close ones. Thank you for putting on the map, as we say, rare and orphan diseases in Quebec. With very limited means, I remember at the beginning of all this adventure. Thank you for always having your door open for us to meet people from the innovating pharmaceutical industry and their consultants. Thank you for your perseverance when you were advocating with political and administrative authorities, not getting the answers that you were hoping for very often. Thank you for everything you did for people in Quebec in the last 10 to 15 years. Good luck to you for the coming years. And Gail, I think that you can take the rest of the war here. You deserve it. Thank you, Gail. I want to say an immense thank you for your involvement with the rare disease community in Quebec and also in Canada. All the work you accomplished, your passion, the energy you put into it, you always want to go further. It's thanks to people like you that the whole community can advance. So congratulations for all those years, and a big, big thank you on the part of everyone in the community. Hello, I want to pay homage to Gail Ouellette, an exceptional geneticist, on the occasion of the 15th anniversary of the creation of the RQMO. Thanks to her dedication and her indefatigable work, Gail contributed significantly to make people understand orphan diseases and to break patients' isolation. Her commitment made it possible for research to advance and allowed the possibility to raise the awareness of the greater public and physicians about these rare diseases. The RQMO organization, under the direction of Gail, brought considerable change in the lives of numerous patients and their families. We wish to express our deep gratefulness for her dedication, her time, her listening, her explanations, and her unshakable support. Gail, your work made a huge difference, and we thank you for this, the Morquio families of Quebec.
Bonjour, Gail.
Good day, Gail. How happy am I today to see the opportunity that is offered to me to thank you on behalf of all the people with the Morquio syndrome. By meeting people with a rare disease and their relatives, you understood the urgency for us all to meet and to know that we are not alone to face this disease. More than 20 years ago, thanks to the Quebec portal of orphan genetic diseases, you started meetings with speakers of all kinds of origins, which allowed many of us to learn more about the Morquio syndrome and to exchange about our personal experiences. Today, on this Rare Disease Day, the RQMO always underlines, thanks to you, its 15th year of existence. And we want to take advantage of this opportunity to give you a well-deserved tribute. To finish, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You will never know how much I owe you. Take it, enjoy this day and have fun. I hope to see you soon.
Gail, you and I have known each other for 25 years. We arrived at the same time at McGill in 1999, you as a genetic counseling student and me as a new genetic counseling hire at the Montreal Children's. Since then, I have followed your career with great admiration. You are someone who builds things. You see what should exist and doesn't, and then you create it. First, you put together the Quebec Association of Genetic Counselors as the founding president. And after a few years, when it was able to survive on its own, you handed it off to us. And then you founded the RQMO, now in its 15th year, which has served countless individuals with rare disorders seeking information and support for their condition. And most recently, almost as a parting gift, you found a way to extend the reach of the RQMO across Canada by establishing the iRare Centers. And these are only some of the contributions that I know about. There are countless others. What a legacy. What gifts to the rare disease community. We honor you and we thank you. Godspeed.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Ingrid et je travaille au regroupement québécois.
Hello, my name is Ingrid. I work at the Quebec Coalition for Rare Diseases. It's been 2 years. I'd like to speak briefly about the incredible path of Gail. 15 years ago, she planted a small seed by founding the Quebec Coalition of Orphan Diseases. And this seed became a tree on which people, in the shade of which people get some rest, far from the burning and hot rays of their daily struggles with their disease. This little pause helps them to find a new source of strength to continue their journey. Thank you very much, Gail, for everything you did. Thanks for your vision, your courage, your dedication. The fruit of what you planted 15 years ago continue to change lives, patients' lives every day.
Thank you, dear Gail. Thank you for everything you've done for orphan diseases in Quebec, in Canada, and way beyond that. To me, it travels through a huge thanks, and thank you is not enough to tell you to what extent you've been important to me and those families I represent that are impacted by perpendicular nodular erythropy of the gray matter and the dual cortex as well. Again, I would like to celebrate with you. I'm very happy to be here with you to see how everybody is honoring you for all the work that you've done. And so to me, it started very, very long ago when we met for the very first time for a radio interview for rare specimens in Quebec. And from that moment forward, you supported me when I too started up my own organization. And of course, ventricular nodular therapy is also a part of that. I was very happy to be able to have you with us in Vancouver at certain times, and especially since you considered me within those missions. And yes, I mean the mystery situation, mystery words that impacts on French-speaking families, Quebec families, that put forward their journey with their orphan disease, and from there developed friendships for so many years, not only with you, but with all sorts of experts and families and other community leaders for communities, organizations such as mine, again, through Quebec and worldwide, whether it be lenders in loss or in terms of erythropies or other orphan diseases, that we work. Our work is so important, and I know that way before then, you supported many, many people in the area of genetics, and we wish to thank you, and we say hello to you, and on behalf of my entire community, huge thanks. My name is Christine. I've been an RQMO employee for 3 years. Gail hired me, trained me. I wanted to take a moment to thank you, Gail, for having conveyed part of your knowledge and for showing the example of the exceptional dedication towards people who are impacted by rare diseases. Congratulations for having borne RQMO on your shoulders for 15 years. Hello, everyone. I hope that you are celebrating a wonderful 15th anniversary. I'd like to take a few minutes to thank Gail for all that she's done for RQMO and for Canadians impacted by rare diseases. Gail, we met in 2008 when we were both sitting on CORD, and our post-meeting conversations as well at the airport that are dear to me. And since then, we've seen each other on a regular basis at your RQMO events and the CORD conferences, and we had the time to chat very often. And your dedication to people impacted by rare diseases always inspired me. And I know that there are many things you could have chosen to do with your life, but you chose to work in this area, and that we know is very challenging, at times very frustrating. And you have done so much, achieved so much during that period of time, and your focus is such towards Quebecers, but your work has had an impact and provided benefits to everybody throughout Canada and internationally. And I'm thinking about, yes, orphan diseases and other projects, and I thank you. I thank you for your friendship. I thank you for all those chats, and I hope that when you will start this last year and that one day you will do something else, and you will know where to turn, and you'll understand to what extent you were able to help people, encourage them, and help them. And you've helped make incredible advancements in rare diseases and examples that other provinces have followed, people have followed, and programs that have reached many, many people. So happy anniversary, RQMO, and thank you, Gail, and looking forward to seeing you soon. Hello, Gail. It's Jonathan Pratt. And so, General Manager of RQMO. And so I wish to take a moment to thank you for everything. In fact, you had me discover rare diseases in 2022. I knew absolutely nothing about rare diseases. I have a past as a researcher, completed my MBA, went pretty much all over, went in all sorts of areas. And precisely, it was through the MBA that I got to know two people who were very close to RQMO. It was through that contact we got to know each other, and you were able to sort of bring me into RQMO. Thank you greatly for everything you've done for all that time for rare diseases. You are a true pioneer in Quebec, even in Canada and worldwide. All of the initiatives that you have launched, and amongst others, RQMO, but Rare Paths, Canadian Rare Paths, and the investment in your time, your energy, and precisely for thousands of patients that you have helped over time. And it's not easy. It's not always easy precisely to promote awareness about all the issues, to recognize our limits, but to try to fetch more, always more for patients with rare diseases, for their family, for their caregivers. And you did so. You did so for so many years, for over 15 years, and I'm very proud to continue this mission and to celebrate the RQMO 15 years and underline all of the energy, the time, and the work that you've done relentlessly throughout the years. And on behalf of everybody, 8,000 thanks.
Puis, ouais, quoi dire après ça?
Yeah, what to say after that? I have to be able to. I swear, preparing that video took 4 times longer than what you saw today. And again, I'm going to ask you to come up front with me.
Non, ben, peut-être.
No, well, maybe.
Écoute, en fait, on cherchait une façon dans l'équipe de trouver la meilleure manière
I'm looking for
de ton travail.
the way within the team, the best way to underline your work. I don't exactly recall who in the team recommended this, and I thought it was such a good idea, not only for now, but for the years forthcoming. And this is why we decided to create the Prix Gail Ouellette of the RQMO Award. I'm going to hand it over to you.
Oui.
Yeah.
Donc, le prix Gail Ouellette du RQMO,
the RQMO Gail Ouellette Award is going to be handed every year during the International Day of Rare Diseases when we make it to our educational session in the fall, and we'll ask for people to give us applicants or nominations. It could be somebody in the healthcare area, researcher, a patient, or a patient group, as you did with patients, somebody who's going full force ahead for patients relentlessly, and to highlight RQMO while offering the RQMO Gail Ouellette Award for every international event for rare diseases. We will thank you in this very special way.
micro, venir ici, c'est comme tu veux. Là, tu peux t'asseoir. OK. Faut-tu juste l'autre? Ouais.
Surprise. La première chose que je veux dire, c'est toutes les premières journées éducatives, le colloque d'ouverture, des événements des maladies rares. Je connaissais toujours tout le monde qui était là. Les 2 dernières années, moins. Fait qu'il y a plein de gens, je pense, que je ne connais pas ici. Là, mais j'espère que vous êtes là parce que le RQMO vous a aidé, ou vous a, en tout cas, vous a touché d'une certaine façon. Une chose que je peux dire, vous avez dû trouver ça répétitif, là, tout ce monde-là, la vidéo. Oui, une surprise, puis je suis très émue. Puis je viens de voir que vous avez écrit en plus PhD au bout de mon nom. Là.
Oui.
Puis tout de suite, je pense, ce que j'ai fait, c'est un PhD en maladies rares, pas en génétique ou en génétique moléculaire ou conseil génétique, mais je l'ai vraiment fait en maladies rares, maladies orphelines, puis grâce à toutes vous. C'est sûr que dans ma pratique de conseillère en génétique avant, j'en ai vu des gens. Puis c'est parce que j'ai vu ce que ces gens-là manquaient comme ressources que je me suis impliquée dans des associations pour commencer. Fait que ça, je vais corriger. Maladie orpheline, pas commencé avec moi au Québec, pas du tout. Il y avait les associations qui étaient là avec qui je travaillais. Puis il y avait, évidemment, il y avait des champions. Il y avait au Zataxi familial, Claude Saint-Jean. Il y avait, en fait, le premier militant maladie rare au Québec. Et évidemment, Coram, qui existait déjà depuis des années au Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, les gens qui travaillaient pour les maladies fréquentes, là, Pierre Lavoie, donc, oui, fait que c'est avec ces gens-là que j'ai ce que j'ai voulu. Oui, puis il y avait un précurseur c'est une des. Je suis mauvaise. Là, je suis trop émue pour me rappeler des noms. Puis j'ai passé la nuit dans l'avion. Je suis arrivée ce matin. Mais voyons, Mme Racine, qui a parlé du PQMGO, qui a été le précurseur. Annick connaît. Portail québécois des maladies génétiques orphelines, fondé par Denis Fizet, un père qui a perdu sa fille qui avait 5 ans de la maladie de Tay-Sachs. Et j'ai commencé à les aider. Puis c'est... donc, il y avait ces associations-là. Puis moi, je suivais ce qui se passait en France. En France, en 2004, il y avait leur premier plan maladie rare. Je suis supposée de parler, là, longtemps.
Je te laisse aller.
Il y en a qui
jusqu'à 4
que
heures.
je peux trop parler.
Il nous reste 10 minutes pour arriver à 4 heures.
Mais je voyais ce qui se passait. J'ai dit, ça n'a pas d'allure comme on est en retard. Puis, fait que c'est là que... Puis, je suis allée rencontrer les gens là-bas durant mes vacances. La co-présidente de l'Alliance Maladies Rares,
the co-chair of rare diseases with 2 youths that had a rare disease, and Rare Diseases was their organization. And I said, we have to do this. And how do you do this? How do you do this? I asked, So I proposed to people in Quebec that we get together. I said, look, we'll set this up. There's Jennifer. I mean, it's not the first thing that I put together. I put together an association of 24 apartments in Montreal, and somebody was in genetics. I said, look, I'll set up an organization. I'll be there for 1 year, and it'll be your voice, not mine. And so then you can take over. And Nick, on the BOD, there was the first couple that spoke. Natalie was on the BOD board of directors, and there was the Association of Small-Size Reps, Ataxia, Coram, and leukodystrophy. I hope I'm not forgetting anything, and 2 people with Fabry disease, and the other one Well, Nathalie was there, yeah. And the Morchio disease and de Fabry. And yeah, that was the starting point, the launching pad. And finally, and this was without any funding, any money, of course. And finally, some said, well, I guess I was unable to leave. And some asked me to stay. So I said, okay, you know. And so that's my story. I stayed. And it's a journey. It started off very well, and we thought that we'd have our rare disease plan or game plan within 2 years, and I talk about it sometimes, and Dr. Belzik was so open, and we went to meet with him during the course of the first year with 5 requisitions, and he completed all of them, except, of course, we asked for a committee for these rare diseases, but the other 4 requisitions, I mean, he worked on them right away. And yes, I mean, time goes by, promises go by, and and then I had to deal with 4 other governments, and so it's about starting over and over. And so thank you to all those who were there to assist, and those boards of directors that went by, and people who sat on those boards. And I want to say thank you to the current team. There were changes as well within the teams, and agents, information officers were also stakeholders and workers. And it was always about having enough money to pay the iRare Center beforehand. It was me. From my place, I would use my phone, my emails, and all these people who would respond. These people, when they started, I was somewhat training them, and sometimes when we had an office, they would walk into my office and say, oh, what I'm doing is so satisfying. You know, I spoke to a person today who was so happy that to have a voice and to be heard, and so happy with the information I could provide. So, well, and there were mistakes. There were mistakes, and there were, bad blows, but there were errors, but it's my style. I bounce back, I get back up, and I continue. And with the current team, well, that's it. There you have it. In 2022, there were changes and transformations, and finally enough money to hire somebody who could pretty much take over what I was doing, because I was pretty much doing everything. And so I had the opportunity to find Jonathan, who was put on my path. And then that year I was able to hire everybody at the same time: Christine, Ingrid, Carolyn. And wonderful, wonderful. Firstly, some are involved health-wise, disease-wise, but it's a cause. I feel that it's a cause, not just a job for him and her and Marie-Ève that came in. Marie-Ève is a social worker by profession, and oh my God, I was dreaming of this when I saw in France psychologist, social worker, physician. And you see, we started this with Marie-Ève, and so it's a wonderful team that we have today. And I just want to conclude in saying, who said I can take a break, I can rest up and retire? I know that in my personal life, for some reasons, ever since Jonathan has been around, I try not to give more than 3 days a week. It's very difficult, but I try to do other things. And it's always related, except that I'm a part-time amateur artist, and so, somewhat in genetics or anything else, but nothing to hold a viewing or a showing. But it wouldn't leave me alone when I reduced my activities, and I left the board of directors as well because I didn't want to be the one, oh my God, the annoying founding president or chairwoman, you know. And so, no, I wanted other ideas from others, but the idea that wouldn't leave my mind is that we have this service that is available in other countries, in France for a long time, in all European countries for rare diseases, in Quebec. And we helped more than 5,000 people. I don't know how many we're at today. And in Canada, there was nothing. And so I'd been talking to 2-3 possible partners. And anyway, so there you have it. Even with Jonathan, we nonetheless managed to get a subsidy and funding from the federal government for 1 year, and we launched the project. And in fact, I set up with the Ontario folks the SMPQ Partnership Association for the, yes, with Jeremy right there. Oh, he's there. And I met him before. Oh, yes. Okay, well, thank you for being there. And therefore, we founded a new organization, and that's what I did. I went to set up another organization in the Canadian IRARE Center, and a partner of RQMO, a great collaborator, and there you have it. So, and now I still have to work quite a bit because, you know, I mean, we have a person at home in Edmonton that also responds for all of Canada, and yes, we all work from home. So, but yeah, we needed somebody for the rest of Canada, and it's finally started. Another thing. Yesterday, I wanted to talk about rare diseases in Edmonton yesterday because we're the only province to have that action plan policy for rare diseases, and others are becoming curious. How did you manage? How did you manage to do this? And so, ever since the fall now, I'm invited. I travel to the rest of Canada for rare diseases, also to say, you Quebecers, you're special. You know, you're different. You know, I mean, of course, you have your rare diseases policy, but Canadians from other provinces tend to turn to the federal to do things. And Maureen, that we met in 2008, it was a Canadian organization, and that's been what, 17 years? I understood. I said, hey, it's our Quebec government that takes care of health. And I work there, and when you're sick, where are you sick? In Quebec? Where are you going to be diagnosed or not? Where will you be treated, managed? Where are you going to receive your care, your treatment? Who's going to decide which drug is going to be reimbursed and that you'll have access to it? It's our government. So I quickly understood that, okay, we're going to do this in Quebec. And this is where we set up and created that group and decided to work on a policy straight away. Now, these days, I'm talking to the rest of Canada, like, get organized in your province, start something. You know, even if you come up with a federal strategy, you're going to have to fall back on your province. You'll have to apply it in your own province at the provincial level. So that's what I'm doing these days. And in Alberta, good news. Well, they started working on this. And so, yes, and yesterday, people were asking, how did you go about doing this? No, you have to tell us. You have to tell us how to proceed, you know. And I'm not going to tell them in their province how to go about it, but they, you know, I mean, this is where we're somewhat different from the rest of Canada, I think. I mean, whether we're separatist, nationalist, or whatever, I think we got it. We understood that we have to do our thing. And I came to understand that they greatly depend on the federal. And anything having to do with rare diseases, which is important, we need drug approval, authorization. And in Quebec, we have INES, which factors in as well. And therefore, so, you know, I just want to plant the seed so they stop losing time, because we would have lost. I mean, it's not moving quickly. I'm also with the Health Canada Drug Approval Committee, you know, and oh my God, what time is it? Yeah, and we saw Manitoba, and I'm telling you, because I said it yesterday, I don't know if I could say this, but Quebec signed the agreement with the federal government. We're going to receive $100 or so million. And it's firstly to access medication, but there's a neonatal screening, diagnoses, you know, so there are more diagnoses. And so we had what, 17 million? Yeah, 17.4, and it was already spent practically. And it was just it's supposed to last until 2027. And in the current context, we're wondering if there'll be more money after that. And so now we're going to get this. So then I told the other provinces, I said, look, yesterday in Alberta, I said, you're going to get $162 million. And you didn't have a word to say during the negotiations, but now you have to show yourselves, stand up. You know, I mean, patient association, caregivers, researchers, clinicians. There were also clinicians and researchers where I was yesterday, and you have to talk to each other and you have to support patients. So anyway.
Moi, je trouve ça triste, là, parce que ça a été de perdre beaucoup d'années.
I think it was really too bad because we lost a number of years, many years. Okay, for multidisciplinary actions, for the rest, people could have worked in their province like we did. But whatever happened, happened. And now maybe this will happen. But now the danger is that these governments will do whatever they want with this money, and nobody will look at them. It doesn't make sense that there's no patient's voices. We eventually convinced the government to do something eventually. And at one point, they consulted all the patient associations for rare diseases in Quebec, and there are so many of them. And also they consulted individual patients. Oh, that's basic. When they did that, we had done a lot of representations and lobbying with associations too. They went behind us and redid it. So I'm not going to organize these other provinces. We've done enough. I don't have no business going there, but I hope they understand. Because there are so many associations. Some of them are so much seasoned. They go see their governments for their disease. But what made me understand, when I met the Rare Disease Alliance in France, what I got there is the idea of having an organization representing all the diseases. And Dr. Baljic is the first thing he told me when I met him. I met him with the mother of a child with the severe neurodegenerative disease. Dr. Baljic told me, I'm glad you have a group. I don't have to meet everybody separately. He did meet with associations. It's okay. Associations have to do what they have to do. But that's it. That's really what I find has to be done. We think that the eye-rare centers in the rest of Canada will help, as we did, because we also helped people individually, which the Canadian organization doesn't do. It's not part of its mission. But by helping people individually, there's awareness. In 2010, we were not talking so much about rare diseases and orphan diseases in the papers and the media, but it increased with the years, year after year, with the events we organized. We went with zebras in the metro. We did signs with bizarre disease names. We had a little parade at the International Day 2014 close to the Clinical Research Center, not in the subway. So someone wanted us to have a real zebra, not a real zebra. The Complexe des Jardins, people wanted us to have a real zebra. So that's what I tell people, be visible, dare. I shouldn't be the auntie or the mother-in-law who tell people what to do. But in any case, thank you. It was a real surprise. There are people in these videos who I haven't seen for a long, long time. So I'm so happy. I want to thank these people. It doesn't make sense. An award in my name. Well, I think it makes a lot of sense. We feel cheap if we didn't do that. Well, thank you. And the good idea is to honor someone, pay tribute to someone. We did this at our 5th anniversary. We paid tribute to Dr. We didn't have enough organization to do a lot of things, but we paid tribute to Dr. Serge Mélenchon, who is now retired, a geneticist physician who was our best collaborator ever. Dr. John Mitchell also, who I didn't recognize on the video, was skiing. Oh, that's why he was on his skis. So it's good that we should also honor them. We at the RQMO, we've been honored at the Rare Disease Day last year by the Canadian organization, and it was the second time in 14 years that we were honored every 10 years. Now, previously, it was 2014. Not me, but I mean, the RQMO was an organization. So we got some recognition from the rest of Canada. And something, the good thing we managed to have a rare disease action plan. Thank you, everyone. Well, thanks, Gail. Thank you. Of course, we took a little bit more time. I'm really sorry, but time management is not part of my skills. I'll have to work on this, unfortunately, or I'll put someone on this. And I was going to say, if we have more money in the rare disease plan, we should put less in SACLE. Oh, I said something that I shouldn't have said. I didn't say anything. This didn't occur.
Oui. Fait qu'il faut surveiller.
We have millions to it. So we got to watch over the other millions.
Tout à fait.
We're not asking anything from it. Absolutely, we will be on it. All this has been recorded. It will be on our YouTube chain very soon. It should be there pretty soon. It's okay. It's in our own chain, so we could say whatever. Not totally what we want. We have to respect the principles of YouTube, but that's it. Yes, a little not too subtle message here. So thanks to everyone for being here. Thanks to the people in attendance who were there this morning. Thanks to people who were not here this morning, who came in the meantime and who left. Thanks to all those who are still there. Thanks to all those who took the group photo. I say thank you to all those men and women who've been with us. I'm sorry, I'm trying to rush a bit. All those who were on Zoom, who listened to us, who've been listening to us all day, who asked questions and interacted. Thanks, everyone, for your presence, for your attendance, and also for your interaction. Because without you, we wouldn't have an event like this. And the last thank you will go, of course, to our sponsors, because without them, we couldn't afford to do all this. Indeed. So I thank them, our platinum sponsors again, Amgen, Action Takeda, our golden sponsors, Sanofi 70, and our silver Pfizer Pharmaceuticals and Ultragenics. And we have bites for you to eat. We took a little bit of overtime, but I'm now officially in the National Day of the RQMO.
Excusez-moi, je veux juste dire merci à Jonathan aussi.
Sorry, I just want to say thank you to Jonathan who organized this day and did a lot of things and took a lot of his time. Bravo, Jonathan. We work hard.